These are some of the rarest limited edition tech products on the entire planet. So that's phones, yes, but also bigger things, like literally the biggest limited edition product I've ever unboxed. And we're gonna start with something pretty cutting edge, but only in the very literal sense. This is a £45 or $56 razor. Oh my God, this package is insane. How much do they think I lift? Oh my God, crikey. This isn't 4 gamers by gamers, this is 4 bodybuilders by psychopaths. But yeah, this razor is made in what must be the weirdest tech collab I've ever seen. Gillette and Razer, you know, the gaming company. Apparently this is a magnetic display stand, but I have doubts. And it says 4 gamers by gamers, which I find kind of hilarious as the last thing your hair will ever see. But you know what's even stranger about all of this? It originated as an April Fool's joke. In 2023, Razer made this absolutely ridiculous trailer for a fictional product, a mouse that you could also use to keep your facial hair in check while gaming, because, you know, us real gamers don't leave the basement for months at a time. And while obviously they didn't make that trailer had such a vocal reception that it must have triggered the thought, wait a sec, why doesn't Razer make a razor? They didn't do a good job. Did it? I can't see. It's actually a really good shape, which I'm not actually surprised by, because this is a limited edition version of the exact same Gillette Labs razor that I've just recently showed you I've been carrying around every day in my backpack anyway. Do you mind filming from that side only? I've not had hair on here for 8 years, probably. But now we move all the way up to $300 with the Starfield Chronomark smartwatch. For those of you who don't know, Starfield was one of the most hyped video game launches in recent history. It was meant to be open world exploration, but on an interplanetary scale. Like, you see a planet or a moon, you can land on that planet or moon. I mean, the game had to be a pretty big deal for them to make a custom smartwatch just for the limited edition version of it. So this is the Steelbook display case, inside of which, no way, that's a cred stick. These are the, for some reason, physical currency in this space-age futuristic setting. And on the back is the code to redeem the game. That is such a smart way to fuse the game's world into the real world. But this is what you're mostly paying for, the Chronomark watch, which again is an actual in-game item that you play with. Oh, darn, near my butterfingers. But I gotta say, whoever designed this packaging needs a pat on the back. I mean, this is proper metal running down the sides. The detailing as well. I feel so immersed. And then to open it, wait, so pull down and then twist. Oh my God. The nerd inside of me is struggling to cope. So this is a Constellation patch. Constellation is the faction trying to uncover the mysteries of the universe. This thing is called the Chronomark watch, established in 2188. That's pretty cool. And then, oh, this interior material is incredible. It's like really bouncy rubber. And then the watch itself. It feels a lot more premium than I was expecting it to. All the plastic areas have this nice matte finish, and then all the metallic areas are actual metal. Whoa, not bad. You know what? It can actually do quite a lot too. So obviously it tells the time, but what's quite clever is because the clock hands go around the edge of the screen at all times, you can keep reading the time while also doing other things. I wish my Apple Watch had that. So it's got the current moon phase, it's got a temperature sensor, barometer, magnetometer. It's coming pretty close to making me feel like a real astronaut. Accelerometer, so you know it can measure your steps, and it also connects to your phone via Bluetooth. So if I tap this, for example, yeah, I can play and pause the songs from my phone's Spotify. It's definitely not an Apple Watch replacement. It's a simple watch, but just done really well. And you got to admit, there is something so uniquely surreal about wielding in your real hands items that you spent the last 6 months holding in your virtual hands in a video game. It looks like every time you turn it off, it gives you a different parting message or quote from a sci-fi movie. This feels an awful lot like a 9 out of 10 to me. Now this is where being able to look at all limited edition tech and not just phones starts to get juicy. When two companies do a cool special collab, we can test the full suite of products that come from it. So you know Transformers, right? Well, Bumblebee is one of the most famous. He's one of the Autobots, the good guys. And while not the biggest or the strongest, he tries very hard, and that's endearing in its own way. So, the tech company Red Magic decided to bottle his yellow puppy dog energy into a mouse, a keyboard, and a phone. So first is the mouse. They call this the Ultra Edition, and to be fair, they price it like an Ultra Edition too, but that does mean a few cool things though. See, when you really get into mice, it's not just about how smooth it glides across your surface, it's also about the level of sensitivity. How many pixels or dots that your mouse cursor moves across per inch that you physically move your mouse, or the DPI. A normal office mouse might go up to like 2000 DPI or 5000 DPI. Gaming mice like this one, 26,000. Okay, so this is the lowest DPI setting. Oh my goodness, that's painful. Yeah, you could not play like that. You turn it around, you click the DPI button, and it turns it up. Now, straight away, this is like the stock DPI that most non-gaming mice would ship with. And it's workable. I now only have to move my wrist instead of my whole arm. So let's go up another level. Oh, okay. So this is starting to feel very sensitive. This feels like enough DPI for any kind of competitive gamer who needs twitch controls and the ability to kind of instantly spin around. So what happens when we go up again? Okay, it's starting to get a little bit dizzy with this motion. But I suppose the benefit of this is that now I barely need to move. My physical movements are now basically imperceptible, but you can see how much difference it's making on the screen. The mouse is accurate enough that it feels like you're taking full advantage of that DPI, and it's not disorienting. The design, though, it does look sick. It's pretty nice and meaty to grip onto. And if we just plug it in, oh yes. The LEDs are tastefully done, I gotta say. It's not too much, it's just the logo at the back and then these two on either side of the mouse buttons, which I assume are Bumblebee's eyes. So the lights actually turn on when you leave the mouse on standby, but then as soon as you grip it and move it, they turn off. It does make a lot of sense for a Bluetooth mouse, because you don't want to spend all of your precious battery life lighting up his eyes. Although I will say, glossy translucent plastic is an interesting choice for the single tech product most prone to fingerprints. And by interesting, I of course mean brain dead, because good luck keeping this clean. But I do feel like it's going to look really cool together once we've unboxed all the Bumblebee stuff. So, keycap remover, a braided cable, and this is the mechanical keyboard. Ooh la la, yes! This is like the most unashamedly committed to the brief design I think I've ever seen. It's got a brushed aluminium body. This feels good. I love the slightly passive-aggressive win more games motif that they've got plastered across it. Like, okay, I'll try. It also just feels like a really nicely built keyboard. This is one of Red Magic's first mechanical keyboards ever, and it's quite difficult to get this much right on your first attempt. So you can toggle your lighting effects by pressing FN insert. Whoa, there's some really funky ones. And having this like dedicated lighting strip really draws your attention to it. You can toggle colors with FN plus delete, and then the speed of the animation and the brightness of the keys with FN plus your arrow keys, which is a pretty nicely done system because you've got complete control without needing any external programs. But I will say the lighting is not the brightest. If you look from the side, you can see the keyboard has quite a significant downward slope, which some people like for, key reachability, but I personally find a bit of a pain. Like, literally a bit of a pain, because I've caused myself quite a bit of hand trouble from all this arching. But here's the question on my mind. Why is there a screen on the keyboard? We just finally got rid of screens on keyboards on the MacBooks. Now we got another one. Okay, so it gives you volume control. Well, that's kind of pointless, since volume control is literally a key press away anyway. You can monitor your computer's performance, which again, your computer internally monitors its own stats anyway. And then you've got control over lighting, brightness, speed, color. So it's literally a complete duplication of the functionality already embedded within the keyboard. That's a bit disappointing. I was expecting the screen to add some sort of new dimension. The only thing that's somewhat cool about it is it does let you upload your own images to it and display them as like a permanent piece of customization. But then, at the same time, what a tremendous waste of battery life. But this is where the real fun comes with a mechanical keyboard. The actual key mechanism. There's so many different types of key mechanism you can go for. Some are ultra clicky and typewriter-like, but you can also go all the way to the complete opposite, like super short key travel and no noise at all. Oh, yes. This is one of the best keyboards I've ever felt in my life. These feel about halfway in between those two extremes. They're quite low travel so that you can press very quickly, but they also really let you feel when each key has been pressed, which is really useful for games because in a way then you're looking at your screen and your keyboard is reinforcing to you that you are indeed pressing the things that you think you're pressing. You can also really feel the gasket structure, which is basically a layer of rubber that absorbs the vibration. It makes clicking softer, but it also means that when I click this key, for example, that impact feels completely isolated from the key sitting right next to it. So let's add the phone into that mix. And it really feels like there's someone at the Hasbro company whose entire job is just to hand out licensing deals for Transformers-themed gadgets. I'm pretty sure we've seen more limited edition Transformers products than like any other brand ever. Not that I'm complaining though, they do look amazing. So the phone comes in a hexagonal box. Kind of poetic for a Bumblebee, now I think about it. There's a gaming fan, which looks every bit as extreme as you'd want it to on a phone this price. A metal badge. This is not half-hearted stuff too. I am on board. The charger, featuring Bumblebee's not so pretty face on it. And it's a very fast charger too, but I'll get back to that. What's in here? SIM ejector, which has the Autobots logo. Oh, manuals. With every page also in theme. Clap, clap. And a case with a magnetic ring, which looks like it's specifically designed for this cooling fan to attach. And then the phone. Oh, no, it keeps going. There's not one, but 2 USB-C cables. One yellow, one black. Holy cow, guys. I'm just thinking actually, does this case allow it to work with Apple MagSafe? Okay, so, yeah, it snaps in. It's just, the phone doesn't have any wireless charging support. Well, that feels intuitive. I have to say, this thing looks so good. If I was not a blue and white kind of guy, I would be a yellow and black guy. It is still a glass-backed phone, but they've really made it look like metal with this whole plate behind it, and you can even see the exposed actual black metal screws. It's very fitting for a robot-themed phone. And this fan is also pretty next level. This is a new gen cooler that extends the refrigeration area to now cover basically the entire contact surface, but also it can now constantly monitor the temperature inside of the phone and scale its own output according to the needs of the phone, but with the ability to cool the phone down by up to 30 degrees Celsius if needed. I'm actually so hot right now. Oh my goodness me. That is the best thing ever. It's insane. It's like a handheld refrigerator. Oh, it's so reliably, consistently cold. And it's not cool, this is cold. Cold to the touch. I mean, just to give you an idea, a 30-degree difference is enough to take you from a hot room into a room so cold that you would get frostbite if you stayed there. You try it? Are you a fan? Oh, also, the charger that you saw. This thing right here can do 165 watt fast charging, which is a pretty absurd figure. So the phone is empty right now. Let's plug it in and come back in a few minutes to see just how fast. 3, 2, 1, go. And it's already off. How's it at 1% already? Now, I don't know if this is just a British thing, but it feels to me like Harry Potter was such a massive part of everyone's childhood. Every Christmas, Drisha and I basically do a movie marathon of the entire series. And that's why seeing it all in tech form, which is like my current passion, hits so hard for me. We actually have seen a Harry Potter phone before, but this is meant to be the next level up from that. Plus, there's now a Harry Potter tablet too. So let's get into the phone first. My goodness. It feels like one of those interactive storybooks. This is an image of Diagon Alley, by the way. If you know, you know. Then the phone. And behind it, that's the sword of Godric Gryffindor. Is this some sort of code for something? I can't figure it out. Please tell me we're actually getting a sword in here. Oh, right, yeah. Okay, well, it's a 90-watt charger and cable. Well, that's a bummer. But to be fair, it's actually impressively small for a 90-watt charging brick. It's about the same size as Apple's 27-watt one. There's a second compartment. I like the SIM ejector. That's the Hogwarts school emblem. And on the inside, I love this case. It feels very much designed with this specific version of the phone in mind. And then on the inside is a soft felt finish with a Dementor carved in, which is not going to be enough to suck the fun out of this for me. There's actually so much going on here. Considering that the phone at a glance doesn't actually look messy, they have crammed in a lot of Easter eggs. You know, I'm not even the resident Harry Potter expert. Can you help me out?
I love this. This is so awesome.
Okay, so what are all these?
Okay, so I actually have no idea what these are. I know what all of these are. That's the Hogwarts emblem.
Draco Dormien's Nunquam Titilandus.
It's actually really strange. It sounds really fancy, and it means never tickle a sleeping dragon.
What?
Yeah. I think it's meant to be like, you know the quote, let sleeping dogs lie. It's like, if you see a sleeping dragon, don't tickle it.
Noted. What are all these things?
So these are all the 7 Horcruxes. Is it a spoiler if I explain a Horcrux?
Is there such thing as Harry Potter spoilers at this stage?
Voldemort's split his soul into 7 different pieces so that he can't die just by someone killing him. So the 7 different things that he split into, these are the 7 things, so 7 items.
That's so cool. It's Harry's lightning bolt where the flash is, and then it says Lumos, because that's where you're lighting up from.
And Lumos is a spell for light.
Would you switch from an iPhone to this?
Yes.
Hand it over. Hand it over.
I'd switch for this backing.
This is a verbal contract. Oh, I've just realized the curvature on this case perfectly matches the curvature on the phone, such that when you put them together, that's how you do it. That is how you do it. It's shocking that I'm so surprised by this, but you'd be amazed how many companies don't think to match their case designs with the phone designs. 64%. 64%. How long has it been?
15.5 minutes.
That is extremely fast. Just before we turn it all on, the tablet is something completely new. Similarly, really tasteful box design. It looks a lot like the excellent book cover art that we've had over the years. What is in this? It's not the tablet, but it's so heavy. Oh, the back has the long quote from the Sorting Hat trying to decide whether to put Harry in Slytherin or Gryffindor. What? Oh my goodness. It's a Hogwarts invitation letter, but like also a proper leather-like carrying case with a magnet where the stamp is. I don't think I've ever been fanboying as hard as I am right now with this limited edition. And then inside is this another case? Yeah, it looks like a hard case as a second option, but hats off. No pun intended, to whoever made this. This is a surreal experience. And then there's another little slide-out box which has stickers. 4 pages of stickers. Okay, then underneath the tablet, 3 more boxes. Oh man, don't tell me we're going to be able to control this thing with a wand. Okay. Oh, that's still pretty cool though. It's a wand-coloured, very clearly custom stylus with Harry's lightning bolt next to the charging port. In here is a SIM ejector tool and then manuals. And in the final box is... Oh, you were doing so well. It's just a standard white power brick and cable. Right, let's see what the boot up screens look like. Oh, that was kind of funky. Smoke and mirrors. The tablet was a bit less interesting. So the theming on this phone is... It's okay. It's a little half-hearted, I would say. Some icons are completely gold, others have a little gold ring, but they're still their normal colors. There's actually very little they've done to this phone. The folders look cool, I guess. Oh, this is cool. The always-on display has this smoke disappearing effect. Is this the Ravenclaw diadem?
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. So look at this, it's like smoke effects. Oh wait, no, it's changing. Oh, that's even cooler, because that's one of the other Horcruxes.
Which one?
The Locket of Voldemort.
Technically correct.
Thank you. Wait, so then every time you turn your phone on and off, it cycles to a new Horcrux. Wow, that's wicked. What about when you plug it in? Oh, it's kind of cool. Also just realized there's a little wizard's hat on the lock screen. Ooh, no way. Quick way to change your wallpaper between the various houses. Isn't it kind of crazy that we live in a time where this whole package was $500? Like all the effort and thought that went into this limited edition, but even forgetting all of that, just how much phone you now get. Like this thing right here is a nearly top of the line chip. It's a nice OLED display. It's 16 gigs of RAM, 512 gigs of storage, 50 megapixel main camera using Sony's Light 600 sensor, which is part of a whole new range of sensors, which are designed for mid-range phones, but I wonder if they're specifically better since it is a brand new range. Okay, so let's compare Drisha's old phone to Drisha's new phone. Oh no. The Harry Potter phone photo is atrocious compared to the iPhone. The difference is actually insane. Oh yeah, I've been wanting to do this for a while. Lumos.
以下结果来自百度。
Okay, it's meant to turn the flashlight on. The tablet's design is a lot simpler than the phone's design, which is strange considering it has 4 times the canvas size to play with. But I'm assuming they've done that because of the stickers. Oh, I've just realized they've themed each one of these pages after one of the houses. I think I'm a Ravenclaw.
Oh, bloody hell, here we go.
I don't know what any of these items are. So this is a 120Hz 12.1-inch display, which is quite a nice size, but it's only an LCD screen. I guess because your screen is going to be a much bigger part of the cost of a tablet than it is on a phone, you can save a lot by going for LCD versus OLED. But you can tell, it looks pretty washed out and is not nearly as bright as the phone. The thing is also just a lot less powerful than the phone, in every way, like less powerful chip, less RAM, less storage, and it's a bit weird because your tablet, especially big tablets like this, are usually where your proper work happens. I'm guessing the company just decided that all of these Harry Potter products, they need to be affordable, and to make a tablet as affordable as a phone, you need to cut more corners. Or, you know, Voldemort's secretly their business manager. So this is the Redmi Smart Pen. I've just connected via Bluetooth. It's actually surprisingly responsive. And it's got not one, but two different buttons on it. So I can use one of them to cycle between which instrument I'm writing with, and the other one cycles between the color. That's actually really well executed. And that one has just turned to 100%. How long?
Exactly 30 minutes.
Exactly 30. Okay, so the second half of charging is definitely slower than the first half, but that's to be expected, and it's actually got really, really hot. Now that it's charged, let's actually have a little look at this phone. Whoa. You cannot say they don't try. Oh, that wallpaper. Bumblebee is meant to be a pretty fast guy, so it's kind of cool that every single time you leave an app, they've got this interactive wallpaper in which he zips forward back into frame. And they also give you quite a lot of different always-on display options, too. I feel like Transformers fans really get treated. Man, this just makes me think. Red Magic phones, they're not perfect. You know, they do need to work on their camera quality and their software a bit, but also, holding this in my hands right now, I can't shake the feeling that this, as a slab of hardware, is perfected. I love the two-tone finish on the back. I love the smooth matte sides, the slim borders of the phone, and the fact that they're completely even. Plus, the front camera is invisible. I just feel like as a concept, this right here is what we've been dreaming of ever since the very first smartphone. Now I've got to give a rating for all of these. Okay, 6, 7, this gets a 9, and a sub to the channel would be transformative. Now for something that I 100% guarantee you did not see coming. This is the Minions edition of Insta360's go-to camera. I won't lie to you, I can't stand the Minions. I know this is an unpopular opinion, but I nearly walked out of the cinema during Minions 3, and I just drove past the cinema the other day to see that there's another one coming and I nearly hurled. But I'm also someone who can appreciate a really well-themed limited edition. So this is the camera. And what I really like about it is that it feels purposeful. You can really tell that this collab didn't come about from like, which brand is going to bring the biggest media attention to our product? But instead, hey, our camera already kind of looks like a Minion. Wouldn't it be funny if? It is a really high quality paint job. And it's just such a fun, thumb-sized way to record some actually pretty decent looking 1440p video. But this, at its core, is a Go 2, whereas the company's actually just launched their next generation Go 3S and is sponsoring this video so I can give you an early look at it. Essentially, they've taken the perks of all their previous Go cameras, that they weigh less than 40 grams, that they come with all the magnets and attachments that let you place them basically anywhere, but now with a big focus on video quality. Because this now shoots in 4K resolution. They made a 40-gram camera that shoots 4K. I have pens that weigh more than 40 grams, so I have no idea what they've done to make that happen. Whenever I use these Go cameras, this is how I do it. So you put the included magnetic necklace on, and the camera just snaps in place. It automatically turns itself on, it turns itself off, it records snippets throughout your day, and it can even edit them for you to the beat of a song. And also, now with the 3S, if you ever lose it, you can find it with Apple's Find My, and you can connect it to the Action Pod to turn it into a full-on vlogging-style camera with a rotating screen and 140 minutes of battery life per charge. So link below to check it out with a free extra screen protector. I've also realized something really cool about this watch. It rotates the watch face based on which way up I'm looking at it. Now this confuses me. This is the limited edition Strawberry Bear phone. Here's the thing, even with his cute, fluffy, strawberry-scented exterior, this guy is one of the main villains from Toy Story. Why Wow, it literally smells like I've dived headfirst into a cinema pick and mix stand. So then the phone box, you can see the word Lotso written everywhere, which is actually short for Lotso Huggin' Bear, you know, the character's actual name. A SIM ejector with his cursed face stamped onto it. There's an insert with an About Me card, goodness me, a page of matte stickers, and then a completely clear case. There's the phone, below which nothing really of note, it looks like. Okay, so does the phone smell of strawberry? No, it doesn't. So what's the deal with this Lotso bear? Well, turns out he is super popular in China. He is mass-produced, he's unusually fluffy for a villain, and he smells like strawberry. Like, very literally. Oh my god, it's so good. And so he's actually become a bit of a sensation outside of his real origin. People are buying him as the Strawberry Bear, not even knowing what he's from or who he was. This is the guy who tried to kill Woody, Buzz, and the gang. The phone itself has basically the same design as the case. It's like very nearly cute with all the fruit patterned across it and the soft gold highlights going around the trim. But then you look down and shivers. The bear's face is like, no joke, 3D sculpted onto the back of this, so I can feel every contour. This dude makes me so uneasy with his like eyebrows and face. It's very, very immediately clear though how much thought has gone into this skin. And even the wallpaper almost looks like real fur you're touching. Let's have a look at the charging animation. No way! Strawberries are just falling into his hand. Like, so much effort has gone into this and it's so strange. Now, I just realized also, they've developed a custom font for the lock screen clock. Every part of this user interface looks like you could stroke it. So apparently we should have custom Lotso frames that we can use around our photos. Oh my goodness. That is absolutely atrocious. Thanks, Strawberry Bear. I hate it. But probably the craziest part of this whole thing is that Lotso Bear should also be your assistant here. Whoa. To think this dude is hiding within your software skin at all times. But I have to give credit where credit's due. For what it is, it's really cool to get actually scented stuff. And I realized the reason I wasn't completely sure what this is because I couldn't see how it attaches to your phone. Well, magnets. There's a ring of magnets in this case, which allows the bear to just snap on. And that is your phone stand. And then if you really well and truly want to create a monster, then this weird lanyard handcuff thing attaches to the bottom like so. Who is this for? Who would buy this? I think this is meant to be endearing, but it feels like a form of torture. I mean, as far as the execution goes, I feel like it's hard to argue that this is not a 10 out of 10, but it's just that the idea feels like a 2 to me. I think I've got some weird strawberry bear phobia. I'm not a fan. Now, with the majority of limited edition phones, they're not actually more expensive than the company's normal phones. They're not really designed for profit, but instead just made in really small quantities to create a sort of buzz. But when Lamborghini gets involved, that changes a little. This is the $900 Redmi Champion Edition. And bear in mind, $900 is a pretty monumental cost for a company who sells most of their phones at like $400 or less. The SIM ejector is a little bland, but I like the carbon fiber style backing. Oh, and the case is nice too. If I had to guess, I would say that car company cases are like the most faked type of case. So it's cool to see an official one, which is designed to have the same finish as a steering wheel, apparently. I've just realized, even all the pull tabs are also custom shaped to match Lamborghini's sharp design language. There's a charger underneath, also branded, and 120 watts. It's very nippy. Then the smartphone and the cable beneath that. Oof. Oh, wow. Now, to be completely real with you, I personally find Lamborghini cars pretty disappointing. I don't own one, hell no, but I've done these like driving experiences, and every time I do one, I'm constantly surprised at how poor the technology is within what's meant to be a super car. Like, genuinely a Hyundai at a 20th of the price has better tech. That said, the aesthetics of Lamborghinis are drool-worthy, and this seems to be mostly borrowing that, which makes it, in my books, the nicest looking and feeling Redmi phone I have ever held in my hands. And the actual Lamborghini logo looks like real gold, even though it probably isn't. There's so much detail in the top section. And then the bottom section mirrors that same Lamborghini-style chevron. But even the lanyard has the same chevron. And then you use that chevron to place it within the case so that when the phone is on top of it, the lanyard completely supports its weight. Pretty neat brand integration. It's literally you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. Let's see the boot animation. Whoa. I see the appeal of that. I guess you could also say that this has Lambo performance too. This might genuinely be the most spec'd out phone I've ever held in my hands. Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 chip, 24GB of LPDDR5X RAM, 1TB of UFS 4.0 storage, 5000 mAh battery, 120W superfast charging. So some part of me's thinking, should I switch to this? It also says the display goes up to 4000 nits of brightness. My S24 Ultra is rated at 2600, although I wouldn't take that to mean that this display is 40% brighter than this display. It's basically just because the way that peak brightness numbers are measured can be very specific use case, so you can't apply those numbers to the general use of the phone. The software skin is actually kind of cool. Everything is hexagonal, but at the same time, how did not one person involved in this look at this weather widget and think, yeah, maybe just at the very least, let's not include that on the default home screen? I'm kind of curious, how do the cameras on this compare to the cameras on my phone? If they are actually better, then I might just do this. Let's give it a go. I'm actually not sure. Tell you what, I'm gonna put these two images on screen. You guys tell me which one you think is better. Maybe I will switch. Now, just before we get to the biggest limited edition thing that I've ever opened, let's take a look at the most expensive phone. So you saw the $900 Lamborghini phone, right? But what can Porsche cook up with Honor for over 3 times that price? You can really tell that you're opening something expensive this time round by the sheer volume of packaging. Oh, they couldn't have made a non-stick label. Seriously, Honor? Okay, we're in. So this is a stylus. I do appreciate how it's included in the box. It makes a big difference when an accessory is the default option. But wow, does this company not know how to use sticky tabs. The phone feels really, really light, but we'll get to that. Oh, 3 boxes underneath. I like the look of this middle one. So that is a Porsche designed SIM ejector, and inside is a beautiful looking case. Yes, please. Looks like the same stitching that you get in the seats of a Porsche. What's this? I think it's a pen case? Wow, it really is beautiful though. It's really hard to communicate the quality to through the camera, but it feels designer. Also pretty slick how every single accessory so far is matte black. I feel like I'm unboxing a full in-theme EDC kit. Even these throwaway inserts, they're not like plain cardboard texture. It feels like the real deal. Okay, the cable is pretty standard, and the charger, oh my god, that's 3 times now. It's definitely not me. But yeah, the charger looks pretty basic too. So what's in here? Oh, it's the same thing. So cable and then power brick. Oh, but this one's a UK power brick instead of Europe. Well, there are definitely much more efficient ways to give you both options, but yeah, I guess at $3,000, they just do not care. They're just pretty happy to throw stuff at you. 4 times. 4 times, Honor. What are you doing? So this is the iconic Porsche flyline, this kind of swooshing ridge shape that you get along the panels of their cars. The camera module is designed to look like a Porsche windshield, and the color is Porsche's agate gray. I mean, I can kind of buy it. Like, if you're a real fan of their cars, then seeing that exact shade of gray on their phone, maybe? But to me, gray is just gray. You'd really have to know to know. And this iconic flyline they talk up so much, it doesn't really look much different to the ridge on the Lamborghini phone, or really any other ridge I've seen. It all just feels a little bit trivial. It's like we partnered with legendary car maker Porsche to create a crease on the back of our phone. That said, the design is not just for show. This phone, as well as titanium lettering in the camera, also has a super light titanium hinge. And to give them credit, it is shockingly slim and light. This is 234 grams. That's less than the weight of an iPhone 14 Pro Max. But that is wild for a folding phone with literally 2 times the screen area. And this software skin actually feels very sophisticated compared to the ones we've tested before. They haven't themed every single icon, but because the theming itself is so subtle, it doesn't look like a mess. Also, both screens just generally look and feel really responsive and bright and colorful. The stylus feels amazing. It's actually quite nice because it's got a rubberized tip, and I've been really used to using the Apple Pencil, and every time you touch the screen with that, it feels like you're hitting it. I gotta hand it to them, it's a really polished system, and I love the fact that the pen works on both the inner screen and the outer screen. You know, this is actually the first time I'm using a stylus that I genuinely think rivals the iPad with the Apple Pencil. Only thing is, because of this rubberized tip, it actually creates a little bit of resistance when you're writing, so you have to push a little bit harder. Used in real car engines. This will stay as good as new even without a protective film, with 10 times more wear and drop resistance versus competitors, which, I mean, if they actually deliver on that, is like all I've ever been asking for on a phone. So let's flip them over. Yikes. Okay, that carved right through it. And now Honor. Okay. There is damage, but it's quite a bit lighter than it was on the iPhone. So I guess silicon nitride works. We've got to see more companies trying this. Oh yeah, there's one thing this phone can apparently do that I've been really wanting to try. It's meant to be able to detect motion and capture automatically. If I pop this up here, and then let's say I just jump in the air. What? It literally captured me toppling over at the end. I think the feature needs some work. I think this is such an interesting limited edition though. 9 out of 10. Time for the big boy box. This is something we've never seen before on this series. A limited edition, full-on gaming PC. So this is based off Evangelion's Unit 2. Evangelion is a show all about people piloting mechas to defeat enemies who threaten humanity, called angels. And this mecha is piloted by one of the main characters, Asuka. Wow. I don't even know where to start. I feel like very few people get to actually go hands-on with something like this. You can see ROG branding across the sides, because this was actually made in collaboration between Asus Republic of Gamers and Overclockers UK. And I just can't quite believe the quality of the finish. This is cool tech. But also, the really cool thing about having a custom gaming PC is it's not just the PC case, it's like everything on the inside. Like, I'm just peeking my head in, but I can already see so many references to Evangelion, to Asuka, to her specific mecha. Wow, it looks like a crystal-etched LED lit kind of backing. They've done the entire power supply enclosure. The graphics card itself is custom Evangelion. This is one of the coolest pieces of technology I've ever interacted with. But also, when have you ever seen a CPU cooler with an actual LCD display on it? So it's giving you all sorts of different system readings like CPU temperature, GPU temperature, the current clock speed as well. I mean, in a way, it's incredibly pointless because all of these stats are already communicated internally anyway. But you can also use the screen to display an infinitely looping GIF. I'm just putting that out there. Not that I have any plans of what I would infinitely loop. I've also never seen a power supply that actively in real time displays the current wattage being supplied. Also, 188 watts for an idle PC is quite a large amount. I feel like I can't look at a single part of this PC and not see a reference to the show. Like even the backplate over here reminds me of the metal armor plating of the mecha. Oh yeah, they've also braided every single cable red and black. It's also actually wild how girthy graphics cards have become. Like this GPU riser here, I'm pretty sure is the only thing keeping this upright. It even extends to the outside of the case. This is a magnetically attachable external Wi-Fi antenna for the Wi-Fi 6E that it has. But let's see what it can do, because the specs are redonkulous. Like I'm talking 14th gen Intel Core i9 with a boost speed of up to 6 gigahertz, 32 gigs of DDR5 RAM, 2 terabyte M2 NVMe SSD, oh yeah, and the custom NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4090 graphics card. This is the creme de la creme of current gen performance. Okay, so we're in Cyberpunk 2077, and this is the fun bit, because I'm not gonna go low, medium, high, or ultra. I am going to go into overdrive. Wow, those fans really work. I wonder what the wattage is right now. 643 watts. Oh, I haven't even clicked play yet. Holy cow. Oh, this is something else. It's like I've seen really impressive graphics on games before, but this is like that, but then with another cinematic layer on top. It's got really high quality motion blur. Like every time I run, I feel like I'm in one of those high octane fight sequences, but also the lighting. Everything has this really subtle, soft glow. I've never actually played Cyberpunk myself because the bugs were apparently so bad, but this really makes me want to give it a shot. The fact that I can crank the settings to these kinds of levels and not even worry about performance. Wow. I hope you found this as cool as I did. I'll link you to the next Rarest Tech video around there. See you there.
I spent over $50,000 on my gaming setups over the years, and today I'm reacting to 100 of the best gaming setups from my Discord to see if they're better than mine. And these aren't just any normal setups. They are all submitted by tech tryhards and my community that goes hard on their setups. And I'll be rating every single one. By the end of the video, you can decide if it's better than mine. From kids with daddy's money to extremely budget setups and insane gaming setups, and they only get crazier. So let's start with the first one.
This is Austin. He's 14 years old, and he got his setup through jobs and from birthday money. Cool. That's awesome. His main games are Fortnite and Rocket League, which is cool. So Gutsy Aiden Tech Source inspires him. That's awesome. He finished the setup 1 month ago, and it took him about 3 years to build, which is cool. It was just an old TV and Xbox setup, so he's really upgraded since then. That's awesome. Let's take a look. Mako keyboard and a G Pro wireless. And then he has a MacBook Air for his computer, and he wants to get a gaming PC. Here's a shelf to the left, has a little bit of personality on it, some keyboards and some things he's made, which is pretty cool. It looks really good so far. So yeah, it helped him by getting a new monitor, so that's really cool. And then providing him with other ways to earn money as well. So that's pretty cool. I think some parents do that, but you know, they help you out by getting some money by letting you work on some stuff, and you know, that's really cool. Set up for gaming and streaming. Interesting. Looks like a console and MacBook Air setup. That's really cool. He wants to play games like Valorant when he gets a PC. Austin's setup is really strong. I think he's got a really good setup for the most part. I mean, it looks really good. I love that he has a mousepad for me as well. It's a really good budget setup for sure, especially for console. This is Florian's setup. I hope I said your name right. They're 16. They got their setup. They're saving through Christmas and birthdays. They live in Germany. Pretty cool setup already. Love this already. Looking awesome. It's taking about 3 days to build. Loving the Alex drawer here. Loving the wallpapers as well on this build. He built the setup for gaming. Okay, 3050. Okay. An i5. Interesting. PC specs here. 32 gigs of Corsair RAM too. Awesome. Corsair 4000D airflow case. Intel 1 terabyte SSD, and MSI Z490 for the motherboard as well. Looking like a Red Dragon K55-2 for the keyboard, and it looks like a Razer Viper V2? Oh, Razer Viper Ultimate. Okay. I really just love this setup, man. It looks awesome. Mainly plays Warzone 2 as well. The main monitor is an Asus 27-inch 1080p for 60 hertz. Could upgrade that over time. Asus 22-inch 1080p as well. And his inspirations is me and TechSource, so I appreciate that. That's awesome. His old setup was a monitor and PS4. Awesome. Florian setup's really, really nice. I just love the panels on the wall, the clock, all of that. What do you guys rate it in chat? The bezels could be better, obviously. But again, this is a budget setup episode, so it's looking awesome. 7 out of 10, 6.9 out of 10. Yeah, it looks really good. This is Gusher's setup. I hope I said your name right. He's 11 years old. PS4 or PS5 setup. Interesting. 11 years old. He got a setup they're saving for Christmas and birthday money. He lives in the UK. This is like the cable management behind the monitor there. Looking like the PC could use some cable management as well. Holy. His old setup was just a TV and Xbox, so he's kind of done this, and I've inspired him, so that's awesome. He's got just a regular 27-inch monitor. Very, very simple. He mainly plays Fortnite. Okay, so Fortnite, he's got a nice keyboard, mouse there, both Logitech. Got some different cool posters on the wall. Looks like they're all Star Wars related. Desk actually looks pretty cable managed and looks very clean under here. I really like this, so it's looking really awesome. He's 11 years old, which is really, really young, you know, so for to have a console setup, it honestly is really solid for what he has. There's not a whole lot he really can improve besides getting a PC or, you know, upgrading things. So Harris's setup, he is 13 years old, and he got his setup through saving for Christmas and birthday money, but also helping his parents with work. Interesting. Okay, cool. Looking really, oh, I just love the laptop stand there. He's from Lithuania. Wow, that's crazy. His inspirations are me and TechSource. That's awesome. I love that I can inspire you. I love the laptop on the edge right there, like on a stand. It's really cool. Using an HP Gaming Pavilion laptop that has Ryzen 7 and a 1660 Ti, which is really nice. His old setup was boring and had no color theme, so it had no color theme there. Looks really good. Honestly, I just love the aesthetic you've got going on for this budget setup. I mean, this is really good for a younger kid here. Mainly use it for school and gaming. Love the cable management. It's honestly pretty good. I would say maybe just a raceway would help, but other than that, everything else looks solid. Looking like he's rocking the Logitech G335s, and these are actually pretty good headset there on the budget side of things. Also love the RK61 keyboard there, and I think he's also running a Logitech G305. Nice, and I just love the aesthetic. His upgrades he wants to make is he wants to get a PC and some Nanoleafs, kind of fill in the vibe and finish it all up. Just love what he's got going on, and it shows that you don't need a fancy computer or anything crazy. You know, you could have a laptop and still rock it like this. So it looks really good, man. Good job. For now, he's really happy. That's awesome. I'm glad that some people are happy with just having, you know, a laptop setup. Looks really good, man. Good job with this. The Alex Shores and the pegboard are from IKEA, which is cool. So he's got 27-inch LG for the main monitor, and then his plants are from IKEA as well. So honestly, I think this setup is really underrated for this kind of budget setup. I mean, he's just rocking a laptop, and he really made the space look good along with the laptop, which I really like. Some people just kind of throw a laptop on a desk and call it a day, but I love that he has a stand for it. You know, he plugged it all in and got it really solid. This is Harry's setup. Now he's 12 years old. He got a setup. They're helping my parents around the house, which is cool. So he did some chores to get it. I love this setup already. He lives in Georgia. The desk could use some work, but everything else in the setup looks pretty solid so far. He mainly plays Valorant. Awesome. That I inspire him. Dude, a lot of you guys are inspired by me. That's awesome. He wants to start streaming in the future. So this is going to be a streaming and gaming setup here. He's running an RK61 as his main keyboard, and then a Glorious Model O as his main mouse. In the future, he wants a better desk and maybe, you know, some different monitors, stuff like that. It's cool. And he also wants a better PC. His main monitor is a MSI 1080p 144 hertz, actually really good monitor, and a Spectre 1080 75 hertz as a secondary. It took him about 2 years to build this setup from saving up. Yes, the desk needs some work. PCs probably need some work as well, but overall, I mean, it's really good. It's honestly really solid for his age and what he's got built so far. In my opinion, I feel like this is a really solid one. Chat, what are we thinking about this so far? I feel like this is a really good setup for what he's got and what he's got going. I think the cable management could be a little better. Honestly, not that huge of a deal. I mean, it looks pretty managed. So 7.5 out of 10, not horrible. Yeah, not horrible at all. Kingston. He's 13 years old, and he got to set up their Christmas gifts, shoveling snow, and other odd jobs. Interesting. Only 13. Looks like we're running a console setup here. He lives in Alberta, Canada. Okay, make sure with it makes sense with the shoveling snow. He got it set up by his main passion for competitive gaming and content creation. Interesting. He doesn't have a PC currently, so he's just running a PS4. He wants to become a content creator, which is cool. You know, you can always improve. He has a Razer Viper Ultimate and a keyboard and mouse that he doesn't know. Okay, so he doesn't know the keyboard and mouse or the keyboard's name, but he knows the mouse name, which is cool. Yeah, I also really like where his mic is, because I feel like the mic is in a really good position. Yeah, it looks really good. He wants a new PC and a second monitor, and he wants to mount them as well, which is that's pretty good. He needs that as well. But I really love the whole setup. Like, I think it could use some more cable management. Obviously, like what we're looking at, needs some more cable management. You know, he obviously needs to upgrade his PC and stuff stuff like that. But overall, I really do enjoy how like you kind of worked with what you had. I mean, you have the charger for your mouse here. You got, you know, your PS4 controller if you need it, but you also play on keyboard and mouse, and you have like, you know, your peripherals that you need. So you got the essentials. Rick's setup. He's 14 years old and he got his setup through working some and also birthday money. Sorry. Yeah. And also birthday money. Cool. That's awesome. So he's 14 years old. He's from Lativa. I think I said that right. He mainly plays Fortnite. I didn't even know that people from these countries know who I am. He uses it for school, gaming, and work. That's awesome. It took him about 2 years to build the entire setup. His keyboard is a Genesis Thor 300 TKL. I've never heard of that brand. And a Del Taco gaming mouse. Interesting. It does say Del Taco gaming. That's funny. He's running a Samsung G3 27-inch 144 Hertz monitor. And it looks like he wants a second monitor with a stand to have both the monitors. Me and TechSource inspire him, and the cable management looks pretty good as well. Pretty good. Yeah, 16 gigs of RAM, 3060 Ti, and Intel i5, which is pretty good. Pretty good starter build for sure. But I love the theme of this setup. You know, I really love how he's kind of just built a nice, cool looking wall behind it. The colors match. Like, he did a really good job on the color theme. The only thing that kind of bugs me about the setup is the clutter on the left side. Like, you can see all this stuff just kind of sitting on the desk. I would have liked to see it like a little bit decluttered. Looks really, really good to start. Dylan's setup. He's 16 years old and he got his setup through working at McDonald's. Pretty cool. He lives in south of England. Cool. I love the desk too. I think this desk is kind of underrated. I don't like the keyboard tray, in my opinion. I hate those things. Like the way that the setup looks and the aesthetic is actually pretty good. He mainly plays Minecraft, Fortnite, and Rocket League. Some YouTubers that he watches inspires him. He had a cheap laptop that stopped running, and so he decided to upgrade to this setup here. Looks like it's underneath a bunk bed somehow. It took him about a week to put together everything. He built the PC himself. That's awesome. Here is the specs right here, looking like an i7 2700KF, 3060 Ti, and a 32 gig of RAM set there as well. It looks like he's running a Strix motherboard as well. Looks really nice, by the way. Really good build. He wanted to upgrade the GPU and CPU as well once he gets some more money. And here's the keyboard and mouse combo. Looks like some budget setup here, budget stuff. I love this Stranger Things too. This like little, like the old, what are they called? VHS tape. Yes, VHS. Thank you. I like the VHS thing. It has like RGB on it. I think it's really cool that like this is in this setup because I've never seen anything like this. It adds to the aesthetic, which is really cool. So I think that overall this setup, I'd probably rate it like a 6 out of 10. But overall, I love what you're going. I see the vision. For it. It looks really awesome. So keep it up and good luck in the voting. This is Will's setup. He's 14 years old and his dad bought him this setup. He's from Columbus, Ohio. Most normal looking Ohio setup, chat. Here we go. He mainly plays Fortnite and Roblox, and my friends, or his friends, and some streamers inspired him to build this setup. Yeah, so his streamers inspire him. He uses setup to mainly play games, which is awesome, and he's planning to get a second monitor because switching between tabs is annoying. And then his old setup was just a MacBook, so he's got a PC now. Cable management could be better. I mean, you should try to take care of it. Cable management could be a necessity here. The PC looks pretty okay. Looks like some 4/6 of RAM. I don't know what kind of specs we got, but this is the best picture we have, so looks pretty good. Okay, so we're gonna vote. So the way we're gonna do this is you guys are gonna say, you're gonna vote your favorite setup out of these 4. Starting poll now. Everybody vote in the polls right now. Everybody vote. Which setup do you think should win? And I'm gonna show them back on the screen really quick so you guys can vote. So you guys can see each setup. Let me hide myself. Here are all the setups here. You guys can vote. Dang, Florin's winning, dude. Essentially, the person that wins this one will go on to the next round, and then we'll vote the other 5 and then put 1-on-1. And we'll do like whoever wins. Florian definitely won this one. All right, boys. Everybody vote in the poll. Which one do you want? Dang, Crixus is winning. It's between Harry and Crixus. Dang. Okay, so Crixus won. Okay. So I'm gonna go to this one. These are the 2 setups here. They're the last ones to vote on. So if you guys would like to vote, I'm gonna put up the poll right now. And the winner will get $100. So, dude, honestly, it could be any person. It could be either one. You guys think it's gonna be Florin? It's 5-6. Oh, it's 6-6. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Boys, Florin is the winner. Age is 13. Before I was just gaming on my bed with my laptop. I set up like this because I like my setup to be minimalistic and productive. I started saving money since I was 8 using birthday and Christmas money. My plan is to save enough to buy a PC. Wow. For 13, bro, the mindset diff, man, bro's actually kind of sick, man. Look at this. For 13, a laptop setup, pretty awesome. You know what I'm saying? So I also like that he put his mic arm on his bed and ran the cable down his bedpost. Like you can't even see where the cable is on that. That's actually super clean. I believe this is the underside of his desk. No cable management there. The controllers are on the left side. I'm assuming like the Xbox is in one of the drawers or something like that. This is really cool, man. I'd recommend if you have this kind of desk, like to pull the desk off the wall a little bit and put all these cables on the back of this desk, because like you've got like a little hidden piece of wood here that you can put all of your cable management behind and not even see on the floor. It's honestly pretty clean. But I also love the blue and orange theme. I'm seeing this a lot with like younger people's setups. They're really liking this orange and blue kind of theme. Yeah, so overall I would rate this a 6 out of 10 or 6.5 out of 10. You did a really good job with like the lights behind the monitors. You did a good job mounting your laptop there. You got dual monitors, you know, and it looks really good. For 13, this is awesome. All right, moving on. We're gonna go on to Emmett. Before it was just one monitor with the same PC, and I had a hand-me-down desk and a 5 Below mouse. I like it set up like this because I saw other people on YouTube have it like this, and I really liked it. I also saved up for doing extra work, being in extra movies and TV shows. Was my plan in the future to upgrade to a 144 hertz monitor instead of 60, maybe get some LEDs and a clock, etc. His age is 12, by the way. This is a 12-year-old setup, which is interesting. I mean, this is pretty good for 12 years old. I respect the Green Day. I respect it. Green Bay Packers, man. Good shit. I respect you. What's the point of the Mountain Dew bottles up here? Like, maybe it's like decoration, but what I would do if I were you, like if you wanted to make this decoration and it was like a piece you wanted to collect or something, I would fill them up with like water and put dye in them. I love the aesthetic you're going for. I've never seen an Alex drawer. If I'm being completely honest, chat, I've never seen an Alex drawer in this colorway. Has anybody seen an Alex drawer in this colorway before? I've never seen it. On top of that, I really love this floating shelf here. Overall, this setup is great for 12 years old. There's not really much I can really say. I mean, obviously maybe remounting your power strip on the back of this Alex drawer or something up there. I like that you did a raceway there by having this power strip hanging. And yeah, cable management's not awful. I like how you did these single clips for the stuff you needed. Overall, it looks really good. I think this is probably a solid 7. I love the aesthetic he's building, like this wood on white. I really love the aesthetic he's trying to. I see what he's going for. Thank you for submitting to the setup, Emmett. This is a great setup. Thank you. We're gonna go on to Kaio's setup now. Kaio's setup caught my eye. He didn't have any info. Look at this setup, man. Right off the rip, we're going hard. This is already an insane build. Holy crap, man. The aesthetic, the lighting, everything is just perfect. Like down to a T. This setup is amazing. So right dissecting this right off the rip, he's running this like neon city theme with this pink and blue vibe. And then on top of that, he's got some speakers that are beautifully placed besides a controller, which he has on a little stand. I think that also charges as well. On top of that, he's running a keyboard mouse. I think it's like the Model O and maybe an RK61 or a GK61, something like that. On top of that, this PC is beautifully built and it's a very interesting case style. I haven't really seen it anywhere, but what I would say is activate your damn Windows. You got this beautiful setup. You don't even have Windows activated, man. It's $30, okay? It's $30, man. That's all it is, okay? Just go activate your damn Windows. Overall, though, the setup is beautiful. I love the lighting, the way that you built the lighting, everything like that. All of this is beautifully placed. I also think your desk is beautiful too. Like it looks like a thicker version of an IKEA desk. I don't know how you did that, but yeah. And then on top of that, you got like a headphone hanger that's drilled into the wall, which I think is really a beautiful place as well. Nice. I don't see a single cable in sight. I mean, this is a beautiful setup. Like I just love the aesthetic and everything else. It's beautiful setup. So overall, I'd rate that 9 out of 10. Thank you so much for submitting. And also his cable management's really solid too. He's running a Sigma rack as well. I think it looks really good. Luke is up next. This setup is beautiful. Okay, it's a productivity setup, and not all my setups that I feature on the show have to be a gaming setup, but I really love this setup, and that's why I want to submit it. He had basically a bad setup before, bad desk, old TV, no laptop, etc. This is why he wanted to pick a good quality setup, considering he had a bad one before this. I also heavily invested in a college studying marketing and emphasis on accounting, and this setup gets the job done. Perfect. My plans in this setup is to future upgrade my MacBook to allow more compatibility with my iPhone and a smooth smoother workflow overall. Just looking at this is beautiful, man. I love the aesthetic, bro. Like, this is insane. I love this wood and felt a mouse pad with like the coaster as well. He wants to get a MacBook, but he's running an HP laptop instead right now, and a little bit of an Xbox for some light gaming. Overall, I love these mini LAN leaves that come off from the side of the monitor. I think it just adds this extra aesthetic that before you didn't have. And I also like the shelving too. But overall, this is really, really clean. And I think you've done an insane job. Thank you for submitting, Luke. This is a great setup, dude. Mason is up next. Let me pull up his info here in a second. I always loved having a clean setup, and I wanted to try to build one with the help of my dad. I started out with a laptop on my bed. I took some time to get myself a desk and move on. My parents helped me out for paying for the setup, and I also saved about $3K for my previous birthdays and Christmases to build a PC and an audio setup. My parents got me the rest. My plans of the future to be a successful streamer like my boy Gutsy Aiden. Well, I'm not even a successful streamer. Come on, let's be serious. Thank you for the kind words, brother. And this, by the way, is an age 15 setup. This is awesome. Off the rip, I really love the way that you built this setup. For 15, this is already great. You have a really good start. KO management is beautiful. I love how you have these raceways here. He's also running an Artisan with some grips on a G Pro, which I like. Off the rip, I love the setup. I love the aesthetic you're going for, but I think that you have a conflicting color scheme, and this is just my opinion, but you've got purple and blue in most of your setup with the PC lights and stuff, but then your setup is black and white, and then your keyboard and stuff is black and gray and black and white. If you're gonna do that, I would say just move all of these lights to black and white, and your setup would completely fit, and it would all fit smoothly. I think this is a great setup nonetheless. I mean, I love that you have the shelves and the personality. I think you've done a really good job of making everything fit and feel comfortable. On top of that, I love the hanging plants on both sides. I think you did a really good job with that. On top of that, G Fuel shelf, nice. We know you like G Fuel and being energized, and then we got, you know, some pop figures up here. I think for a 15-year-old setup, I'll give it an 8 out of 10. Thank you for submitting, and yeah, moving on. And on to the last setup for this episode. 2 years ago, I never had a laptop or PC. When I finally got myself a laptop, it was faulty, and I ended up getting the money back. So I thought I would try out a full desktop. Ever since then, I've been upgrading my setup, but I just had some other monitors, and I paid for my setup using money I had from birthday and Christmases. In the future, I hope I can get a bigger desk. As you can see, my monitors go off the side of the desk, and yeah, I hope that I get a new desk and setup soon. All right, let's take a look at this setup. Now, I do like how you made this custom sleeving for the back of your PC. I think that's dope. The only problem I don't like about that is that your PC fan airflow is going through this, you know, it's exhausting air into that. But I also like they have a keyboard cable that goes into your desk. But yeah, I love this wall behind your setup. I love the background or the wallpapers to your setup as well. I think this is a beautiful wallpaper with what you're building. There's not really much I can tell him, right? Like this setup is really nice, and I love the way that he placed his mic. I think overall, it's not awful. I would say this is probably like I want to go 6 out of 10. Everything is solid in the setup. I think you've done a really good job with the aesthetic, and yeah.
A 14-year-old student out of Ireland. His main game is Rainbow Six Siege and COD Modern Warfare 2. Previous setup was just a PS4 and a TV. What inspired him to build his current setup is Vermax, me, and TechSource. So thank you for that. He built a setup for gaming, watching videos, and he built the setup in Christmas 2022. It took him around a year and a half to build it all. He afforded his setup by birthdays, Christmases, and working around the house. So looking at it, I mean, the pictures aren't the best, so I'm gonna go with my gut here and kind of just go with what I have. It's honestly not bad. I think the biggest thing, it's very chill, run-of-the-mill setup, and I do like that you've got like the figurines and you're starting to build a personality. Like I can tell, like you like Marvel and Spider-Man, then you like, you know, Star Wars and stuff like that. I think the little Lego guy is kind of cute. But yeah, I think overall it's super clean. KO management is not bad. Could be a little better, but you know what, you did what you could. PC, that graphics card's gotta go. I don't know how that thing's alive, and how you're running 3 monitors off that GPU. I don't know how you're doing it. I just don't. So yeah, the main thing I would invest in is a new GPU, 100%. Overall, the setup's not bad. The personality's decent. KO management's decent as well. And I'd probably rate this a solid 7 out of 10. This is Eric, an 18-year-old out of Kansas. His main game is Apex Legends, and his previous setup was just a corner desk with 1 monitor and a PS4. What inspired him to build his current setup now is watching esports players play in their setups and the simplicity of Optimum Tech setup. He built this setup for schoolwork, streaming, and GTA with friends. He started building this setup in 2021, did most of it in 2022, and then did the final upgrades in 2023. It took him around 3 years total to build this entire setup. He afforded this setup through earning money by working on his grandmother's farm, working at a dog boarding ranch, and his graduation money. He got the PC with his college account, his grandmother's setup.
సర్ఫ్ ఎక్సెల్ మ్యాటిక్ ఇప్పుడు కొత్త ప్యాక్ లో ఈ రోజు బాగా ఆడుకున్నావా చాంప్?
ఎనీ డౌట్ ఎలా ఆడాలో నేను చూడు ఎన్ని పోయి
డౌట్. ఈ ఎండిపోయిన మరకల కోసం ఉంది కొత్త సర్ఫ్ ఎక్సెల్ మ్యాటిక్ ఎస్పీపీ టెక్నాలజీతో. ఈ మొండి ఎండిన మరకలు మెషిన్ లోనే తొలగిపోతాయి.
శుభ్రమైందా?
ఎనీ డౌట్ కొత్త సర్ఫ్ ఎక్సెల్ మ్యాటిక్.
Set up. Do people actually play like this? There's no shot, right? I mean, the cable management's great. The foundation isn't bad. Starford's PC. So, oh, this is the first time I've seen one. Okay, this is definitely a typical Asmongold viewer. Look at bro's keyboard layout. Yeah, bro, that's crazy. You definitely should buy a rug. I mean, it's not a bad setup. I think you do need to add more personality. I would honestly take down these foams. They ain't doing. So yeah, I would take them down. I'd put something better on the walls, maybe some more, some more posters, stuff like that. But the monitor is crazy. I mean, me personally, I would never play this way. I think the mic would have been better, maybe above the monitor, like right here, like somewhere right here. Put this further back and then put it over the top of the monitor. Overall, I'd probably rate this a solid 5 out of 10. Next up is Gabe, a 15-year-old student out of Washington. His main games are Fortnite and Rocket League, and his previous setup was just an Xbox, and so he's kind of upgraded a lot since then. What inspired him to build his current setup is to play with his brother, and he built the setup for his PC. He built the setup in 2023, and it took him around 2 months to build everything here. He also afforded this setup by working hard. Looking at this setup, I mean, it's pretty clean. I actually like the 18x16 Miami swirl. I think it fits so well in this setup. A really nice monitor. Also, I think it's like more of like an esports ready type of setup, Honestly, I really like it. I think the only thing, so one thing's holding the setup back, I think, is personality. I mean, if you look at the whole setup, I feel like there's not a whole lot going on. I think it's just like very run of the mill, but it's also very clean too. So it's not like he did a bad job. It's more like he just needs to add to it, and that'll come with time. But overall, I think the aesthetic, like the color aesthetic you're going for, good. I would keep on this path you're on. Overall, I really like it. The thing, you could mount this power strip. I don't know how big that is, so I don't know if that's even mountable, but I would try to at least clean up the cables a little bit, maybe go down the leg or something like that and over. But overall, it's not bad. Yeah, he definitely should have invested most of the money into the setup stuff, like like in the PC, the monitor, the peripherals, like get that exactly where you want, and then improve the aesthetics to it as well. Maybe a second monitor could help, a monitor mount to the desk. That's one thick ass power brick. That's what I'm saying. That thing's probably gonna power him on for a week and a half if it goes offline. But I give this probably a solid 6.5. I think it's not like crazy, but it's also really nice. Some mouse pads in the setups in this video are my own company, gutsy18.com. So if you like what you see, check out the description down below, and let's get back to the video. Next up is Ralph, a 12-year-old from Virginia. His main game is Fortnite. His previous setup was an old brown desk, a Nintendo Switch, and a small TV, so he's upgraded a lot since then. What inspired him to build his current setup is TechSource, me, and Low. He built the setup for gaming and maybe content creation in the future. He built the setup for gaming and maybe content creation in the future. He started building the setup in May, and it's taken him around 3 or 4 months now to build this setup. He afforded this setup by doing chores around the house and helping his family. And his dad also helped him build the setup so that he wouldn't break anything in the process. So looking at the whole setup, I mean, the wires gotta get some help for sure. It's an Xbox setup, so I didn't really expect much. I was kind of looking for the PC, if I'm honest. It's not bad for a console setup. I think the desk fits this console setup very well. But if you were to upgrade to a PC, it's probably not gonna be, you might need a bigger desk if you want to upgrade to your PC, because like you might be able to fit one here, but it might be like kind of tough. Keyboard and mouse is nice budget one. The speakers are kind of cool looking. Instead of putting the power strip here, I would have ran one cable up and then mounted it on the bottom of the desk instead of here. And yeah, overall it's not bad. I just think it needs a little bit more organization of cables. So looking at this though, I mean, the personality is there, like a lot of figurines across the whole desk and setup, plants there, a lot of aesthetic there, the clock on the wall with the little Spider-Man guy. Yeah, I'd rate it probably a solid, I'm gonna go solid 6 actually. I'm gonna go solid 6 out of 10. This is Raphael, a 13-year-old out of Montreal, Canada, and his main games are CSGO and Forza Horizon 5. His previous setup was just a PS4, so it looks like he's upgraded a lot since then already. What inspired him to build his current setup is me and TechSource. He built the setup for gaming and to live his passions. He started building this setup at the very beginning of coronavirus. Damn, long time ago. This setup took him around 2 years to finalize his dream setup. He afforded this gaming setup with his party money and the money he makes by cutting grass. And who helped him build this setup is his dad. Ooh. Ooh, coming off of a like a low-key setup to a banger. Look at that. Okay, I do actually like the aesthetic of having like things that you do on the walls. I've seen a lot of people who like, you know, like this is really chill to me. I think this is cool. In my opinion, I really like the aesthetic he's going for, like kind of encapsulating the monitors with the skateboards, and then, you know, the bonsai tree over here. I think that's cool with the light, and the mic placement's good personality. Yeah, you got a little race sim below when he wants to use it. That's pretty cool too. PC looks clean. I think that's really dope, and the whole room looks like a vibe. It looks like a vibe, dude. The little bing bag in the corner. I think it's actually not bad. And then also I like how you kind of scattered the personality throughout. I think you did a great job with your aesthetic and what you're going for. KO managed it. Okay. 15 years old from Texas. Already an amazing setup for 15. He streams on YouTube and he's a high school student. That's great as well. Love the peripherals here. His main game is Fortnite. That's awesome. I love everything in the setup so far. His old setup was just a Chromebook. That's kind of a come up though. I can't even lie. That's a come up. Inspiration for his setup is to never stop or settle. That's cool. I love this room, dude. Just the room in general. The lights coming down the wall. The Govee lights up here. The aesthetic. The panels. The lighting in between. All of that's amazing. He gets his earnings from YouTube and creator code revenue. Dang, okay. He bought a setup from creator code revenue on Fortnite. He started building my setup in June 2020. Okay, so he's went from 2020 to now. So he started building this when he was 13. So basically content and live streaming is what he uses it for. But looking at the setup, I love everything. I mean, from the cable management to the usefulness of every single part of the desk he's used on. Everything has its place. It's beautiful looking, like just like the cable management as well is managed very well. I just love like the whole aesthetic. I think personally this is like a 9 or a 9.5 out of 10. I really enjoy the aesthetic of this. I think the aesthetic is what sets it up for me, and then not to mention all how clean his cable management is. It's great. This is Archie's setup. I love this already. He's 15 years old from England. Man, a lot of 15-year-olds in the setup video. Holy. He makes tech talk content. Okay. His main game is Call of Duty, and this PC looks insane. Also love the keyboard, love the accents as well. Various setups on TikTok inspired him to build his. He's a setup for gaming, editing, and graphic design. Really talented kid. He got his first setup in 2017 and he's been upgrading it since. He built a setup using birthday money and work. He built a setup with some help from his dad. Okay, understandable, you're 15. I love this aesthetic. Looking at it like this, I love the double stack here. I think you did a great job with this kind of vibe here. I also love the Govee glide and the nanoliths up the side. I think it adds a really nice aesthetic. Also like you got, you know, dual chargers for both mice. I think that's kind of elite. And then I also love your PC aesthetic. The keyboard mouse combo. I love how it's like, I think this is maybe a 75, kind of similar to mine. Got the F-row, love the accents, love the mouse too. If I were looking at it just by itself, I would probably rate this like an 8, but knowing that he has cable management and everything as well, like cable management is kind of bad in the setup, I'd probably go like a 7.5, but yeah. Oh yeah, but I love the setup. I love the aesthetics. I think the only thing that needs to be better is his cable management. The next setup is by Ryan. Okay. He's 17-year-old from Texas. Okay. He's a CFA manager. I don't even know what that means. His previous setup was just an Xbox and a single monitor, so he's kind of on the come up. He's got a PC now. He built a setup from editing pictures plus videos for school and gaming. Cool. That's cool. Cool job. Photography work and video work is awesome. I built his first PC in June 2022. Okay, so he's kind of been upgrading since 2022. That's awesome. So I love the personality in the room as well. He's inspired by seeing amazing setups online and wanted to replicate it. Awesome. He built this setup using the money working as a CFA. I've been slowly building this setup since I built my PC. So he probably built his PC in June and then he's been upgrading over time. So looking at the setup as a whole, I think he did a great job with the aesthetic. The only thing I would say is maybe move this PC a little further back. If you need longer cables, then, you know, extend those cables. But yeah, I also love the pegboard on the left side. I didn't talk much about this, but I like how you stored everything here. I like how you did like everything in the different jars and how you started hanging up stuff. I think that's really cool. Also, you know, since he's a subscriber on YouTube, he's definitely a winner. You can see first place right there. So if you subscribe on YouTube, you're a winner. But yeah, also the cable management looks pretty good for what you got. Also love the backgrounds too. I think you did a great job with that as well. I would probably rate this like an 8, honestly. It's actually really well put together. So the next setup is by Braden. He's from Vermont. Sheesh. He currently mows lawns. Okay. His main games are 5M and Rust. His old setup was just an Xbox and a monitor, so he's on the come up here. I built a setup around a year ago. I would say the legroom is not enough, in my opinion. His mom and his dad helped me build this setup. Okay, cool. Took about 3 hours to build it all in total. He plans on upgrading the PC specs in the future. Okay, yeah, definitely needed. The one thing I'd really say about this setup is you don't really have much legroom, but I honestly would have went legs instead of Elixir here just because you don't have a lot of room. I would just say also go for a 60% to kind of save some more room, but I definitely think taking the Elixir out, putting 2 more legs and everything would be the goal here, just because again, like your PC overall, not a bad setup. I'd probably rate it a 6 out of 10. All right, moving on to the next one. Sicilian. I hope I said your name right. The Sicilian setup. They're 13 years old from Dublin, Ireland. Really clean. All right, let's take a look. The main game is Warzone 2. Okay. He built the setup a year and a half ago during COVID. Okay. W. The room looks insanely nice. Setup took about 6 months to build. Okay. W. His old setup was a PS4 and an old monitor, so he's kind of upgraded a lot from there. He built the setup using his birthday and Christmas money, which is cool. So he's kind of upgraded during birthdays, Christmases, and stuff. That's awesome. And then his dad helped him build the entire setup, which I really like this space bar, by the way. That's really cool on this keyboard. I mainly use my setup for school and gaming. So, yeah, the one thing I noticed right off of the rip was there was no mouse pad, right? Just because I run a mouse pad business, you know, like that's the first thing I noticed. I don't know if this applies to everybody, but for some reason, that's like the first thing I noticed when I walk into a setup. I think mouse pad number 1, you got to get a mouse pad. 2, I would say to mount this monitor on the wall, since the stand has a really round, like it's really round. And it kind of like blocks off your keyboard more. I'd say if you can mount this to the wall, I would mount it to the wall. PC and the Lee Mini, love it. Love this AIO, the way you built it in here, the black and white aesthetic, very, very clean. You did a great job building your PC. On top of that, I love the room and the shelves and everything and the aesthetic you got going on. Look really good. For 13, this is an insane setup. Love the painted wall behind the monitor. I think it adds so much more than you think. Cable management is great as well. I also love how you did headphone hangers here on the right for both your headphones. Really clean. Keyboard and mouse combo, really solid as well. I love this setup. I think it's really, really clean. Like just the room, the aesthetic, everything. So I would probably rate it an 8 out of 10. All right, the next setup is by Scoop. He's 25 years old from England. Okay. He's an active duty Air Force. Oh, that's cool. He mainly uses a setup for streaming and editing. So thank you for your service as well. That's awesome that he streams and everything. That's pretty cool. He has a dual PC setup for streaming. Okay, all right, love to see it. I started building my setup September 2020. Dude, I love how you have the dual mouse pad. This is cool, bro. It took about 2.5 years to build it all. That's really cool. I was inspired by Gutsy, Matty K, and TechSource. Awesome. He'd like to get a 4th monitor and upgrade his lighting a little bit more. Such an insane setup. So much personality. The double mouse pad with the keyboard tray that matches the desk is wild. That's such a unique thing I've never seen anybody do. A mini version of my mouse pad of the same one and bought the same. That's so sick. In my opinion, the only thing I would say for this is the cable management for sure. You know, it could be a little better. I also love all the personality in the background, the Lego Thor, the Lego Hogwarts, the fridge, all the paintings on the wall, everything. Like, this is just a really nice, like, aesthetically pleasing setup for sure. So I'd probably rate it at 9.5 out of 10. I really love the aesthetic, and you get another point for me using both mouse pads. I think that's so sick. The next one is by Scott. Scott is a 9-year-old out of Scotland. Okay. Uses a setup for watching YouTube and Discord. We're getting a lot of 9-year-old setups now. His old setup was a laptop and was super ugly. Okay, so he's kind of like upgraded since then. He started building a setup in December 2022. He built the setup using his birthday money. That's a W. His parents helped me build most of it. That's cool. I love the aesthetic, man. So there's not a whole lot to the setup. Honestly, it looks really solid for what you have. It looks like you got a pre-built there. For a 9-year-old setup, pretty freaking clean. I'd say I'd probably say a 7. Yeah, it's probably good. But yeah, I love this setup. I think it looks really clean and the aesthetic's really nice for, you know, 9 years old. This is Michael's setup. I think this is the last setup of the day. I'm 15 years old from Tarnow, Poland. Okay, he's in middle school and he plays COD and Valorant as his main game. His old setup was an Xbox One S and a TV. Okay, that's kind of a huge update though. He started building his setup in the 2020 during COVID. Okay, that's kind of a W. He's inspired by Gutsy and TechSource. I used my setup mainly for school and gaming. Okay. He built the setup by doing chores and birthday money. Okay. But yeah, it looks pretty clean. I love the shelves, all the boxes you're using, the Lego Baby Yoda, all the personality there as well. Cable management, honestly, pretty solid. Gaming PC could use some work. Intel stock fan could use some work for sure. Also love the wallpapers and all the foam you put around it. I think it adds such a nice like aesthetic as well. I think personally, I'd probably rate it. I'm gonna go an 8. No, I'm gonna go a 7 out of 10. So this is Jesper's setup. We've seen Jesper before, but he's made some additions that he's wanted to show us. So he's 15 years old and he's from Norway. He bought his setup using his birthday money, which is dope, and from selling crabs. Interesting. It's taken him 3 years to get to the setup where he wants it now, and he plays on a PS4 and a couch is what he used to play on, and it looks like he's upgraded a lot. He started building his setup in December 2019 and decided to redo the whole setup in June 2021, and I think he's redone it again since then. He's inspired by me and TechSource, which is awesome, and Fallen Foe's old white setup, which is dope as well. He has a Logitech G Pro Superlight and then a GK61XS, which I think a new keycap set is needed. He mainly built the setup by himself. He had some help assembling the desk, which is kind of needed for any setup, to be honest. I built the setup for content, entertainment, and gaming. I know Jesper does do content. Looking at the setup though, Jesper, like just like the whole room, the vibe, everything, like it just looks really insane. I love the blue and white vibe that you've got going on here. And you've been building this so much better every time I see it. You know, you've done a really good job with the personality. So chat, what do we rate this out of 10? What are we thinking out of 10 here? 11 out of 10, 9 out of 10, decent 9. Like I said, this setup, not just like the setup itself, but the whole room is nice. Like I love like this like fake window. I think that's so cool. I'd rate this 9 out of 10. It's like perfect though. Like I'd even rate it probably 9.9. Like the only reason I wouldn't give it a 10 out of 10 is because I want you to submit more because I want to see you keep inventing. So let's move on to the next setup here. This is Ben. Okay. Sheesh. He's 12 years old and he's from Wales. He mainly makes videos and plays Valorant. Okay, cool. That's a W. Lo and Gutsy Aiden inspired my setup. Hey, thank you, brother. Much love. He has a Logitech Superlight, and then he also has a 70% keyboard here. His old setup was an Xbox and a terrible desk with a TV. He built the setup using his pocket money. Shit. Okay. Bro's been saving up. He built the setup to have the space that brings him joy. Lit. That's awesome, man. I feel like that's like the best part about building a setup. Okay, so looking at the setup, I mean, it's honestly pretty clean. I'd say I wish I would have seen more pictures of the room. On top of that, you know, your PC is really fine. I think it's really well spec'd, so that's always good. I would have liked to see more of the room here just to see more of it, but I really do love the purple and white aesthetic you've got going on. I think it really adds like a really nice vibe to the setup. Overall, I'd probably rate this a 8 out of 10. I really love just like the aesthetic, you know, everything you got going on. I really like it. This is Gage. Okay, so Gage's setup's looking awesome off the rip. He's 13 years old and he's from Texas. He does e-commerce, baking, and making content. My main games are Fortnite and Overwatch. Okay. His old setup had a single monitor and an Xbox, so he's kind of upgraded a lot since then. He started building a setup in 2020 after watching the video. Thank you, brother. He has a Ducky 1.2 Mini and an Jazz mouse. I hope I said that right. He has a Fifine K688 mic and a Rode boom arm, it looks like. No. Oh, it's a Fifine boom arm. Damn, it looks like the Rode PSA 1, like the Rode boom arm. He uses it for making content. Cool. His setups took about 3 years to build, so he was 10 when he started building it. Interesting. And it was inspired by me and TechSource, which is awesome. I'm glad to see that. He built most of his setup by himself. Love to see the innovation there. And then his dad helped him build the desk, which is cool. He plans on upgrading his PC case and mouse. Okay. And then, yeah, I mean, I love this setup. I think for 13 years old, this is a beautiful setup. I love how you did the panels behind here. I love the PC case, the monitor, all of that. I think you did a great job. I love also that you didn't put the tabletop all the way over to put your PC on there. I think it was very smart that you spaced it to where your PC would fit on the Alex drawer, but then also your desk would fit on there. I think that's very, very good. And then, yeah, I really like how you put the plants on both sides, speakers up there. Like, I've never seen anybody do the speakers like that, which is good because it's kind of like off your setup, you know? So his goals are, I like how it's like a whiteboard with his goals on it. 10K on YouTube. Nice. I'd probably rate this like an 8 out of 10 in my opinion. So this is Ethan's setup. Okay. We're getting somewhere here. He is 16 years old out of California. Awesome. He details exotic cars and resells shoes. Is that what he said? Yeah. Okay. I use my setup for school, photography, and gaming. Awesome. My old setup has 2 monitors and a TV. Okay. So now he's kind of like went to 3 monitors and stuff like that. He's inspired by Gutsy and wanted to change my room. Hey, I appreciate that, brother. He built a setup in September 2022 and he's been upgrading since, it looks like. He has a Razer keyboard and a Viper wireless mouse. He wants to get a smaller keyboard so it isn't as cluttered. I agree. You should. And he built and paid for the setup himself. This one's awesome. Yo. He's been working at a detail shop and that's kind of how he afforded his setup. And it's taken him about 3 years to get the perfect layout of everything he wants. Okay, let's take a look at this. Wow, dude. Just like, I love this setup. Like from the everything on here, like the way that the monitors are lined up and everything. You should fix this panel. I also like how he built like a sneaker rack behind his setup. I think this wall just adds like such a unique vibe to the setup. And I just love that he added like, you know, all these shoes that he liked because he likes sneakers and stuff like that. It's part of his like vibe to his setup. So I really do love that. I love the mirror too. I think the mirror adds a lot more depth to the setup, you know? I'd rate this an 8 out of 10, 8.5 or 9 out of 10. I really love the cable management. The cable management is what really gets me. You took the time to do your cables. You took the time to cable manage. You took the time to make the setup look actually nice. Everything else is really solid. But yeah, like I said, very great. I think you did a great job. Thank you for submitting. All right, this is Ilias. Ooh, okay. He's 15 years old out of Germany. Okay. I use this setup for school and Valorant, Fortnite as well. He bought his setup using birthday money and reselling. I'm assuming reselling shoes or something. His first setup was a PS4 and a small TV. So he's kind of upgraded a lot here. He built the setup primarily for gaming. Awesome. And then he built the entire setup by himself. He was inspired by Gutsy, TechSource, and Lima. I never heard of that person, but thank you. He plans to upgrade his graphics card. Okay, so he's a 13-year-old out of Germany. Okay, or 15-year-old, sorry. I really do like the vibe of the setup. The only thing I don't like is the monitor layout, but I guess monitor layouts are more personable. I think he did a great job with the lighting behind the pegboards. I think the pegboards could have been scooted a little bit closer, but yeah, I like how simple it is. Overall, like the whole room itself is really clean. I would say this is probably a solid 7. It's really good around the basics, but I feel like there's a lot of things that are missing. So yeah. All right, this is Talon. Talon's setup is next. Oh my gosh, this looks amazing. They are 9 years old out of Texas. Okay, there's no way. There's absolutely zero way that this is a 9-year-old. There's no way this is a 9-year-old. No shot. I use my setup for content creation and gaming. Bro, there's no way this is a 9-year-old, bro. There's no way this is a 9-year-old. My main games are Fortnite and Valorant. Okay. I bought my setup using my Xmas money and yard work. Bro's parents own everything, bro. That's crazy. The mousepad's dope. My old setup was a Nintendo Switch and an iPad. Okay, so he was an iPad kid. He started building a setup in August 2022, so last year. So he was 8 when he started building this? Holy shit, bro. I had the idea for 2 years and it took a month to build. Damn. 9 years old, bro. There's gotta be cap going on, right? There's gotta be cap going on. But if this kid is actually 9 years old, that is insane. That there's got to be cap going on. He's got to be like 10 or like 11, but still, like, or this is like his dad's setup or something, right? Like maybe this is his dad's setup and he submitted it as his, like, but we'll have to do it as the submission is, right? For a 9-year-old setup, I mean, this is pretty freaking insane. Like, you don't need anything else in your setup literally at all. This is awesome, man. Thank you so much for submitting. This is a crazy setup for 9 years old. Wow. All right, the next setup is Logan. He's 13 years old from Kent, Washington. He mainly plays Valorant. Okay, I see you. Love the keycaps. He recently got a new mouse pad. We got one, boys. We got somebody that got a mouse pad. W. He plans on fixing his cable management. Okay, but I really do love the wallpapers, the vibe you've got going on. Keyboard and mouse combo is great as well. I'm not sure what keyboard this is, but it's really clean. Love the coiled cable as well. Also love, like, just love the shelf, the lighting, like the everything. It's just really good. I would probably say like an 8.5. So thank you so much for submitting. I really do appreciate it, Logan. Let's get on to the next setup here. The next one is Craig. Okay, we're getting somewhere a little bit. Okay, a 17-year-old student from Scotland. Okay, I mainly plays Rocket League, which is his main game, and he's been building the setup for over 6 years. Okay, cool. Love the PC. He's inspired by TechSource's setup wars. Okay, W. I can see it. The TechSource mousepad as well. My first setup was just in a TV and an Xbox. That's crazy. That's kind of what mine was too. He recently finished his new setup February 2023, and then I love how he did this left side too. He uses setup for gaming content and streaming. Love the Astro stand there. He's able to build it with money from birthdays, Xmas's, and his job. He built the entire setup with the help of his dad, which is cool. I love the cable management. Yeah, like, I love this room. This is beautiful. Not a cable in sight. I love how, you know, you've got the plants, the controllers on the side in a nice place. You got the symmetry with the plants on both sides. He plans on mounting the PC and getting a third monitor. Okay, cool. Yeah, I would say it's probably a 9. The only reason I wouldn't give it a 10 out of 10 is there's just not enough personality for me, but everything else is great. Jumar, he is 32. His occupation is a private driver. He is located in Abu Dhabi, and his main game is Valorant. His previous setup was just a normal laptop setup, and what inspired him to build his current setup is he's seen a lot of setup videos on YouTube. He built a setup for just gaming and watching YouTube. Plain and simple as that. He built a setup in June of 2022. It took him about 2 months or so to build his setup. He afforded it by his salary, making, you know, being a private driver. And on top of that, he just built his setup himself, and he doesn't have any future plans to upgrade it. He just loves his setup the way it is. Let's go ahead and check it out. Right off the rip, we have this really cool pink and blue and white aesthetic that we've got going on with some, you know, the black accents, stuff like that. Chair looks massive. I think it's just because of the picture, but overall, we just already off the bat, this cable management is on a whole nother level. I mean, look at this. He's got the USB hub here. He's got 2 pencil drawers, got the raceways, beautiful cable management. The way that he built this out is awesome. He also plugged in the subwoofer at the bottom, behind the leg and down, which is so sick. And then here's the top side of the desk. He's got this mount here for his monitors, got that mic on the right side, and also it looks like he has a mixer or something like that on the desk. And then I also love the symmetry of this. The PC looks beautiful, the symmetry looks beautiful, like everything is on point. This is beautiful. Thank you so much for submitting. Such an insane setup, man. You guys can submit, and then you guys will probably be on the episode. Just make sure you follow the directions to a T. So he is 14 years old. He's a student. He's located in Hong Kong. His main game is mainly Hitman 2 or Euro Truck Simulator, which is interesting. His previous setup was just a laptop, and it did its job. He needs to get another monitor sooner or later, and he wants to slowly upgrade the laptop only setup since he pulled the trigger on a monitor and desktop during the summer of 2022. What inspired him to build his current setup is mostly TechSource setup wars and his Discord server, as well as your own React to setups, which was mine. Thank you. I got many helpful tips there and a lot of inspiration, which helped me ship my setup. It took him about a year or so, but it was definitely worth it for him, and he afforded it by working jobs with his parents and slowly saving up allowance. So we're rocking a one monitor ultra wide setup. I love this view already though. Wow, what a view. That's nice looking. And this is the laptop setup he was saying that he wanted to upgrade. Okay, this line on the wall, I don't know how you did this, but it looks so nice. Also his cable management's great. Underneath, we got the cable ties underneath mounted to the bottom of the desk, and all the cables are mounted there, as well as a little hub here for his mouse plugins and, you know, SD cards and whatever. Looks amazing. Everything fits well, and just the aesthetic of this wall with the paintings and stuff like that. Incredible job. For a 14-year-old setup, this is really clean. So I would definitely say that this is a solid 7. I would give this. Beautiful setup. I love the view. I love the ultra wide. I love the wall and the way you did this. aesthetically pleasing. It's great. And thank you for submitting, man. The next person up is Daniel. He is 14. Right off the rip, amazing color scheme, pops like crazy. He is a student out of England. His main game is Valorant, and his old setup was previously just his mom's old Mac. And what inspired him to build his current setup is he started watching a lot of YouTube videos about gaming PCs and stuff like that, including my amazing content, which that is what he actually said. Thank you. He built his setup back in August of 2022, which was only like a month ago. He got all his money from doing jobs and reselling stuff on eBay and some birthday money. I would love to look into your setup, man. I love this aesthetic already, so let's go take a look. So I love this wall, even though like it seems kind of like old art. Like this, it just great for a budget setup. Like you called it in the notes. This is beautiful. I love the way that the lights are diffused on the desk. I like the monitor, the aesthetic from the pink and blues. They really pop. On top of that, your cable management is just like really great. I also love the way that you built this desk and the space you used it in. I don't really have much to say about it. I love the aesthetic. I love the way it looks. And yeah, there's not really much advice I would give. Looks awesome. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next setup. We're gonna go on to Elias. Elias is a 14-year-old out of Norway. He's in school, so he doesn't have an occupation. His main game is Valorant, and his previous setup was a stacked vertical setup, which I've never seen. What inspired to build your current setup? I wanted a clean setup where I can get some natural light. And what did you build your setup for? My gaming, for game with my friends, and have a little place where I could escape everything. He started building a setup back in 2018, and now it took about 4 years to get to where he's at now. How did you afford your setup? Helping at a home at my grand family. His future plans for the setup is he wants to get a third monitor again, but I'm holding myself to this layout, and I'm probably getting some more plans for the setup. Off the rip, we've got this beautiful blue on white colorway for the entire setup. The way that he set up his monitors, the lighting, the shelving, all of this is great so far. Keyboard, mouse combo, G Pro Superlight, and regular keyboard. But this PC looks good too. Overall, this aesthetic and the way that he built this for 14 years old, this is beautiful. The aesthetic is great. I love how the plant comes down with the monitor. I love the shelf, the way you showed some of your personality up there. Man, it's beautiful. From what I see right here, I would say it's probably a solid 7.5. Yeah, looks great. Thank you so much for submitting. Let's go on to the next setup. Okay, this is Juan. He is 13 years old and he goes to school, obviously. His main game is Apex Legends and he's from the United States. His previous setup was a Nintendo Switch and just a monitor. What inspired him to build his current setup is Setup Wars. 6 months ago, he started building the setup, and it honestly took him about 20 days to keep upgrading. He afforded his setup by saving up and doing some side hustles, and his uncle helped build his setup with him, and his future plans for his setup is to upgrade it to where he has more upgrades for the physical parts of his setup, like monitors, PC. I love the aesthetic we're going for. This pink and blue, I'm seeing this a lot between people's setups recently. I like the pink and blue, and I love this lighting in this setup. I think it like lights up pretty nice, but the desk orientation is interesting. Like you've got your PC to the left, right? And you have your monitor on this right side. This lighting behind the shelf looks great somehow. I don't know how you did this, but that looks great. Also like that the top of the setup is pink, and I like the bottom setup blue. I think it gives this really interesting aspect to the depth of the setup, and that's cool. And then his cable management is decent for the most part. It's like he made an attempt. He's 13. This is a beautiful setup for 13. For 13 years old, I would probably say this is a 7.5 out of 10. I really like this setup. I think for 13 years old, I love the aesthetic you've got going with it. So moving on to the next setup, this is Leo. He's got a nature theme setup, which chat, I think you guys will like this one. This one is Leo's setup. He is 15 years old and he's a student in Italy. His main game is Rocket League, and his previous setup was very, very minimal with a taxi theme setup. So it was like yellow and stuff like that. Before upgrading this, the setup in the summer, he had a yellow theme setup, and he didn't have a TV, but he stacked a monitor layout, and he recently upgraded to the LG C2, which he loves it. What inspired him to build his current setup is he built a setup with his friends and schoolwork. He found out about setup related videos on YouTube, and ever since he's been binging them and wanting to upgrade his own setup. He used the setup for photo editing and video editing as well, and some schoolwork and some light gaming as well. He built the setup over the summer, and it took about 3 to 4 months to get his setup exactly how he wanted it. In total though, it took him about 3 years to just get everything that he has in his setup. He afforded his setup by saving up, and as well, he's planning to get a better audio setup as well. All right. Cable management looking awesome. Looking beautiful. Already, this is looking sick. Man, these pictures, dude. These are beautiful pictures. So off the rip, I just love this setup. The From the lighting to the plants to the way that he set this up, the aesthetic, absolutely stunning. I love the wall grain, like the way that this looks on the wall. The shelves match the desk exactly. It showcases his talent in video editing and photography. He's got some of his lenses, stuff like that. This is amazing. It just gives this shock value. I would rate this probably a 9.5 out of 10. Thank you so much for submitting this, Leo. Oh, this is Landon's setup. So this is Landon. He lives in New York. Okay, let's see. His main games are Fortnite and previous setup wars was clean. So the whole goal of this chat is to guess who, like, what age he is. This is a very clean. It's a very clean setup though. The age is gonna be hard to guess. 2 days to build this entire setup. That's it? Dang. Summer jobs. Okay, so he said summer jobs here. Summer jobs and flipping old setups and cars. So he can drive. He works summer jobs. So this means he's like a teen still. Let's see. Wait, final guess. I'm locking in 16. I'm locking in 16. That's it. Dang, bro. I was wrong, bro. Oh my god. I love this setup, by the way. Not just guessing the age, man. I love the attention to detail on top of like your personality, from anime to Baby Yoda to just like the attention to detail on everything. Also love the keyboard and mouse combo, bro. Love it. Love to see it. Only advice I'd say is the RGB is a little close to the wall, and I understand you were trying to hide some of the cables, but yeah, that's just my opinion. From the white HyperX mic to all of this peripherals and supporting the mouse pads, thank you. Like, man, this is a crazy setup, dude. Props to you, bro. Props to you for real. Jesus, dude, this is a really nice setup, dude. Holy, I love it. All right, the next one is Jamie's setup. Now, Jamie, I think, is out of England. Okay, cool. COD and FIFA are the main games. W. Previous setup was awful. Pretty much everybody else's. Love the personality already. Oh, man. Okay, till 2022. 6 to 12 months to build. Okay. Long time. I'm thinking younger. Saving up my money, buying parts every week or month. Okay. I don't know, chat. What are we thinking? Hey, wait, he subscribed. Make this number go up, bro. He's probably like 15 or 16. At most 16. I'm going to say 15. Okay, dude. Okay, brother. To be fair, it is very clean. Like from the figures and the amount of spacing and like everything else, matching the pictures with the figures is kind of cool. I think that's one of the coolest things though. All right, Sanson. He lives in Canada. Okay. MacBook Air setup, little productivity setup, John. His friends inspired him to build the setup. Okay. Interesting. Gaming in school. Interesting. Gaming on a Mac. Interesting. Gaming on a Mac is really interesting. Saving up birthday money giveaway. If they say birthday money, they are like at least 14. Parents helped me build a setup because they funded money for it. Yeah, planning getting a PC in the future. I'm guessing 13, 14. My guess is 13, 14. I'm guessing no. Final lock-in guess 13. Let's go, bro. Let's go. I just know as soon as you say birthday money, it's over. You're under 15. His desk isn't awful. Really good slate to work on. I love how minimal. So let's look a little bit deeper into his setup. I mean, like the walls are, because behind this, I think people aren't realizing that this isn't a wall. This is a window, so he can't mount things, right? You could do a desk mount, which could make it a little bit more clean. But I'd love to see a picture of the window open. Yeah, overall, it's a pretty nice setup for a 13-year-old. Okay, this is Jay's setup. Okay, let's take a look at Jay's setup. So he works at a golf course in Kentucky. Okay, cool. Oh, dude, I already love this setup a lot. This reminds me of Lowe's old setup a lot. Cool. Let's take a look though. I mean, KO management solid. Man, KO management solid. Built a setup in 2020 and wanted to keep building it. Okay, cool. Still working on it. Cool. What are we thinking? He built nearly all of it. Okay. Planning on changing. Oh, wait, there's a build. Wait, we have a picture of him. We can kind of tell off of this. I think he's 17 for sure. Okay, dude. This is what I'm saying, dude. There's something in the water, bro. There's something in the water. There's something in the water or the milk or the food you guys are eating that is making y'all look buff as hell. But overall, the setup is really nice. And, you know, thank you for supporting me and Logan at the time. Looks really great, though. Love the setup. Love the aesthetic you're going for. You did a great job with everything. Cable management is pretty decent, too. Only one cable coming down. All right, moving on to the next setup here. This is Chris's setup. I mean, honestly, this is going to be really hard to guess. He plays Fortnite and Roblox. Oh, no. Damn, that's a... Oh, my God. What is going on here? 2 years to build this. Okay. Saving up for Christmas, birthdays, and working. Oh, man. This is a tough one. This is a really tough one. He plays Roblox and Fortnite, though. My guess is 15. Like, my guess is actually like 14, 15. That's my guess. I'm locking it in. Dude, I'm so good at this. I'm so good. I'm telling you, I'm so good at this. I love what you did with the light, though, in this right side of having the light kind of like match around your posters and stuff like that. I think it's really cool and interesting. The only thing I would say is just reorganizing the setup when you get a new desk, right? When you said that's what you wanted, would really help out the setup a lot. Just because, like, overall, like, the setup's nice, but it's just like maybe a little bit of reorganization could really help out the setup. But he's 15, man. Great setup for 15-year-old, bro, for real. I think this might be the last one. This is Justin's setup. High school student, okay. High school student, giveaway. Ding, ding, ding. Okay. Previous setup was a Nintendo Switch. Okay. Let's see. 2021 for school, gaming, and content creation. He's in high school. Okay, so he can't be younger than 13. Order this setup by saving up for Christmas, birthdays, and walking dogs. I want to say 15. I want to say 15 or 16. I'm locking in at 16. I know 15 is probably the better answer, but I'm locking at 16. Come on. Can't be in high school. You cannot be in high school and be 12. You cannot be in high school now. No. You cannot be 12 and in high school. Overall, I would probably say the one thing that holds this setup back is personality and like actual things that you could collect. Yeah, 12-year-old's crazy. That's insane. Insane setup for a 12-year-old. I mean, you know, there's not really much to say about it besides just like, you know, double monitor setup. Overall, looks really insane, bro. I think this is a great setup. The next one is Tim. He is 13 years old, out of New York, and his occupation is school and trading stocks. His main game is Call of Duty, and his previous setup was just kind of bad, so he wanted to upgrade it. What inspired him to build his current setup is moving to New York and wanting to have a nice setup, and he combined these two things. He built a setup for gaming and productivity, and he built this setup about a month ago. It took him about 1 month and a week to get everything exactly how he wanted it. He afforded a setup when he bought a lot of Grubhub stock during the COVID, and it skyrocketed, making me enough money to sell off the stock and buy the setup. Now that's insane. I can't lie. That's kind of cool. The only future plan he has is to buy a Gutsy Aiden mouse pad. So I really appreciate that. So cool. That's awesome that you sold stocks to get this setup. That's cool. I was really excited to see this because, like, you can see, like, underneath his desk is floating in the air, you know? So I was like, that's really cool. So I would really recommend to try to space some stuff out or like rearrange the room a little bit so you could make out more room. But I would love to see like an ultra wide and then you just have a nice ass view. Look, it probably looks insane during the morning, but I love that you have this white, black, and wood theme going on, which I would love to see more of. I just want to see an ultra wide setup that is very clean and minimal, but overall really clean. And I think you've done a great job. I really love that it's on a high-rise setup, and I love your story as well, that you sold the stocks to get your PC and your setup. So I think that's really cool. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. What do you guys think? 9, 10 out of 10. He's 13. Yes. This video is sponsored by GutsyAiden.com, my own mousepad company.
Some of the setups in this video use our mouse pads. So if you like what you see, use the link down in the description to get one for yourself. Now back to the video. This is Drew. He is 13 years old and his occupation is a Roblox dev and mowing lawns. He's located in Texas and his main game is Rainbow Six Siege, COD, Fortnite, Roblox, Forza, and Madden 23. His previous setup was just an HP Office laptop and a $5 mouse, which obviously this is a huge upgrade since then. His main inspirations to build the setup is me, TechSource, and Casp, which is dope. He built a setup for gaming / schoolwork, and he built the setup in 2022. It took him about 2 years to build this entire setup. His future plans to build his setup is to order a brand new CPU, motherboard, and a liquid cooler. So yeah, this is super cool. At 13, this is pretty insane. So this is really, really clean. Let's take a look through the setup. I mean, I love the orientation of the monitors. I think that's super cool. The PC case is awesome as well. I've never seen like dots like this with a light. That's so cool. I've never seen that in some sort of case like this. And then here's the cable management. I would have liked to see a little bit more organization. I love that you mounted your power strip, but I would have liked to see like an actual raceway with this organized. But overall though, love the theme and aesthetic. I love that you put the wall panels up and the lighting on the wall panels looked actually really solid. 8.5, I agree. So this is Blake's setup. He is 14 years old out of Australia. His main game is Rust. What inspired him to build his current gaming setup is me and TechSource, so I appreciate that. He built a setup for gaming and he built a setup in January 1st this year. So dang, this is pretty new. It took him about 5 years to save up and also build this setup. And then he afforded his setup by saving up money he found on the ground and what he saved up for Christmases and birthdays for 5 years. Dang. Money he found on the ground, bro. Bro must have found like thousands of dollars on the ground or something. That's crazy. His next upgrades is he wants a larger mouse pad and a webcam to start streaming. For 14 years old, this is really great. I'm already looking at this going, this is nice. On top of that, I love like the wood with these white peripherals. I think it's great. They give you the mouse pad order, by the way. But I do love how the blank wall and the lighting behind the monitor gives this really nice glow and it makes the setup look really great. These white peripherals with the natural light coming in, I love it. I also like the hints of blue too. I think this is great. I also like, yeah, the case looks really clean too. I think that's literally the same PC case as my gaming PC. I think that's the NZXT H5 Flow. Love the peripherals. I love how, you know, he's kind of turned them to blue, white, and kept the aesthetic throughout the whole setup. And I love the hints of wood too. Yeah, could use some under desk glow. I agree. That chair's on live support though, bro. Jesus, dude. That chair is falling apart. I think overall, I would rate this an 8 out of 10. This is Alaya. I think that's how you say her name. She is 14 years old. Her occupation is dropshipping. They are located out of Israel and their main game is Minecraft and Beeman Drive. What inspired her to build her current setup is TechSource. They built their gaming setup for gaming and work. They built their setup in 2021 and it took them about 2 years to build their entire setup. They afforded their setup by saving money and also my parents' money to buy certain things for me, and they did it themselves. That's awesome. So let's take a look at the setup. I mean, already off the bat, this is looking super clean. I love the PC as well. I love how much RGB's in the PC. The peripherals looking super nice as well. Cable management's looking really tidy under here as well. I like how each cable is kind of like where it's going is you know, cable tied, which is really well done there. The PC is one of the coolest things I've seen though. I don't know what these RGB cubes are, like rectangles, or what are they called? I don't even know what you call these, but it makes the PC look insane. Very minimal. I would have liked to see the lights diffused on the bottom there, or just like on the bottom of the desk instead. Like I'm really impressed with the color scheme. I really like it. Overall, I love the setup. I think it's a great solid foundation. 7. Yeah, I would say this is a solid 7. Albie, he is 15 years old out of England and his main games are Fortnite and Rocket League. His previous setup was pretty bad, he says, and what inspired him to build his current setup is everyone on TikTok. So he built a setup for gaming and schoolwork, and he built the setup over about a month ago. It took him about 3 weeks to build the whole thing, and he afforded his setup by Christmases, birthdays, and working around his house. Who helped him build the setup and why? And no one really helped him out to build the setup. He did it on his own, and he wanted it a clean space for himself. Let's take a look. Here's his PC, looking like a little rough there, looking like a little budget build here. Not too bad. For the most part, this is a really solid build right here. I love the skylight right above your setup. I think that adds so much nice lighting into your room, like into your setup. Everything else though, I love the color theme and the idea you're going for.
I love the skylight. I think there could be so many cool things you could do with this. Overall though, what do you guys think about the setup? I like the pegboard on the left. I wish you would have showed more of the room so I could see, but I love the painted wall with the white. I think it makes the setup pop. I would love to see more cable management and a little bit more personality put throughout the setup, but I love this skylight. I think it adds so much personality. Super, super cool. Yeah, I could probably rate it like a solid 6. The next setup is Trevor. Now, he is 19 years old and he's a salesman out of North Carolina. His main game is Fortnite, Call of Duty, and scary games on Steam. His previous setup was just a coffee table and he used to sit on the ground and play the keyboard and mouse on his knees, that's kind of crazy. I used to do that too. What inspired him to build his current setup is YouTubers like me, Casp, and Slush, and he's built the setup for gaming and entertainment. He built the setup in October 2022, and it took him about overall 4 years to save up and build this entire setup. The monitors and stuff like that, kind of a unique layout. Double ultra wides, one up top, one curved on the bottom. It's really interesting. I've never seen someone really pull it off very well. But overall, though, it's not a bad setup. I just think it needs more reorganization with the cable management, with the orientation of the monitors, stuff like that. Color scheme is there. Yeah, it's probably like a 6. He's 14 and he's from the UK. His main game is Fortnite. He was on Xbox One and an old TV before this, and now he's saved up for a PC, and he afforded this by mowing his neighbor's lawns for a year and a half. Here's his main stuff he uses, and he plans to get a high to mid-range PC in the future and sort out my cable management. So looking at the setup, I mean, it's a laptop setup for sure. I do like how you set up the laptop here. I think this is very unique for sure. Having the monitor on the side and then the main monitor is better because it's like better hertz or whatever. This is pretty good, but the cable management is really, really bad. On top of that, this desk is a little scary. Like, look at how you're balancing this. Like, and then over here, it's like way in the front, like it's just thrown together. And like, I definitely would say to get a new countertop or try to fix this and make it look a little less like that. It's funny that you spent money on the nail lease when you need a PC, you know? I feel like those are expensive. Like, I feel like those are things that come after unless you were gifted it. But yeah, interesting enough. I mean, the keyboard and mouse combo is not terrible. Completely honest, I'll give it like a solid 4.5. I think the only thing that sets this setup apart from others is the way you mounted this monitors, like the way you did your laptop and your monitors, but everything else just needs work. So I'd recommend doing that. This is Astro's setup. He's a 15-year-old Twitch streamer that also plays soccer in a local academy. He's from Sweden. His main game is Sea of Thieves, Fortnite, Minecraft, and he built this setup to play video games, study, and have fun with his friends. It took him around 3 years to save up, working at his dad's place to reach the goal. He built everything by himself except for the shelves that my dad helped me build, and he used to play Xbox One S for 4 years until he switched and he wanted to spice up some stuff. I really like the aesthetic you're going for. I like that you put the Gobi Glide above the shelves. I like how you put the plants like kind of hiding the shelves and stuff like that. Also really like the PS5 controller stand. I think that's really cool. Gaming PC. If I'm completely honest, I know you put it on the floor because you thought you didn't have enough room, but I think it would have looked better right here on the desk. Am I tripping to think that? But oh, why does it go like that? But I think it would have looked better on the desk right there. Looking at your monitors and stuff, really nice. I like the lighting around the room too. Really clean. Cable management's okay. I mean, it's got a tray on its own, so it's not a huge deal. But yeah, I think this PC on the desk would actually look pretty good. Maybe I'm tripping on that, but I think it would look good there. And I think you should also get a Vivo mount and mount your monitor. That way it's like floating. And then you won't have these bubbles in your mouse pad, you know? I think personality wise, it's a solid 7. Setup itself wise, I feel like there's a few things that could organize, but overall this is really solid. You know what, I'll give it a 7.5. This is Remedy setup. He's a 13-year-old that is from Florida. He makes cool YouTube videos and FPS games and survival games. Interesting. His main games he plays is Valorant, Minecraft, Rust, Call of Duty Black Ops 1. He built a setup to have a nice time with his friends, cousins, and play video games. Okay. It took him around 3 to 4 years to get everything after he got the laptop, and he's been adding to it since. Here are some of the things he uses in his setup, and he afforded this setup by collecting money for birthdays, chores, and getting stuff for Christmas. Dad and his brother helped him build this setup, and yeah. So looking at the setup, I wish I would have seen more around the room. I'm being completely honest with you. Yeah, I would, if I'm being completely honest, I feel like there's a lot of stuff you can do with this setup. I think you need monitor mounts for sure. I think you need a bigger desk if possible, like a thicker desk, not just like this carbon fiber one. And then I also recommend maybe putting your drawing tablet somewhere else Problem is, you have this drawing tablet on the desk, and it's not really useful. You should make a thing where you just pull out the cable and you plug it in when you need it. Also, cable management is kind of bad. I would recommend some raceways as well. The drawing tablet's cool. I just think you need some more room, and you don't have a lot of setup room to do this. Also, I think the mic placement's really bad as well. I'd recommend a boom arm if you can, but there's zero personality in this, to be fair. What do you guys think, chat? 4 out of 10? A lot of people are saying 4 out of 10. I'm gonna give it a solid, like, there's really not a whole lot to go off of, and I feel bad, but I'd probably give him a solid, I'm gonna go a solid 4. This is Drake. He's 13, and he got inspired by you and TechSource to build this setup. He uses this setup for schoolwork, gaming, and he plays Fortnite, Call of Duty, Rocket League, and Valorant, and he raised money through Christmas money, and his dad helped him build the setup. Love the Prove Them Wrong sticker. Sheesh. Dude, he's got 34 out of 50. Dude. Yo. See, this is an OG viewer of mine, for sure. Because I did this. If you are a newer viewer to me, that's okay. But I did this in 2021. I went up to the warehouse and I signed like 50 mouse pads, and I made them a gold colorway, and that we've never released any of them ever again. It's literally one of a kind. Like there's literally, and they're numbered. I like the theme a lot. I think the only thing you could really improve on here is just more personality in the setup, but you're already doing such a good job here with like the shelves and the lights and the hoops right here, and then your cable management seems pretty decent from what I can tell. Extra points for being an OG, for real. The streets are saying it's a 10, but in my opinion, I think it's like a solid 8. This is Frank. He's a 19-year-old college student from Puerto Rico. His main games are Valorant and Minecraft, and he built the setup for gaming, studying, and the first time he submitted his setup was a year ago in episode 19. And now I'm here and upgraded with my setup, which took me a whole year and 2 months to build. And he got his first PC 8 months ago. Okay, awesome. Yeah, but look at this, man. I mean, this is beautiful. I like the double monitor setup. Cable management's actually really nice. Really solid foundation. Love how you cable manage behind the PC as well. Yeah, really nice cable management. I agree. Mic placement's good too. Monitor placement's decent. Mousepad room's great. Cable management's very good. So, in my opinion, I think the only thing that this lacks is personality in the room itself. And that's totally okay. Because, like I said earlier, he built this whole setup and he's got a really solid foundation. So once you have the foundation, you can start to like sprinkle in the sauce. You know what I mean? If you don't have the foundation, there's like levels to it. If you don't have the foundation, you're not going to be able to build the empire. You know what I mean? Overall, I would rate this a solid 7 out of 10. I really do enjoy it. I think it has a really solid foundation, but I do think thinks it's a little higher, but I think it's like 7. It could use some more personality for sure. This is Sam. He's a 13-year-old from Canada. Still a student, but he acquired his setup through progressing, adding in the 2 years of building the setup. From either birthdays or Christmas gifts, that's how he's kind of acquired everything in the setup. He used to play games like Valorant or more in my years. Sadly, I've stopped though due to boredom and tiredness. Okay, buddy, bro's tired. He's kind of just built the setup as creatively as he can, and he always wants to improve and make new ideas. He wanted to build a setup to relax and enjoy his time, example watching anime or movies, and he did everything by himself. Here's some of the things he uses in his setup, and let's take a look at the images. So, you know what's crazy about this though? It's so minimal and it's nice. Wait, I really like the idea of being able to play on one side and then just move it and watch something and like lean back, you know? I really like that idea because like you can see like here, he can put it off to the side and like watch something and lean back in his chair. I think that's pretty cool. Really, really chill setup for 13. I mean, this is really nice. Most setups you see at 13, you know, they have like kind of everything everywhere. They don't have it organized, but this is like minimal, functional, nice. It's not over the top. The only thing I would really recommend is like more personality throughout the room probably, but this is really chill. Also, W Demon Slayer. Yeah, I can't really think of what I could build more, what more I could give you for advice. I couldn't tell you really to get a second monitor because you like to move it around. I would recommend a second monitor in the future. I would give this a solid 6 out of 10 or 7 out of 10, I think. This is the Jin. Such hard names to pronounce sometimes. Y'all are crazy. He's a 14-year-old from the Netherlands. Okay. He uses setup to play games and watch YouTube plus anime. Anime kind of W. I wonder what anime. His main game is Minecraft. Okay. His first setup was a laptop and wasn't meant for gaming, so he's kind of like upgraded since then. He started building a setup in June 2020, and yeah, it took him about 4 months to get it to this point where it's at right now. He built it by selling Lego and delivering newspaper. He wants to rearrange his monitors and upgrade his GPU. GPUs. I really love what he did here. I mean, these Funko Pops aren't the most expensive, right? You know, like they're not like insane collector's idea, you know, items and stuff like that. But I think he did a great job with designing the room with what he had. And same with like the shelf too. He kind of put like the boxes and the plants and like all the decorations are really, really nice as well. Hardworking guy for 14 years old. I mean, this is a beautiful setup. And I mean, his PC looks really nice for what specs it has. It seems like he said he wants to upgrade his GPU. So he knows that the GPU is a little bit whack, but everything else seems really highly spec'd for the most part. Pretty banger setup to start up with, you know? The only thing is, bro didn't activate Windows. Hey, maybe if you win the $100, you'll be able to, you'll get Windows from it. Yeah, I mean, it's a really solid setup for 14. I think chat's really right on the nose with that. I think an 8 out of 10 would be like perfect for this setup. Okay, this is Maddie's setup. He's 14 years old from Texas. Okay. He's a student and uses his setup for CSGO. His old setup was a laptop and had horrible monitors. Okay. I was inspired by Getsy Aiden and other TikTokers to build my current setup. Thank you, bro. That's so awesome. He built the setup with my money and as well as my parents' money. And it took him about 2 to 3 years to build it where it's at now. He built the setup all by himself, which is cool. And he's currently building a new PC right now. Yeah, I love the shelf and the nano leaf like going up the side. Yeah, I love to see like this type of stuff where you put a little bit of personality in your room with a little tiny shelf. I would have liked to seen like a longer shelf because I feel like it's kind of out of place. No, it's not symmetrical or anything. Or you could have just centered this shelf with the monitor. I think you did a great job with that. Personality in the setup too, having like the little shelf to the right side is cool as well. And for this to be a laptop setup, this is awesome. I think you did a great job with your KO management. I appreciate you supporting the brand as well. Also like the little plants you kind of added throughout the entire setup. And you know, it's a console slash laptop setup. So this is great. Love the monitor layout too. I think you did a great job with that. I would probably rate this a solid 7. I love the personality and where he's headed. I just think the symmetry and there's like a little few things with it that kind of throw it off. Like, you know, the shelf just isn't like very centered. Random clock in the middle of nowhere, you know, like those little things is kind of like, I don't know. They just throw it off for me a little bit. But overall, the setup is great. I think you did a great job. So this is Raylan. He's a 14-year-old out of Toronto, Canada. He's a streamer and mainly plays Fortnite and Valorant. He started building this setup in January 2023. Took him around 1 month to put it all together. I was inspired by JXLO, Gutsy, and Cass. He mainly uses it for streaming, gaming, and homework. He built it by streaming and using his birthday money to complete the setup. He would like to upgrade his case and as well as his GPU. I really love the wall behind you. I think this is one of the most insane parts of your setup is the wall plus the couch plus this. I think that's so insane. Beautiful setup. I love where you've mounted your camera too. I think it's great. I mean, I would personally, I think for what he's done, cable management wise, personality wise, and everything, like just in his room as well, it's a vibe. I would probably say it's a solid 8.5 out of 10, just because the only reason I wouldn't give it like anything higher is just there's a lot of like little things like the monitors for me. There's just like little things like that where it to me just seems out of place. Like the cable management too. Cable management's decent, but yeah, overall, I would say it's an 8.5 out of 10. Beautiful setup, and let's go on to the next one. This one is Evan. He's a 12-year-old student. Their main game is Valorant and Sons of the Forest. His old setup is a single monitor and a horrible keyboard and mouse, and he's upgraded a lot since then, it seems like. Also running a Fifine mic. He started building his setup last month. I use it for gaming, school, and watching YouTube. My dad helped me build my setup. I built my setup using birthday money and Christmas. If you'd like to be a content creator one day and make a living from it, that's cool. Only thing I would recommend is PC off the carpet. Like PC off the carpet Insta. That can really affect your power supply, and since it's on carpet, it could ruin some parts inside. But I love your mic placement. The monitor is massive on the left. What in the hell is this big ass monitor doing? Like that is a massive monitor, bro. That's like, holy crap, bro. Look at that. Like that is huge. But I also love that you put the hexagon panels and these panels. So what I would say is like, I like your symmetry. The clock, I would say almost hang on this wall. For his age, he's 12 years old. Beautiful setup. But overall, I would say headphone hanger, cable management, fix the tile in the back, take the PC off carpet, and I think you have a solid setup. Now, I would probably rate this a solid 6.5 out of 10. Cat's saying 7, but I would say 6.5. This is Cash's setup. He's 15 years old from Georgia, and his main games are Valorant and Warzone. Mainly use his setup for gaming and schoolwork. And his old setup was horrible and a plastic table. It's taken him around 3.5 years to get to the setup where it is now. And he built the setup using the money working for my dad. He's inspired by me and other content creators to build this setup, so I appreciate you. I'm glad I can inspire you. He wants to basically make this setup more minimal than this. Off of the bat, I love this PC. I think he did a great job with the thermal take case. I haven't seen a lot of people be successful at making this like an actual nice case. I love the desk. I think the desk is almost custom made, no? It kind of looks custom made, but you did a great job. Whatever desk this is looks custom made and it looks great. Overall, I do love what you've kind of done. I mean, you've custom desk, PC looks great, nice little budget setup. I think you've done a great job. In my opinion, I think he's done a pretty good job of being minimal and also getting his needs for Valorant and gaming out of the way. And for 15, beautiful setup, man. Beautiful setup. Yeah, 7 honestly is a pretty good rating. I think 7 fits. 7 does fit as well. This is Grant's setup. He's 11 years old from Minnesota. Holy budget setup. He uses for schoolwork and gaming. Cool. His main game is Fortnite. It has taken him around a month to build this entire setup. Okay. He's inspired to build it by Gutsy Aiden and Tech Source. I appreciate it, bro. He built the setup using his Christmas money and chore money. Okay. He would like to get a new monitor in the future. Man, for 11 years old, I can't complain. This is beautiful, man. Like, this is very like minimal. Like, there is nothing to it. It is keyboard, mouse, laptop, and then some panels on the wall and some lighting. If I'm not mistaken, this is a laptop that has like one of those like reverse screens where you can like turn it around. I think that's so genius. I think that is like one of the most genius things I've seen someone do, is put the laptops upside down and have the screen like flip up. That way you could use it like this with a keyboard and mouse. That is genius. And this is what I mean about budget. Like, you know, everybody's budgets are different, but it's how creative you are within that budget, right? Like, look at how creative he is. He's 11 years old and he doesn't have a PC or anything. He has a laptop, right? He legitimately flipped his laptop the other way so it could have better cooling and he could see everything on the screen. Like, that's beautiful. I would personally say this is a solid like 6 because there's really not much to it, but 11 years old, this is crazy. And he actually took the time to cable manage it too. Like, some of the other setups didn't even take the time to cable manage it like this. The next setup is Buck. He's a 13-year-old from Tennessee. He uses a setup for gaming, school, and YouTube. His main game is Fortnite. His old setup had a horrible LD. Who will win? Damn, Grant is taking this. Grant is taking this. Oh my gosh. Yo, it's between Grayland and Grant. Oh my gosh, it's so close. It's so close. Oh my gosh, we're gonna have a tie, bro. We might have to like re-vote. one of them. Everybody voted up which setup you like the most. Grayland wins. Oh my goodness. Who will win? Who will win the $100? Will it be Grayland or will it be Evan? Vote it up. Vote it up. Come on, y'all. Vote it up. Come on now. Come on. Vote it up. Evan's win. Oh my gosh. Evan is taking this. I think it's going to be Evan, right? I think it's going to be Evan. Evan is your winner. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Evan's setup. I'll be reaching out to you on Discord. And yeah. Justice for Grant. Dude, okay. Grant, I'll give you $100 too. My entire chat literally is putting a poll in the chat to make you win $100. So I'll give you $100 too. Because everyone is literally voting for you. So I'll give $100 to Grant and Evan. So as you guys saw, Evan won fair and square. But after we chose the winner, which was Evan, my chat started really getting mad. So I decided to give the solution of giving them both $100. And I'm gonna call Evan right now to tell him that he won. Yo, hello, can you hear me?
Yo, what's up?
What's up, dude? Well, I wanted to tell you that my Twitch chat voted your setup to win $100. So
Really?
yeah, I just need you to send your PayPal and then I can send over $100. But yeah, I just wanted to get your raw reaction.
That's crazy.
Yeah, bro. Well, I hope it goes toward your setup and you know you can upgrade it and build it up and maybe submit on the show when you're done. Awesome, man. Well, thank you for answering. I appreciate it. Have a great day. Eric. A 15-year-old student out of the United States. His main game is COD and GTA, and he had an old, ugly, black setup that had no personality before. What inspired him was Gutsy and various YouTubers, and he built a setup for gaming and schoolwork and a little bit of fun afterwards. He started building it a couple days ago, and it took him around 2 days to build it totally. And how he afforded this setup is his parents bought his setup for him after getting good grades. His parents also helped him build the setup. Right off the rip here, Derek's setup is actually very clean. It's built in the height case, it looks like. He's got a Gutsy mouse pad and a few other things as well. I really think that the keyboard looks clean. You did a great job with the aesthetic of the setup. I just think that the desk kind of holds you back. Like looking at this desk, like it just doesn't seem big enough for what you're trying to achieve. It just seems like there's a lot of like things that are misplaced. Right here, this little orb thing, it's cool, but I just don't feel like it fits underneath your monitor. So what I'd recommend is maybe getting a shelf up top of here and putting some of these plants and lights up top of there instead of having it on your desk because it kind of clutters it in a way. Also, I do like the headphone hanger on the side. I think that fits perfectly. I also would add maybe a second monitor above if you can, or to the side. Yeah, honestly, also some of these cables could be routed a little better. Maybe a raceway underneath the desk, just maybe some 3M tape or something like that. Putting it up there would be clean as well. But overall, I would probably rate this a solid, I'm gonna give this a solid 6 out of 10. This is Holden, a 13-year-old from Atlanta, and he afforded this setup by babysitting and doing yard work. His main games are Valorant, Rocket League, and CSGO. His previous setup was also just an Xbox setup, and he's upgraded a lot since then. He was inspired by Moyut7 and Acid to build this current setup. He built this setup for gaming, making music, and content creation. He's been collecting things for this setup since 2016, and it took him around 12 hours to build it all together. He afforded this setup by saving money from Christmas, birthdays, and side hustles when he can get them. And his dad helped him build the entire setup. This is Holden's setup. Oh my gosh, this looks insane. For 13 years old, this is insane. Like just right off the bat, like I honestly love like his style in the setup. I also like that you put the Vyoko mousepad there from my store. It just makes the setup pop so much. I'm seeing this height case a lot in a lot of the setups. I love the double stack monitor. I think the light around the little hexagon panels. The only person I've seen do that is Moyit, which you said that was an inspiration. On top of that, I would say maybe get a couple shelves, maybe one long one above, maybe one on the side to kind of hide some of the things on your desk like the plants and the extra keyboard maybe. Also, this cable management, bro, needs work. I would say just mount this this power strip underneath the bottom of the desk, maybe get a raceway. But not looking at the cable management though, the aesthetic and the idea is there. I think you have a lot of potential. I'm gonna give this a solid like 7 out of 10. Some mouse pads in the setups in this video are my own company, Gutsy8.com. So if you like what you see, check out the description down below and let's get back to the video. This is Jacob, a 17-year-old student out of Pennsylvania. His main video game he plays is Rust, and his previous setup was very basic. His cousin inspired him to build his current setup, and he wants to build a setup for gaming and editing. He built this setup in December, and it took him around 4 months to build it all. He afforded this setup from babysitting and helping from parents, and also he built this physically by himself. Next up is Jacob's setup. I honestly love this little minimal aesthetic, the cable management, management is great. And I love the PC, how you did like black and white together. Like it looks like a black case, and then there's like white peripherals and stuff in there. You have white RAM, a white cooler, white fans, but then everything else is black, and I think it looks really nice. Also, your white peripherals on the desk matches as well. Yeah, and I think this is a really nice setup. The only thing I could suggest is maybe getting a different desk, just because it seems very, very crowded in the setup. Like I feel like you don't have any mouse room, and especially playing Rust, that AK spray, like you're gonna need some more mouse room. So I'd recommend maybe taking the speakers off the desk if you don't use them, or getting a deeper desk and getting a bigger mouse pad. That way you'll have more mouse pad room. But yeah, overall the aesthetic here is great. I'd personally rate this a solid 7.5 out of 10. This is Maddie, a 14-year-old from Memphis, Tennessee, and his main game is Fortnite. He afforded this setup by doing chores around the house and mowing lawns. And his old setup was just an Xbox and a TV. And who inspired him was me and Linus Tech Tips. And some of his future plans is to get fake plants and new LED lights. And we got Maddie set up here, and personally, I love what he's doing with this. I've never seen someone put like an old-fashioned lamp above his setup like this, and I think it honestly fits. It looks really interesting. What I'd recommend maybe to keep this going is maybe try putting the PC on the floor, just because you don't have a lot of room in the first place, and it seems like it's very crowded. Maybe get another Alex Shore and put it right here and put the PC on top of it. I think also your walls are super blank. I'd really recommend getting some paintings, posters, shelves, anything just to add to the room a little bit. But it's a really nice, minimal, chill setup. I think you did a great job so far, and thank you for supporting the spacebar. It looks great on your keyboard. I'm gonna go 6 out of 10 on this one. This is Nicholas, a 14-year-old out of Denver, Colorado, and his main game is mostly Fortnite. He afforded this setup by mowing lawns and working for his mom. His old setup was just an Alienware laptop, and he's upgraded since then. The people who inspired him to build this setup is Vermax, me, and TechSource. He built this setup to game and do some schoolwork. It's taken him about 3 years to get to this point, and he just finished it a few months ago. Over the years, he saved from birthdays, Christmases, and did some summer jobs around the house to help his mom. And he was finally able to finish it from his last birthday in March. Next up, we have Nicholas, and this is crazy looking setup. So I love both shelves on both sides. I think that the setup itself has a lot of potential. The personality in this setup was Star Wars collection, and I don't know if this is a TV up top, but there's a lot of different like cool things in this setup that are hidden throughout it. The only thing I would recommend is decluttering. I think you have a lot of potential. I think that the only problem here is just how cluttered it looks. There's too much going on. I'd recommend maybe moving your desk off the wall a little bit more, just because your monitor hangs so far forward. And then also I'd recommend maybe getting some more raceways and things like that. I do love all the Star Wars art. I think you did a great job with like making the personality really chill, but I think it doesn't match what you're trying to convey. I think what you should do is maybe go for a black and white setup here. In my opinion, I would rate this a solid, I'm gonna go 8 out of 10. This is Wayne, a 22-year-old part-time cashier in California. His main games right now are Rainbow Six Siege and Valorant. His old setup was just a PS4 and a monitor, and now he's upgraded to a PC. TechSource and I mainly inspired him to build this setup. He uses this setup for gaming, anime, and watching YouTube, and he built this setup in 2021. It took about a whole entire month to build fully, and his friend helped him build his setup. And he bought this setup from saving up money from his work. For some future plans, he wants to upgrade his GPU and CPU and maybe get a second monitor. This is Wayne's setup right here. Honestly, I love this setup. From the second I saw it, I love the anime posters above. I love the anime thing to cover the cables at the bottom. I think that's like genius. I also love that the PC's on the right here. It looks really clean. Also love the jellyfish in the little tube. That looks dope. One thing I will say is I do love the room and how much detail you put into it. It's very minimal, but it adds so much personality at the same time. I also love how you did your cables down below. I think this is really cool. Making 2 boards with like a bunch of anime stuff so it doesn't like feel out of place to hide your cables. I think that's a genius move. Also, I love the lighting underneath the desk. Your lighting is genius. Keyboard and mouse, you know, it's all right. I would have recommended a bigger mouse pad just because I'm not a big fan of RGB mouse pads myself. One thing I'd also recommend is maybe adding some more lighting, like maybe a lamp up here, maybe some more like Govee strips or something like that behind the paintings, things like that to maybe just add that extra level. I think overall I'd rate this a solid 9 out of 10, maybe even a 10 out of 10. This is Alan's setup. They are 14 years old, and their occupation is doing chores for my parents and siblings. They're located in the United States, and their main game is Overwatch. Their previous setup was my dad's old laptop on a corner desk, and what inspired him to build his current setup now is me and other people he saw on TikTok. He built the setup for school and gaming, and he built the setup around this Christmas. It took him about a few years to get everything to actually save up for everything and build it. A custom keyboard, knockoff Gobi glides, IKEA pegboard, Gutsy 8 mousepad, and an IKEA desk with a school laptop. That's pretty cool. And his future plans for the setup is to cable manage and add more storage to their PC. So I love the mouse pad. Thank you for supporting the mouse pads. I also really like your shelves showing everything you have displayed. I love the plants, the anime figures, the personality in this setup. Cable management could use a little help, like you said in your notes. I would have liked to see, you know, maybe a raceway or something like that on the back of that. Looks really, really clean. Also, I love like whenever these knockoff Gobi glide bars you have, I also really like, you know, the guitar on the wall. I think it would have been a little bit better, more spaced out to the left more. And I love the color of the setup. I think it just blends in super well. This is an 8.5 out of 10.
This video is sponsored by Gutsy8.com, my own mousepad company. Some of the setups in this video use our mousepads. So if you like what you see, use the link down in the description to get one for yourself. Now back to the video.
All right. Olave, this is Olave. He is 10 years old. He does not have an occupation. He's located out of Finland, and his main game is Apex Legends. His previous setup was just a crappy keyboard, crappy mouse, and one monitor setup, and he's upgraded to this. What inspired him to build his current setup is your setup build videos. Thank you. I appreciate that. He built the setup for gaming, and he built the setup about a little bit ago in 2022. It took him about an entire year to get to where it's exactly at now. So he was like 9 when he started building his setup. He afforded his setup by birthday and Christmas money, and he built the setup entirely by himself. His future plans are just to get a bigger mouse pad, and that is pretty much it. This 10-year-old has a better gaming setup than you. No. I love the blue color scheme. PC looking like it's on hardwood floor. Perfect. Cable management seems like it's okay. You know, he's got some posters in his room. He's got a controller holder over there. It seems like on the left side of his setup, he's got a pegboard and some things that he likes. You know, Red Bull and Monster. Looks like a HyperX keyboard and Glorious Model O, it looks like. This is such a really nice setup for 10 years old. I'm very impressed. Just because of his age and like what he's built at this age. Like my age at 10, I didn't even have a setup, bro. I had a little $7 IKEA table that had like a big ass TV, and I played on an Xbox 360. That's what I had at 10. This is Sasha's setup. They are 12 years old, and their occupation is gaming and school, and they are located out of England, London. Their main game is Minecraft, and their previous setup was an M1 MacBook and 2 Dell monitors attached to it. What inspired to build their current setup is TechSource and Gutsy 8, so I appreciate that. They built their setup for 50% gaming and 45% watching YouTube and 5% schoolwork. They built their setup starting in August 2022 and got it to this point at December 2022. They afforded their setup for saving up about a year, sold my M1 MacBook to my mom, did chores, helped around the house, saved some birthday money, and also got the 3070 Ti for Christmas. They built the entire setup by themselves, and their future plans are to get a 4070 or 4080 for their next PC and get one of your mouse pads. And also maybe a third monitor and an Elgato Low Pro mic arm. Thank you. I mean, I love the PC off of the bat. Love this all white build. Looks like it's in the H5 Flow, the same case I built in. So I love how you organize the consoles. I think this is great. I think this is a GMK Pro as well. Looks really clean. And the cable management has these raceways, which look really nice. Love that. I think it's a flexi spot desk, right? The stonks meter, I like that. I think it's really clean, like the light bar above it. I love it. And also, like, you know, your mic arm, when you get that, will be really helpful as well. But overall, I'd give it like an 8.5. I love the aesthetic. I love like where you're headed with the setup. This is Julian. He is 15 years old. His occupation is school, and he's located out of Germany. His main game is Spider-Man, Star Wars Battlefront 2, and a little bit of Valorant. His previous setup was just an Xbox One and a TV, and he was tired of it, so he wanted a double monitor setup. And this summer, he built it. What inspired him to build his current setup is me and TechSource and some of his friends as well. He built this setup for gaming and schoolwork, and he built it summer of this year, so 2022. It took him about a few hours to actually build the setup, but he's been starting to build his setup in 2018 from a Nintendo Switch to an old TV that he had from his uncle, and he's been upgrading it since, so that's pretty cool. 1070, an Asus B450F Thermaltake RGB case, so that's cool. He afforded his setup by saving up for birthdays and Christmases.
His future plans for the setup is to upgrade his desk, and he really wants to save up the money to have one of my mouse pads. So I really do appreciate that. I love this aesthetic he's building, like with the brick wall and then like the lights and stuff. I think it's really unique. But I really love the vibe you're starting to build with the setup. And then you have like a gaming setup here. And I like the position of this. This is a really good organization. The setup could use a little bit more work, you know, maybe some monitor mounts, putting the PC on the floor to have more room, maybe a mic arm as well. I think it's probably an 8 though. I think it's probably an 8. The boy Tech Tinker. His name is Josh, and he's 11 years old. His occupation is school, and he's located out of England. His main game is Call of Duty and Ark, and his previous setup was no cable management and a different PC with only 2 monitors. He built the setup for gaming, and he built the setup in 2019, and he slowly upgraded it over time. It took him about 4 years to completely build this entire setup. Ryzen 5 3600, 1660 Ti, perfect. And the Lee 11 Dynamic. He afforded his setup by saving up by birthdays and Christmases, and who helped him build a setup, which is pretty much himself because he knows a lot about tech. His future plans is to cable manage the setup just a little bit more than it already is. Let's take a look. I love the shelf with the personality. I love the anime, and then also like the Nanolise. I think it looks really clean with the shelf. I also love the 2 monitors and the desk as well. I think he's done a great job with that kind of design. Organized setup, and I feel like the only thing that kind of holds it back is the PC, which is not a huge deal. He's 11 years old. Thank you for supporting the mouse pads too. I do appreciate that. For the setup portion, I would give him a 7.5. All right, moving on to the next setup. This is Benji. He's 11 years old. We got a lot of youngins in this episode. His occupation is school and gaming, and he's located out of Australia. His main game is Modern Warfare 2 and Valorant, and his previous setup was a TV in the living room with a PS4. What inspired him to build his current setup now is Tech Source and Gutsy Aiden, so thank you. And what built his setup now is for gaming and school. He built this in February 2021, and it took him about a year and 3 months to build his setup. He afforded his setup by birthday money and also a lot of work over time. His future plans for the setup is to mount all 3 monitors on a monitor arm and also clean up the cable management and maybe a little bit more accessories for the setup. I love like the Galaxy projector in the room. This is his keyboard and mouse combo. Overall, I really like the 3 monitor setup. I think he did a great job. I love the color scheme, but I feel like you should try to match that with mouse pads and peripherals and stuff over time. I would probably say it's like a 6.5. Smitty, 15 years old from Texas. He mainly uses this setup for content creation and streaming. His old setup had a Chromebook and used a phone and PS4 for gaming. The inspiration to build the setup was to grow and invest in my brand. He started building this setup around 5 months ago. It's taken him around 5 months to build it all. He built the setup from content and his Epic Games creator code. Oh, chat, how many of you guys actually use a creator code of a creator? Because that's crazy. I didn't know someone could afford an entire setup from Epic Games like themselves. I didn't know they made that much money, but this is a huge setup. This is dope. I'm loving the ultra wide to match all of this. I love all the cameras. I think you did a really good job with like placement for everything. Also, I love the theme. You know, you got the PS4 on one side, the PC on the other. That's built really nice. I'd probably say this is like a solid 9 in my opinion. I think he did a really good job. I mean, just looking at the photos, the lighting, the personality in every spot. I feel like in every corner of the room there's something, you know, and I feel like that's a good thing, and it's not like overly cluttered. I think this turned out awesome. The next setup is by Amari Tapal. He's a 13-year-old from New York City. He mainly uses this setup for gaming and homework. He started building this setup in March of 2023. It's taken him around 5 years to make this setup possible. He's inspired to build this setup as he wanted a good setup to use. He built the setup on his own with a little bit help from his dad. He built the setup using his money from working with his dads. I like the prove them wrong sticker as well. So just looking at the whole room, I mean, it looks like kind of a basement setup because in basements you have like a little tiny window you put curtains on. That's the only thing that I don't like in this setup, to be honest. It just looks so weird, but it's just because of a New York like house type of thing. Like a lot of it's a common thing. Overall, the aesthetic of the setup is really clean. Monitor layout's awesome. Mouse pad's great. Stuck to the white and black theme very well with a hint of wood. The wood isn't too bright either, which kind of matches the black PC and the different personality things around his setup, you know, the paintings and stuff. I would have liked to see more on this right wall, like on the right of his setup. I would have liked to see more, you know, personality,
shelves, things that make him him kind of things. Overall, I'd probably rate this a solid, I'm gonna go with like a solid 8 out of 10. The direction you're going in right now is good. I just think you need to add a few more things like on the right side of the room, and I think it'll balance itself out. Really good setup for 13, man. So let's look on to the next one by Joachim, 13 years old from Norway. Mainly uses this setup for gaming. The old setup was a laptop setup and with an IKEA desk and a single monitor, and he started building this setup around 2 years ago. It took them till December 2022 to build it all, and I built the setup with some help from her brother and the PC. I built the setup by reselling PCs and as well some help from my mom. So looking at the whole setup, I mean, just looking at it here, I mean, this is beautiful. Just really solid, you know, plants in the middle to hide the gap. I've never really seen anybody do that, so that's awesome. Usually it's like a camera or something. Also, I love the light bar and what kind of light it brings onto the keyboard and mouse, because it just adds such an ambient, like clean aesthetic to it, which I really like. But yeah, looking at the cable management too, not a single cable really in sight besides one power cable. Really clean. Awesome setup for 13. I mean, this is a beautiful setup. People are saying out of 10, 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10, 8.5 out of 10. I mean, this is a beautiful setup regardless. I mean, this is really nice. Yeah, overall beautiful setup. Thank you for submitting. Whoa. Okay, Esteban, I think I said your name right. Esteban. He's an 18-year-old from Montreal, Quebec. He mainly uses the setup for gaming, school, and photo editing. He's inspired to build this setup by Gutsy Aiden Tech Source and TikTok. He started building his setup in summer of 2022. It took him around 2 months to put it all together. He built the setup using his money from his working at IKEA and side hustle. I mean, just looking at this entire room, beautiful setup. Like, just everything is balanced. It looks nice. It has a ton of personality. I mean, this is a beautiful setup, chat. I mean, look at the shelves on the left side. Everything is just like immaculate, you know, like showing 2K. He likes 2K. There's like different pop figurines of things he likes. The whole shelf matches in the setup, the black here and the black there, and then the wall has like grass on it with like a really clean like little neon sign. Cable management obviously isn't the most insane cable management, right? But it's cable managed enough to like not see a cable, and it just has such a unique vibe to it. I think this is a 10 in my opinion. Beautiful coloring, man, such a beautiful setup. Thank you for submitting. A skilled, I hope I said your name right. He's a 12-year-old from Norway. He mainly uses this setup for music production and gaming. His old setup had an old gaming laptop that he didn't have any RGB. He started building his setup in December 2021. It took him around 1 year to put it all together. He was inspired to build this setup by Gutsy Aiden and Tech Source. He built it by using money from Christmas and birthdays. He built it mostly by himself and from his dad. Looking at this setup, the one thing I noticed was the cable management. This thing needs absolute cable management and reorganization. I see the potential for sure of this setup. I just don't like the cable management. In my opinion, I think that he could use a lot more of it. I mean, from this angle, it looks decent underneath, but then on the right side, you have all these cables here. I think that the cable management needs to be reorganized. I think a lot of chat is saying that as well. It's not bad, but it does need a lot of work. So in my opinion, put the PC on the floor, reorganize all the cables, maybe get a bigger raceway. Personally, I would rate this a 5 out of 10. I think he maybe needs to get a bigger desk, more cable management, putting the PC on the floor, maybe adding a way to implement his music stuff without making it too harsh on the setup itself. But yeah, overall, I would say it's like a 5 in my opinion. But thank you for submitting. Next up is Cameron. He's a 16-year-old out of Houston. I mainly use this setup for streaming and content creation. He started building a setup in 2017. He finished building this version around 3 weeks ago. He's inspired to build this minimal setup while maintaining a personality. He was able to afford a setup through content creation on TikTok. He built the setup mostly on his own while implementing inspiration from TikTok. See, I like this setup a lot. I think it's so minimal. I would have liked to see more personality on the walls. I know Etch as a person, so I know he's a very minimal person. This minimal setup works great for him. I also like where he put his camera, because like if he wants to do top-down shots, he has top-down shots. If he wants to put it on himself, he can. So it's kind of a nice area to put his camera up here. And if he wants to stream with it, he could just move it over and then he's got a stream camera. So I definitely think that that's like a really solid way of putting your camera. But yeah, overall, really solid setup, man. Overall, I think the PC's built well. I think the desk is built well. It's built for what you need it for, and it's very clean. So I would have liked to see a little bit more personality, like I said. Really solid setup, chat. What would we rate this out of 10? 8 out of 10 because there's too much stuff on the right which makes it non-symmetrical. It's not that it's not symmetrical. It's more that it just doesn't have personality on the wall. And I don't think he's going for symmetry here. I think he's going for minimalism, which isn't a humongous deal. And I like that the camera's there too. But overall, really solid setup. Thank you for submitting, Etch. Moving on to Lim Feng, the 14-year-old out of Hong Kong. I built this setup, and as well, he wanted to have space that he could already enjoy. His main game is CSGO. He started building his setup in September of 2020. It took him around 3 months to put it all together, and he built the setup by saving up with his own money. So looking at this setup, I mean, just how beautiful the single monitor setup is amazing. I love this side of the setup. I love that there's like one setup that's really clean on the left side, and then there's another setup that's clean on the right side. Has 2 monitors. One wanted an ultra wide, one wanted a double monitor. I also love that there's like a speaker so they can both like listen to music while they're playing. All of this is beautiful harmony. I think that the setup works great. I think that might be a bunk bed above them or something, but this is such a beautiful setup with the lighting, the clean looks, the cable management, the PCs, like everything fits together. And I think you did a wonderful job. And in my opinion, I'd rate this like a 9.5 out of 10. The 0.5 being gone because there's just not any personality to the setup. And yes, personality matters and probably would have been a whole point, but chat really likes the setup, and I think the cable management's decent enough. I mean, obviously I would have liked to see it a little bit more like close to the desk, but you can't even see it on that side, so it's not a humongous deal. But I really like this setup, and I think you did a wonderful job too. Moving on to the next setup, this is Jason's setup. He's a 17-year-old from the United States. As mainly uses a setup for streaming, gaming, and schoolwork. I recently put the setup together. Okay, he's been upgrading and improving his setup since 2018. He's inspired to build a setup by Gutsy Aiden and TechSource. He worked for it and paid for his setup 100% on his own. But looking at this, I mean, it's really nice. I mean, I think the whole thing with this is that the PC's on the left side and everything's just squished into the right side. I think he should put the PC maybe on its own thing on the right side, center the monitors with the desk, and then move all the figurines like around and maybe get some shelves. I just think it's super cluttered and there's really not a lot of room for how many monitors he has. I mean, this is a beautiful setup. I think it's really clean. I would have liked to see just a little bit more of the setup, to be honest, but it's honestly really solid. I think you should definitely reorganize it. But next setup is by Javier. Javier is a 16-year-old from Minnesota. Mainly uses his gaming setup for school and gaming. He started building his setup a year ago, but recently upgraded it. It took around a month to put it all together the way he has it now. He was inspired to build it by TechSource. He paid for the setup and by saving it, as well as working at Party City. He also built it and put it all together 100% on his own. But looking at this setup, I mean, I love how the setup is laid out. This is like an example of someone who knows like how to organize a setup to where it doesn't feel cluttered. Also, I think it's also he got a house buff here because the house has this ledge where you don't even really have to put shelves on it and it stays off the desk. So he put like his personality stuff on this mini shelf. For the main setup, he knew that he didn't have enough room on the right side. So what he did is he put the PC on the floor and, you know, put something to where he could store it down there, and it doesn't take up a lot of room with the setup itself, which that's a really smart decision by him. Also, I think he did a really good job with the monitor layout. It doesn't seem too cluttered. It's really clean. Also, I think he added enough personality to where it's not overly over the top or anything like that. And I do love how like he did in the past have this PC here, but I think this is like an older picture. So I think the newest setup, the way he did it here, looks the best in my opinion. This is a really nice setup. 10 out of 10 in my opinion. I think I really love the personality. I think he did a great job. So thank you for submitting. The next setup is by Flavio. He's a 17-year-old from Switzerland. He mainly uses a setup for studying and gaming. I started building the setup in summer of 2020. It took him around 2.5 years to build it all to where it's at now. He's inspired to build it by TechSource and Gutsy Aiden. He built the setup by saving up and working with his own money. So looking at this entire setup, I mean, it's a beautiful setup. There's just something weird to it about it to me. I don't think anybody from chat's gonna realize this, but the setup on the bottom half, before we get to the shelves, right? The bottom side is nice because it's got wood, black, and it keeps this wood and black theme, but then you have glass and silver, and this doesn't go well at all with the setup. In my opinion, I mean, yeah, the silver kind of matches these, but the glass just doesn't really match for me. The personality is there 100%. I just think the glass just seems a little off, but overall it's really solid. In my opinion, I think it's probably a solid, I'm gonna go with this one being a solid like 8 out of 10 probably. I think the setup is really solid personality wise. I think there's just like simple things that he could change. It's not a bad setup. It's really solid. The next setup is by Charlie. He's a 16-year-old from England. Mainly uses the setup for gaming and content creation. He started building a setup in October of 2022. It took him around 1 week to put it all together. His old setup was super bad, crammed, and now he's got it pretty much spread out. He was inspired to build his new setup by moving to a new house. He paid for his setup by saving up money and selling old PC parts. Looking at this entire setup, there's a lot to unpack. I mean, double PC setup. I'm assuming this is maybe like a friend or a girlfriend type of setup. Maybe I'm assuming a brother or a sister or something, because he said he was kind of younger, so I don't think there would be like a girlfriend like being here all the time. But looking at the entire setup, I mean, this is beautiful. I love the plants on
on the wall and adding the double setup like this is beautiful. I think it's really nice that it matches. Looking at this PC is beautiful. I love how the GPU mount kind of diagonally shows the GPU. I think that's really unique and I haven't seen that. Also like that he has the specs on this mini screen for us. It looks like a 3070 and Intel Core i7. I just like that he put this on here as well. It's really nice. And overall, I mean, double setup and it being somewhat organized is actually nice. I think he did a great job. The soundbar or below this is mounted, you know, because on the desk it seems like it just takes up a lot of room for no reason. Like if that's like your only way of listening to sound, I would recommend maybe mounting it or something like that. If you can't mount it, then I would just leave it, but I don't know, it just seems like it's really out of place for me. And then the PC itself, I almost think like it's a solid PC, but I feel like your desk doesn't have enough room for it, so I would recommend maybe getting like an Alex row on the far right, or maybe just clearing out the bottom of your desk and just putting it underneath. In my opinion, I would probably rate this a solid 7. I'm gonna go with a 7. I mean, it could be like maybe a 6 in most people's opinion, but I think it'll probably be a solid 7. Yeah, solid 7 in my opinion. Looks really good. Moving on to the next setup here. The next setup is by Luca. He's a 15-year-old from New Zealand. He mainly uses this setup for gaming and streaming. His old setup had an Xbox One and a TV. He started building the setup in December 2022, and it took him around 2 to 3 days to put it all together. And he built this setup by working at McDonald's and doing newspapers. He built mostly everything by himself with some help from his dad. So looking at this setup, I mean, this is a beautiful setup. I just love how clean it is. I think everything is really nice. And then there's like a random, just like old ass fan. It's like kind of cursed in a way. It's a really nice setup, but then you just got this like random fan there. And then like the personality of the room, I feel like if you decorated the walls some more, like the painted wall looks good, but I think like if you painted the walls a little bit more, you know, you kind of went around with all that, it would look a lot better too. Yeah, chat, what would you rate this out of 10? I'm not sure where this is. Like from, yeah, see, like look, it kind of looks like an outhouse or something, or like an office. Overall, I would probably rate this like a solid 6, or no. I'd probably rate this like a solid 8 out of 10 with everything in it. I think he did a great job. Like, see, there's keys there on the far right or the far left too. So overall, this looks insane. I love the thermal take PC. I think this is probably the best thing in the setup, in my opinion, with the wall painted too. It looks really clean with this PC. This is dope though. Really, really clean. So let's go on and move on. Let's go on to the next setup, but thank you for submitting. Looks great. This is a Jan. He's a 15-year-old out of New Jersey. He mainly uses a setup for gaming and schoolwork and streaming. His old setup had an Xbox One with a TV as well and a keyboard and mouse. He started building his setup in the summer of 2022. It took him around 1 month to build it all, and he was inspired to build his setup by me and other tech creators. He built his setup by doing chores and saving birthday and Christmas monies. So looking at the setup, I love
love the monitor layout. I think he did a great job with the ultra wide and then a monitor up top. The side monitor looks good positioning there. Looking at the entire setup, I think that I would have liked to see a raceway underneath the monitor just to have it chill and make it a little bit more clean, but you did at least bring the cables together and everything. And then also the plants on the left side, I would have liked to see a little bit more plants on this side, maybe like a tall plant or something, just because you got like a lot of plants on this left side and like maybe like 1 or 2 on this side, just to balance it out a little bit more. Overall, I'd probably give this a solid, I'm gonna give it an 8 out of 10. I think this is a beautiful setup. I think he's got a lot of potential, and I think over time he'll be able to build more and more. And cable management though needs some work, buddy. Your cable management needs some work. This needs to be fixed ASAP. Maybe I need to lower my score a little bit. We didn't see the cable management, but overall I think the cable management needs some work. Thank you for submitting. The next one is by Wyatt. He's a 16-year-old from Minnesota. He mainly uses the setup for gaming and content. He started building the setup in 2020, and it took him around 3 years to put it all together. So looking at this, I mean, just wow, this is a beautiful setup. I mean, just looking at the room itself, how much personality is in it. I mean, yes, there could be a little bit more things about the person, but how clean this is, it's awesome. I would have liked to see a bigger desk because you have 4 monitors, right? When you have 4 monitors, you have to have a bigger desk in this, especially if your monitor is going over the desk, right? The light strip through the panels, I think you did a great job routing that. I don't even know how you did that, but that's cool. And then also the PC on the shelf, I really like this idea. I've always thought about doing this, but putting a PC on a shelf, some of my PCs are mad heavy, so I thought it would be like such a hard thing to do because it just looks super heavy on its own. But yeah, looking at the setup, I definitely think like you need a bigger desk, maybe taking up like from here, from this door to this door, and make it like, you know, perfectly in between. It would just add so much symmetry to your setup, and you'd be able to have all those monitors in the same spot, and you could maybe center it just a tad more. But the room itself looks so nice. I think you did a great job with the whole room. Overall, really solid setup. Thank you so much for submitting, and I would rate this a probably a solid 8.5 out of 10. I really like the aesthetics that you're building with the setup, and for how young you are, I mean, such a nice setup. Age 19, my setup's been upgraded pretty much from the ground up. I started with a very cheap PC back in 2016, and I've been selling and upgrading parts one by one over time. I started with one cheap monitor and a cheap desk with the bare minimum peripherals. I arranged my setup like this because it allows me to have not only a vertical screen, but also have a second horizontal screen as well. It helps with reading chat, Discord, and any multimedia on the top screen. I afforded the setup by getting my money through my birthdays and Christmas parts and selling other things to upgrade at a lower cost. All right, let's take a look at your setup. Off the rip, I really like this aesthetic you're going for. Overall, I love the aesthetic. I love this wallpaper you've got going, this blue and white theme with this cyan blue. I think it's beautiful. Rocking the low swirl mouse pad, and then on top of that we got G Pro and a keyboard as well. Yeah, it's awesome, man. The one recommendation off the rip I would say is this setup with the cable management. I feel like you're making them tidy per se, but I feel like overall it doesn't really fit this desk because you can see it all from like if you're standing or like you're looking back. So to make this less seen, raceways and maybe making the cables a little tighter to the desk might help. Overall though, it looks really good. I think you've done a really good job at the aesthetic and making the top of the desk look good. The aesthetic is great. Mic placement's great. I'm gonna say 6.5. Moving on from Adam's setup, this is AI setup or Al's setup. At first, my setup was a college dorm desk, one monitor, and a pre-built and a custom keyboard. I was limited to the amount of space I could put my desk in, but I didn't have that much room for creativity. I promised myself one day that I have enough money to build my own setup no matter the cost, and I've always wanted to build a setup like this. I saw in the YouTube videos and the gaming setup reviews, and I strived to accomplish it. I worked all summer and almost maxed out my credit card to build everything I wanted in this setup. After college, I planned on streaming until my career really takes off. I really told that I could be a great personality and a great streamer in the future. Thank you, man, for submitting, and let's go ahead and take a look at your setup. Looking at this right off the rip, I really love this aesthetic. I love the wide monitor with the bigger monitor on top, and then the Gobi bar across the top. I really like that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of this. Yeah, I love the keyboard combo with the mouse. The mouse pad's cool. Not for me, but it looks cool. On top of that, I really love this Nintendo Switch with some speakers and stuff like that. The speakers are placed awesome. And then the cable management isn't awful, but it could be a little bit better, but it's great. The PC aesthetic is great too. I love this red, white, and black theme you're going for. And then you got like a Spider-Man holding a controller, which is kind of cool. But overall, man, this setup, it has a really great wow factor. Love the lighting in your room, man. This is a beautiful setup, man. Like this is awesome. Really, really great. I would say this is a 9.9 out of 10. Thank you for submitting. We're gonna move on. People who are asking to submit, by the way, just letting you know, there's a full YouTube video video on how to submit. All right, Albert is up next. My last PC was an MSI laptop with a 3070, and I bought it piece after piece, working hard as an aviation flight dispatcher. My plan is to upgrade my setup, and he wants to upgrade his motherboard, his DDR5 instead of DDR4 RAM, CPU, and another 4000 GPU after the new year. Dude, this is sick. For a 28-year-old that just plays games and as a flight aviator, that's really cool. I've never heard that job before. This is really dope. You know, it's a minimal setup. It doesn't have a lot, but he just plays games casually, man. It's not like he wants to be a streamer or anything. He literally just plays games to have fun. And his main game is Rust, which is interesting to me. Bro plays Rust and he's a flight guy, man. He's gonna be flying the helicopters in Rust and being like, welcome to landing. It looks great right off the rip. I love the PC, little mini Lian Li PC with some fans and a nice GPU with the hints of red. I love that. Cable management is decent, works so well. Dude, this is awesome. I mean, there's not really a lot to tell him. I can't really complain. I mean, if you just come home, you play like 3 to 4 hours of games a night, and you don't like stream or make any content, like this is the perfect setup. Like overall, man, this is a beautiful setup. Overall though, I would say this is probably a solid 7 or 8. That's awesome that you're 28 and you want to play games and you're getting into the setup stuff. I love this, man. I think it's great. Thank you for submitting. All right, on to the next one. This one is Damien's setup, age 14. Before, it was just an Amazon black L-shaped desk with an Xbox. Once I turned 13, I started messing with it and started saucing it up a little bit. Now I'm 14 and this is what it looks like. I changed it all to white because I like the lighter colors and I feel like it would go great with RGB, and it took me over a year to get it how it was now. I got the money from doing chores, side jobs, and everything else, and I bought a PC for myself as well. In the future, I plan on cable managing a little bit and probably upgrading my PC. Any recommendations on what to add? Awesome. Going off the first pictures, the first couple pictures and first impressions I see, I really like the aesthetic you're building. You've got this really nice wall space to work with. You've kind of filled it in a good way. You've got like the stack shelves here, the pegboard, the leaves across the wall. It's got like this nature vibe to it. I also like that you've got 2 of my mouse pads. Thank you for supporting. And then on top of that, you've got like a workspace and a gaming space, which is great too. Cable management, it could be a little bit better if you have maybe some raceways and stuff like that. But overall, man, I love this setup. I think you built it incredibly. I think also you did a great job with having some shelves and some wall panels and stuff like that. All of it fits really great. Overall, this is beautiful. Yeah, I think this is probably a 7.8 or an 8. Overall, looks great, man. Thank you for submitting, Damien. Give him chills. Now, this setup I had a really big glimpse of, but oh my god, this setup, give him chills, is beautiful. It's a dual setup. He is 27 and he's doing tech content, is how he afforded it, and rebuilt his PC into a smaller case for space reasons. So let's take a look at this entire setup. This is beautiful. Man, this makes me jealous of my setup, man. This makes me jealous, man. Okay, look at how beautiful this pegboards is. Like how he did the wall, the lighting. It's all symmetrical with the monitor. And then on top of that, like the light bars on the floor. And then he's got like a working setup over here with the MacBook. Like, this is awesome, bro. This is beautiful. Oh my god. Do I dare say it, chat? Do I dare say this is a 10 out of 10? This is 10 out of 10, bro. Down to the Xbox being skinned the same as all of his peripherals. From the aesthetic to everything. He's got his Xbox skinned to his Xbox controller skinned to his phone case to his headphones. He's got headphone hangers on his pegboard. This is immaculate, bro. I love his PC. He also said that he built it into a smaller case, which he didn't have pictures for. But he went down as far as to cut his light switch out of the panels. Like, dude, that is incredible. This is insane. I don't even know what to say. Thank you for submitting, I guess. I mean, it's the most beautiful setup I've ever seen. It's literally fucking perfect. All right, looking at the last setup here. This is Jerome's setup. We're gonna go and take a look. I was rocking a laptop setup since I'm a doctor and I practically live in the hospital. But then I transitioned to a PC eventually, and I like to keep my setup nice and clean with a bit of RGB. Damn, I have a doctor in my chat? Damn. I'm rocking a Ryzen 5 3600 with an RTX 3080 and a B550 motherboard. Also rocking a Lian Li case and a 34-inch 1440p ultra-wide monitor and the Edifier R112. Working as a doctor, not much. I'm probably gonna upgrade the setup for a while since I got a 3080. All right, let's go take a look at what this doctor setup looks like. I mean, honestly, this is beautiful. I really like this setup with the 2 speakers up top. I love that you've got some stuff underneath your monitor to hold everything. It also looks like you have a shelf up top. I don't know if you have a picture of it. On top of that, though, I really love the aesthetic of like your mouse and your keyboard. Looks really good. On top of that, I like that you have like your cable management and your headphone hanger down there, which is great as well. Cable management's pretty good. Got some cable raceways and stuff like that, or cable clips to idle the cable, stuff like that. On top of that, he's got an AIO and a GPU as well. But yeah, man, very, very minimal. I love the aesthetic. I love the Govee glide with the little wall panels behind that. Thank you so much for submitting. This is Makio's setup. He's a 17-year-old male out of Washington. He afforded this setup by mowing lawns during the summer, selling eggs, and anything that pays. Okay. His setup purpose is gaming, watching movies, schoolwork, coding, and editing. It took him around 4 years to build this entire setup, and the main games played on this setup is Valorant, Minecraft, and Overwatch. Here is the gear list right here. Here's his PC specs, looking pretty healthy there. And let's take a look at his setup. What a nice one to start to. Keyboard and mouse combo is pretty nice. Oh, the room is nice too. Be awesome. Love that. Cable management's okay. PC looks nice. Cables are not in sight. A lot of personality. Lots of nice living things in here. Lots of plants. I would give this a 10. This is Koki. They are a 14-year-old out of California, but they used to live in Japan. Okay, so they moved from Japan to California, and then they're moving back to Japan soon, it looks like. Their main games is Minecraft, Forza Horizon 5, and BNG Drive. They built the setup to have a nice place to study and play games, and it took them around 4 years to save up and 3 years to upgrade everything in the setup. All right, let's take a look. This is very minimal. I actually agree. It is very minimal. The cable management could be a little better, obviously like a raceway or two, but since you're planning to move back to Japan, you know, you're probably not 100% doing everything, but I were to say when you go to move back, I would say cable manage a little bit more, get a raceway before you go or something. MacBook is nice. I love how it's a dual PC setup. You know, you got your Mac for productivity, and then you have your actual gaming PC for games, and I love how you can just switch between them. That's really clean. At 14, this is really nice. PC looks good too. Second monitor needed? Maybe so, maybe. But I think there's not enough room in this setup. So if you move back to Japan and you get a bigger space, I'd recommend maybe a second monitor, cable management, and maybe a little bit more stuff on your walls, and maybe some more personality. But I love how minimal this is. But overall, I would say probably like a solid 6.5. This is Landon. He's a 19-year-old from New York. His main games is Fortnite, COD, and Valorant. He built his entire gaming setup, and it took him around 2 days to build it all. He's a dad to a 10-month-old son, and he's making this submission he used for his setup to relax and play games. This is really nice. My question is, why do you need that many monitors? Like, why do you need this many monitors? PC looks nice. Oh, I love the little sticker, W. Oh, that's adorable, actually. Love to see the symmetry with the phones on the left and right and the box in the middle. Honestly, cable management is solid, too. I love this, how you did the raceways, and you put the power strips on each side so you have more power and stuff. Cable management behind the monitor is pretty good and organized. Lighting's great too. Okay, the door, what is happening with the door? Why is there a hole in the door? My thing is though, with these paintings, I know you're trying to make them center with the PC, you know, so they look there. It just feels really out of place. Maybe do them like diagonal or something. I feel like it's just too much in one spot when you have all this empty wall space. I love this. Overall, I would give this probably a solid, I'm gonna give it a solid 9.8 out of 10. This is Jay. He's a 13-year-old out of California. He mainly afforded the setup from reffing soccer games and content creation. His main games is Fortnite and Valorant, and he built the setup for school. It took him around 1 year to save up for everything, and let's get into the setup. There's a lot of things here. You guys can pause and read if you need. Dude, look at that. Dude, that's beautiful. 13-year-old is crazy. Yeah, I agree. Cable management's beautiful too. On a cable in sight, the setup looks good. The only thing I will say though, is that the monitor sitting on the mouse pad like this can be kind of a nuisance sometimes, and probably could be kind of quite annoying. So what I would recommend is maybe getting another mount or 2 individual mounts to mount for this top monitor and this bottom monitor. But this case is beautiful too. The way you built your PC looks really nice. I love the pegboard, how it stores some extra keyboards and, you know, your headset and a couple controllers if you use that. What do you guys think about this? I love the personality. The lighting in the setup's great too. I'll give this like a solid, I'm gonna give this a solid 8. No, I'm gonna give it an 8.5. This is Lane. He's a 14-year-old out of Texas, and he goes to school and he drop ships for his money. His main games is Fortnite and GTA, and he wanted to level up his gaming experience, and that's why he built this setup. He afforded it by saving up money over Christmas, birthdays, and doing chores as well. Say less. Take a look. The PC is funky. Wait, is this a... Wait, okay. He's got a laptop too. Okay, I was gonna say it's not a laptop setup, right? No, see, this is nice. The chair, it needs some help for sure. Yeah, the chair does need some help for sure. Yeah, overall, it's not a bad setup. I mean, you didn't really give me the best pictures, to be honest, but looking at the PC case, I like how unique it is. The monitors are stacked pretty good too. The only thing I would recommend is like this top monitor could be angled down just a little more so you hide the Spectre, but if you can't do that, then flip it. I would say I would have liked to see more personality because I don't see the rest of the room. Like this, I would have liked to see more of the surrounding setup, you know what I mean? I don't really like how the TV's like this. I would have liked to center it above the setup. I'm gonna give it a solid 7. I'm gonna give it a 7. Chat, I'll give y'all one picture and I will let you guys decide if you guys think I can say anything about this. I'll give it one note. Cables are clean, nice cable management setup, but I'm not gonna give you a whole submission. Thank you for submitting. You didn't give enough pictures. Chat doesn't want to see it, unfortunately. This is Braylon. He's a 13-year-old from Colorado, and he started making this setup around 2 years ago. He earned $1,500 from mowing and modeling. So that's how he afforded this setup. Wait, this is kind of nice. I wonder what he modeled in. If someone said foot model. Maybe he is a shoe model. I don't know. Okay, I love this room. It has so much personality. Like, I love this. I love how you did like the little waves on the wall, the lighting, the shelves, the posters. Cable management could be a little better, right? I mean, you did what you could with this rack. You could have chosen a better rack for this. Also like that you are watching my stream when you submitted this. This is great. I like the lighting in this room too. Personally, I would give this, like, the setup itself. We're looking at the setup itself objectively. Personally, it's not that insane, right? Like just this corner room. It's nice personality. It's got one monitor, very chill setup. So I would give the setup itself maybe a 7, but the room I'd give a 9. This is Connor. He's a 14-year-old almost, and he's from England. His main games are Fortnite, Rocket League, Call of Duty, Apex, and Valorant, and he built the setup mainly for gaming and a bit of streaming. It took him around 4 years to get to the setup. My mom and dad helped me make the setup. I like how he mounted like the old controllers in this. This is really nice. Also like how he put the disc plates on the wall too. I like that. Okay, the personality is great throughout the room, all right? But what in the hell is going on with this setup, man? You have so much potential, right? You have an Xbox and a gaming PC, right? You got to find a way to declutter and cable manage. It would carry this setup. I think maybe what you need to do is just cable manage and organize and then mount your monitor to the wall. It would actually help a lot because you have 2 Xboxes, 1, 2, and then 3. You have your PC. Oh, it's a fridge. It's a fridge. It's a fridge, chat. It's a fridge. Oh my. I would put your Xbox here instead of your fridge, okay? I'd put the fridge over here on the other side of the desk or something. It's cool to show off, but I literally thought that was your Xbox, dude. It's a cool thing, but like, I'd put it over here or something. If you want to keep it there though, I'd move the Xbox on top of the PC and run all the cables similar and over. That way you can cable manage and everything. The room itself and the personality throughout the room, I would give it like a solid 8 with the room aesthetic. But the setup itself, I think, is like a solid 5. This is Landon. He's a 14-year-old from Nebraska, and his main game is Rainbow Six Siege, Fortnite, and Madden. He built the setup for gaming, school, and video editing. Let's take a look. Okay. I like the personality throughout the room. See, this is very nice, but the cable management, dude, I'm not one to talk because my cable management is bad right now, all right? And I'm working on it, but it has a ton of potential if you just cleaned up the cables, right? But it's a nice vibe. And then I also wouldn't lean your PS5 on the side like this. You know, I would just put it vertically, but I do like how you kept it right here instead of on your desk somewhere. I'd recommend getting a bigger desk here. Like if you can move your room around a little bit and get a little bit of a bigger desk, then you can have more mousepad room. Put your PC in this very back corner, keep the speakers there, and then run another side table if you need it. I would give it like a solid 6. This is Risky. He's a 15-year-old out of Illinois, and his main games are Rocket League, COD, and Fortnite. It took him around 2.5 years and counting to build this setup, and he wanted to play games with friends and have good performance while doing so. Looking at the cable management, I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not good either, right? I mean, like, why is that stream camera on the ground? What's going on here? A lot of the cables could just be like literally attached to the bottom of the desk, and it would fix itself. Looking at the PC, right? Looks normal at first glance. Why is bro's fan not on the CPU cooler? It's hanging off. It's got one attachment at the top. Why is it's literally falling off. It's touching his RAM, dude. And then the monitors, bro's got the giraffe looking type of monitor. Like, it's so high up, and this monitor seems abnormally like big. Like, is this a TV? You know, like, this seems very like massive. Like, this seems a big side monitor, right? Like, overall, I mean, the setup has a nice aesthetic with the lighting. I think you should really improve on that by like adding some more stuff on your walls and maybe, you know, a little bit better organization throughout the setup. But I think there's a few things you should fix, like the cable management, this fan, right? And then also the monitor layout, I guess. Maybe get a bigger main monitor. Looking at it overall, I'd probably say it does need a little bit of work. I will give it like a 5.5 out of 10. I'll give chat the opportunity. Do you guys want me to react to this? I'm getting a lot of 2s and a lot of 1s. I'm gonna flip a coin. Chat, heads, I react to it. Tails, I don't. It was tails. So we're gonna skip this one. This is Aaron. He's a 16-year-old and he lives in England, and he's in his last year of secondary school. His main games are Fortnite, Warzone, and GTA. He built the setup so he could play with friends and also do some schoolwork. He's currently using the Xbox Series S and his sister's laptop for a second monitor, and he's hoping to upgrade his PC in the future. The shoe collection is kind of fire. My question is, bro has a better shoe collection, and this probably is super expensive. It most definitely could be fakes. I really like the personality of the room. I think it's great. The one thing I would say is like, why have a very cheap laptop? I mean, you could definitely upgrade to a PC very soon, but the cable manager, there's like a bunch of random cables here. Oh, I think that he's wearing the headset in the pictures. He's wearing the headset and he's taking the picture, right? But he did take the controller with him, so it just connected to the to the controller. Personalities there. I would say a little bit reorganization of the actual setup itself could be a little better for this specific setup, because it seems like the laptop and the Xbox seem very weird, and the monitor's like so far to the right where it's like not centered with this at all. So I would recommend maybe a monitor mount to center this one. The game management could be a little better too. Maybe a raceway or so could really help us out, but overall not a terrible idea. I'd give this like a solid personality of the room. I'd give it like a solid 6.57, and then the setup itself I'd probably give like a 4.5.
Dude, this episode's gonna be full of insane setups. You guys ready for this one? This one is Denai's setup. He is 27. His occupation is operator at TOMMYINNIT, I think is how it's said. He's from Italy, and his main games are CSGO and Minecraft. What inspired him to build his current setup is my channel, so thank you so much. And what he built for his current setup is work and gaming. He built the setup in June. It took him about 3 months, and he afforded this by working permanent jobs for years, so he started saving money for a new PC. He built the setup himself, and here it is. So this is my boy Denies. Man, this guy is crazy. Already off the bat, I'm loving this white and black color scheme with the panels behind it and the shelf. I love this. I think how clean this is. I love the lighting as well. The only thing I'd like to see is if the wall panels continue to the end of the wall and to the end of the side here. For the most part, I love the plants and the aesthetic you've got going on. I think you've done a great job of making everything fit, and on top of that, you know, having a great workspace. I love how like the cable management is solid here as well. Like, as well as you put the clock in your PC, which I haven't seen anybody do. All these people want to hang the clock on their wall, but they don't want to put it in their PC, so that's cool. I would almost rate this a 9.5. This video is sponsored by GutsyAiden.com, my own mousepad company. Some of the setups in this video use our mousepads. So if you like what you see, use the link down in the description to get one for yourself. Now back to the video. All right, moving on to the next setup here. This is Damien. He is 14 years old, and he's a content creator out of Florida. His main game is Grand Theft Auto 5, and his previous setup was just an Xbox and a TV. And what inspired him to build his current setup is just playing games over time, maybe want to upgrade, and I started recording my progress on TikTok, and I found it very fun to me. I started making videos upgrading my setup, and I've been doing well. That's awesome. He started building his setup about 2 years ago, and it took about 2 years to build this entire setup. He afforded this setup by working for his dad and his side hustle, and he built his setup himself, and he doesn't have any ideas that he wants to add to it currently. So this already off of the bat looks really nice. I'm loving this stacked monitor setup here with the nice personality and the leaves on the side. I also love how you have a bunch of cool space here, and you've done a great job with like the space you have. I love that you've got like things you like on the shelves, and I like that you have like a bunch of personality, and then you have a keyboard building station on this side. Everything else just looks so nice, and I love the aesthetic you're building. I love your PC. It looks really nice. So it looks so sick, man. Great job. So if I'm honest, I'd rate this an 8 out of 10 or a 8.5 out of 10. I love this, man. It looks so nice. All right, we're moving on to someone that is in chat. This is Etchy's setup. Etchy is 16 years old. He's a content creator out of Houston. His main game is Overwatch 2, and his old gaming setup used to be really cluttered and not functional for videos and content creation, which I agree. I've seen his old setup. What inspired him to build his current setup is I've always wanted to see what my setup looked like if I just cut it down to the bare minimum and while trying to maintain a personality. He built the setup for streaming and content, and he finished his current of the setup about 3 weeks ago. He's been building a setup for almost 6 years now, so that's dope. He afforded a setup by content creation on TikTok, which is so cool. Various creators on TikTok help me inspire different aspects of my setup, and I can't say one in specific person gave me inspiration. My goal within the year is to have a full content studio separated from my bedroom for videos and streaming. that's a W. So off of the bat here, it's looking like a black, blue, and white setup. On top of that, I love this monitor layout. I also love how you have your camera on the on this boom arm. And I think this is, oh yeah, this is his old setup right here. On top of that, PC, here's his PC right here. Everything else looks really solid, man. You did an insane job. It just looks so good. I would say it's a 8.7. And this is Valentin. He is 13, a student out of Germany. His main game is Valorant, Overwatch 2, and Fortnite. And his previous setup was just a MacBook first generation. That's crazy. What inspired to build his current setup is mainly setup wars and my videos. He built the setup for gaming, watching YouTube, and a little bit of schoolwork. He built the setup on December 1st of last year, and it's been about a year and a half to build his entire setup. He afforded this setup by saving money on birthdays and Christmases, and he built it on his own. He wants to get another monitor and an RTX 3060 and maybe a new desk. Yeah, dude, this is really solid, bro. I love the wall. I think the wall is so sick. Dude, this is so nice, dude. For 13 years old, this is insane. I love this PC case too. I think it's like Corsair. Keyboard, mouse, RK61, I think. Dude, this aesthetic is so clean, bro. Like, your cable management's on point. I will say this is some of the best cable management we've seen on the show in a long time, and this guy is rocking a budget setup and has better cable management than you. So how do you feel? I would say it's probably a solid 7.5. This is Chasen. He is 14 years old, and his occupation is that he works at the lake during the summertime, and he fills up gas in the boats. That's kind of cool. He's located in Alabama, and his main game is Apex. This is his very first setup, and what inspired him to build this setup is it is his current hobby and enjoys computer building. He built the setup for school and gaming, and he built it about 6 months ago. It took about 3 years to save up and build this setup. He afforded his setup by filling up boats in the summertime. His dad helped him with the table, and he wants to see him prosper, so he helped him with the setup. He wanted to start a YouTube channel to teach people to make money and tips and tricks and stuff about how to make more money. W. So off the rip, I love that you've got these Pokemon cards up top. I think it's really cool. I love the Gobi glide across this as well. I think it looks really, really dope. The PC looks really nice, and it is well spec. Props to you. I love the way this looks. I think you could have went with a 360 mil rad here though. On top of that, I love that you have a racing sim on the right side and a bunch of like Lego Star Wars stuff. I love the ultra wide as well. I think you should mount that to the wall. I think it looks solid as well. The way you have everything is really nice. It's just you need to figure out a way to like declutter and move everything around and have a place for it. But yeah, I think it you know, it has all the potential, but you just haven't like unlocked that yet. In my opinion, I would say it's a 6 out of 10. This next setup, his name is Mason. This is Mason. He is 13 years old, and he's a middle school student out of Florida. His main games are Valorant and Overwatch, and his previous setup was boring and a console setup. He got inspired by me, TechSource, and LPM Tech to build his current setup. His setup is built for gaming and schoolwork, and he built it in late August of 2022. It took him about 2 to 3 months to build his setup, and he afforded his setup by saving up at Christmas and birthdays and small side hustles in his neighborhood. I mainly built the PC myself, but my dad helped me with the wall shelf and the pegboards as well. My friend helped me build the PC, and he wants to upgrade his PC specs in the future. His current PC is very budget and sometimes slow, so he'd like to also mount his main monitor. So I love the little shelf off the bat on the right and the PS4. I think it looks really dope. On top of that, I think it looks really nice. You got like this little pegboard here. I love that. And then I also love the keycaps and the mouse pad. Yeah, the PC is a little budget. That's totally fine. I mean, you're very young, so it's okay. But yeah, it's awesome that you at least can run some stuff. And then also, I love that you took the time to cable manage. I low-key think you should have flipped this around to where the black part is facing us. For 13 years old, I would probably say this is a 6.3 out of setup. I started watching the setup related channels and setup wars in October 2021, and it really inspired me to create a setup that was personal to me. I knew that I really loved the colors of orange, amber, gold, and yellow, and red. Everything really warm colors. I began with having the idea of having a cozy setup, so I wanted the autumn theme and autumn season theme, and I really enjoyed it, and it really feels cozy. I had the great idea to use the autumn leaves to give it a really personal touch to differentiate my setup with the other setups with the green vines and stuff. This is beautiful. How do I even rate something like this, man? I mean, this is beautiful, man. You don't need to rate it. I mean, it's so beautiful. I mean, it's a 10 out of 10 for sure. Your aesthetic with this setup
is entirely probably one of the best aesthetics I've ever seen. You have your KO management is on point for the most part. Your aesthetic is on point. Your speaker placement's great. Your monitor placement's great, you know, and then on top of that, like, I love your symmetry with the sword on the shelf. He's got an orange secret lab chair. Like, come on, bro. Like, come on. Bro has got it to a T, man. One of the most beautiful setups I've ever seen. Like the light bulb on the left side and then the light bulb on the right side. Like all of it falls together and I just love it. The KO management's looking good under here as well. I mean, it's pretty damn good. Out of 10. I mean, I personally would rate this a 10 out of 10. I mean, KO management's perfect. Aesthetic and theme is perfect. Everything matches and it just flows together. I genuinely think this is probably one of the best setups on the show. Thank you so much for submitting, William. This is incredible. All right, fun to ride. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. It was ordinary until Core 6-7 years after joining the gaming community. I decided to build it for myself and earn my money as well. My setup is like these because I love peripherals and the vibes coming from them is awesome. I earned money to build my setup and now it's ready. It's really hard to build it from a Pentium setup to a Ryzen 9 5950X. Pretty insane. Maybe in 2 years I'll add a 4K TV or something like that on top of my setup and chill out for watching anime and movies. All right, we'll take a look. Take a look at the first one here. This one is, again, this is fun to ride setup right off the rip. We're rocking like an interesting color scheme here. Purple and black and neutral tones here. Let's go ahead and look through them. What do we think overall, chat? Overall, 1 out of 10. What are we thinking for Mr. Fun to Ride setup? We're seeing a lot of 7s, a lot of 8s, a lot of 9s. I think I'm gonna go with a 7 on this. I love the layout of the setup and the aesthetic you're going for. All right, I think it looks pretty good. On to the next setup. This is Mr. Lentix. He actually didn't have any notes in the submission, so we're just gonna go ahead and take a look at it and see what's up. This already looks really nice. I love this Govee glide from the top of the roof. I think this looks awesome. The first thing that I would say about this setup is overall, it has a really good aesthetic. I love this blue and like, you know, the WSAD. I think this is dope. I think the shelf in the corner is dope as well. And then on top of that, I also noticed, what was it? This one? I love this Govee glide coming down. I've never seen anyone do this, and I think it just looks so sick. And then also another thing I noticed is the cable management. Where is it? Where's the picture? This cable management could be easily cleaned up. If you don't want to keep it on the desk for more space, thank you for the mousepad order as well. That sound, by the way, is a mousepad order, if you guys are wondering. But yeah, he's rocking a G Pro Superlight as well. Looks pretty good. He's actually a regular on Twitch. I think he's a 9-month sub on Twitch, and yeah. Welcome in. Like, it looks pretty good, man. Yeah, I love the aesthetic, man. I would probably say I'd rate this an 8 out of 10. But yeah, looks great, dude. Thank you so much for submitting. The next one is Max. My old setup was just a laptop and old TV stand with the used office chair. It was good for schoolwork, but I could barely run Roblox. I set it up like this so I could be more productive with the monitors on my side, and I also have a PC on my desk so I could always know where I came from. My old setup, I afforded it by selling candy at my school and doing a bunch of yard work for my neighbors for about 2 years to make 2K. My plans are to get a secondary monitor and then mount them and maybe get a custom keyboard. And I'm very thankful for this setup that I could afford it. By the way, chat, he is 10 years old. This setup is a 10-year-old setup, which is unbelievable to me. At 10, I barely even knew what a gaming setup was. Bro is 10 years old. Like, that's crazy. But no, this is crazy, right? This is a beautiful setup for a 10-year-old. I know half of you guys in chat don't even have this good of a setup. This is beautiful, man. I like the idea of knowing where you came from and having your PC on your desk so you remember like how hard you've worked for it. That's interesting that you bought one of my mousepads, so thank you for doing that. I really appreciate you. 10 years old, I can't even believe my eyes what I'm seeing. Insane setup, man. Thank you for submitting. We're gonna move on to 70 setup. I built my first setup when I was 12 in 2020. So he's probably 14 now. It was a console setup with a 19-inch monitor. I started creating content in the summer of 2021. It's also helped me bring my setup to this level, and most of the gear is sent out by companies. Like the PC, the desk was bought with the help of my parents. I've tried to mount a third monitor above my main one. So right here somewhere. Okay, perfect. So right off the bat, I love the simplicity you have in your setup. I really love the aesthetic, this purple and like, it's like a purple and like minimal vibe. I'm not really like getting the exact vibe yet. Like I love this, like, you know,
the wallpapers. It's kind of like this like Japanese purple theme with hints of white, which I really like. Number one, I think I love this. I love that this PC's here, because if it was on the floor, it'd be kind of weird. W man for having a candle, by the way. Overall, looking at the pegboard though, I love this, the placing of this. Extra keyboard, a headset, you know, that you place usually gets put there on the hanger there. Then you've got like a little bit of storage in there and a plant, and then a hanging plant, which is dope as well. I think you did a great job with that. Also, I love the TV behind you. I'm assuming this is behind you. I love that you got like your shoes displayed, and then you got your TV and some RGB stuff. I think that looks awesome there as well. And we're looking overall at the setup. I would probably say this is an 8.5 out of 10. I think that it's a beautiful setup. I love this light on the wall. I think it's very unique. And then on top of that, I love the aesthetic you're building here. Thank you for submitting, man. It looks beautiful. I love the PC aesthetic as well. They're doing a great job there. So just for reference, chat, this is his old setup and this is his new one. Like, the difference is crazy. Okay. That's an insanely good change there. So, all right. I know that Wind is not going to be able to match the same vibe as that last one, but let's check out Wind's setup. He doesn't have a note or anything, but this is pretty dope. Right off the rip, we've got a couple different ideas here. Right off the rip, we've got this Lian Li here on the left side. I think this is a Lian Li Mini, I want to say, running a little nice little white build. Keyboard looks really sick. I really love this aesthetic. It's pretty interesting. I've never seen a keyboard like this. Cable manager's not awful. Okay, so this off the rip is really, really good. I just love the aesthetic that this has got going on. Like, I love this blue and white ice theme with, you know, all the peripherals and the one monitor really match. Like, he's got a white light bar. On top of that, he's got white aesthetics throughout the entire setup. His PC's white. His plant boxes are white. His keycaps are white, plus his mouse and his mouse pad. All of these match, which is great. And the symmetry of this plant and this plant is good, but I think that this thing behind the monitor should go. On top of that, I really love this Goku DBZ thing here in the right. I think that's Goku at least. With this little light bar. I think that looks really cool too. I would say this is probably a solid 7.5 or 8 out of 10. I think it's a great setup. Thank you for submitting, Mr. Wild, and beautiful setup, man. So this is William. He is 12 years old. He's a student out of Sweden, and his main game is Valorant, Minecraft, and Fortnite. His previous setup was just a crappy monitor and an Xbox One, and what inspired him to build his current setup is me, Fallen Foe, and Low. He afforded this setup by saving on birthdays and Christmases to afford everything in the setup. His future plans for the setup is upgrading the PC, specifically the GPU and power supply. Right off the bat, he has a shelf above the setup. He has Funko Pops about things he likes. He has shoes that he likes, candle he likes, you know. There's things about him that he likes. Also on the windowsill, we have a nice Lego set, so it shows that he plays Legos or builds them and enjoys them. On top of that, the PC looks really good as well. Also, thank you for supporting the mouse pads, and he's got the keyboard and mouse there. Black and little hints of blue. You guys gotta understand, 12 years old, that is insane. It's such an insane color scheme. Black and white, very, very minimal. He's done his job and able to make it exactly how he wants. Cable management's good. Personality is solid. I love the lights across the setup as well. Such a beautiful setup. I would probably say this is a solid 9.5 out of 10. This video is sponsored by GutsyAiden.com, my own mousepad company. Some of the setups in this video use our mouse pads. So if you like what you see, use the link down in the description to get one for yourself. Now back to the video. So this is Kevin's setup. He's 17 years old and his occupation is he works part-time in retail. He's located out in New Jersey and his main games are Valorant, Apex, R6, and Osu, which is dope. He started building his setup as a passion project, it looks like, and he wanted to have a room that he could be comfortable in and express his personality, which is dope. It took him about 3 to 4 years to save up and build this setup. He afforded this setup from birthdays, Christmas money, and working the retail job, he said. Who helped him build this setup? He did it all himself, so that's pretty cool. He's open to suggestions from chat and Aiden, but I really am not anywhere near completion yet. So right off of the bat, I mean, I just noticed how clean this was. Like, this was the image I saw, and I just was like, okay, I want to look deeper into the setup. I want to look deeper into this and see what personality's got. I mean, I love just the pegboards to the Govee light bars to the amount of different animes and different personality he's got. I also love how like clean his desk is, and also cable management as well. From the setup on the right and the bed on the left, and then the art throughout the room. It's the same on the other side.
Like all of this is such a cozy, chill room, and I think it's like very solid for his age. Also, I love how minimal his keycaps are and his like, you know, his artisan pad with the G Pro Superlight. I think it looks so awesome. And then this is where I got really excited. ITX PC. I love seeing ITX builds in cases like this. I mean, ITX builds are so compact and they're super hard to build in. So it's so cool to see one that's like doing what I would want, you know? And also I like your pegboard. It has a lot of personality, shows your drawing, shows, you know, your different glasses you wear and your style. Also love the Gobi light bars as well. And you cable management with a raceway, which is so cool. I feel like if this setup itself is beautiful, I would say this is a solid 8. The next setup is Paxton. He is 15 years old, out of Arizona. His occupation is a content creator, which is interesting. His main game is Modern Warfare 2 and Valorant. His previous setup was just a very bad desk and too many cables and no PC. So now he's kind of just doing this. What inspired him to build his current setup is he wanted something that he could work, game, and have nothing cluttered. So he wanted a very organized workspace, and I think he achieved that here so far. He built a setup for content creation and for work, and he built a setup about 2 months ago. It took him entirety of 2 days to build the entire setup. His brother helped him build his setup with the technical stuff, the cable management, etc. His future plans is to buy a camera, a Sony a6000 with a 16mm lens, which is dope. And then he wants to add another monitor for the setup. Man, this already looks super solid, so I'm really excited to take a look at what you got for us. Cable management, very, very solid, very impressive. Love the raceways in front. Love how you've mounted the power strip there as well. Yeah, so this double stack monitor, I just love how clean and clean this is. I also love the PC as well. All white build, white Asus Strix motherboard, and then also a 30, this looks like a 3060 maybe. It's so awesome. But overall, I'd probably rate this a 7.5. Here is the next setup by Valentin. He's 17 and he's a student and a small content creator out of Germany. His main games are Valorant and Minecraft, and his previous setup was just a really bad PC setup with cheap peripherals. What inspired him to build his current setup right now is TechSource, Gutsy, Aiden, and Low, so thank you. And what he built his setup for is content creation and streaming. He built the setup about 2 months ago, and it took him about 2 years to build this exact setup in the way he wanted it. He afforded his setup by streaming and delivering newspaper, which is an interesting job. I think he's doing a lot of this for the Christmas theme with the green, orange, and then red, and then, you know, stuff like that. But I think normally it's blue and white. I love where your camera is. It's like nice and minimal in between both monitors. The plants kind of go in between, and then you've like put the plants in really solid spots as well. But yeah, overall, I love this setup. If the color scheme was all normal, I would say it's probably a 7.5. The next setup is by Sam. Now this one has a lot of personality, so get ready. I love this setup off of the bat. He is 17 years old and his occupation is going to school to be an electrician. He's located in Norway and his main games are Modern Warfare 2 and Rocket League. His previous setup was just like an old TV and a PS4 that he wanted to get an actual space from. What inspired him to build his current setup is Setup Wars. He built the setup for gaming, work, and school, and he built the setup in August 2022. It took him about 5 to 6 years to save up and actually get the style for this setup. He afforded this setup by working in construction and other jobs over the summer breaks when he didn't have school for the electrician stuff, and his dad helped him order parts and a little bit was setting up some stuff in the gaming stuff. His future plans for the setup is to mount a light strip, get some better double-sided tape for hanging his power strips underneath the desk, and maybe just a different mouse pad. Off of the bat though, I just love this color scheme. I haven't seen this color scheme really used a lot recently. Nice little couch here as well. Got a white little GPU as well. So cool. Like from the theme to the area to the placing, it's so nice. But yeah, the craziest thing is he's flexing on y'all. Bro's just got an extra GPU on his desk, straight up. I also like that where his mic placement is. I think it's great. And also I love this color scheme, man. I feel like this color scheme is one of my favorites that I've seen. On top of that, your PC looks really solid. I would say get some cable combs for your cables because they look a little scary, but other than that, everything else in your PC looks great. I would say this is probably a solid 7. I think he's 15 years old. He's a student out of Sri Lanka. And his main game is Fortnite and Warzone. His previous setup was just a PS4, and what inspired him to build his current setup is me and TechSource. which is dope. He uses his setup for gaming, racing, and productivity. He built the setup about 3 days ago. He said it's 2 days, so it took him about 2 days to put it all together and get it all put together. That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. He afforded his setup by his savings and saving up over a couple years to get it. And no one else really helped him build this entire setup, and he did this by himself. So that's pretty cool. This is already really super solid. Like, let's take a look into this a little bit and get a little bit of a deeper dive. Laptop setup on the left, racing setup on the right. Very run of the mill, which is really cool. I've never seen a racing setup sim like this. It's really nice. I like to see that there's like, all you have to do is like turn your chair and you're just right there. Like, I feel like the usability of that is dope, and you can literally just turn your chair and you're racing, and then when you're ready to do some work, you just turn back. And I think that's such a unique way of doing things. Also, cable management is really solid, by the way. You've done a really good job of hiding your cables. I like to see more personality in this setup when it comes to shelves and maybe more things about you. But for cleanliness, cable management, and like working with what you had, you did a great job. Seems like the chat consensus is 6 out of 10. And yeah, he's a 13-year-old from Kansas. He bought his setup from birthday money, and his main game is Valorant. He built this setup to play games and study for school, which took him around a whole year to fully upgrade and add everything. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. What is this? Bro's got the toilet paper roll in the setup, bro. That's crazy. Look at the mouse pad. What in God's name is going on? He can take a shit without leaving the session. Respect. Okay, dude, come on. Yo, I like the creativity in this setup, man. Look at his mic holder. Bro's got it taped to a light. Look at that. He's got the mic taped to the light, bro. I do like how you match your wallpapers to the thing on the back, right? The speaker placement's okay, I guess. You know, it just seems very unuseful. Like, you could probably like move a speaker further right if you didn't have this random mic holder here. You know, you could put the speaker where your toilet paper is if you got rid of that too. Look at the cable management, dude. I can kind of see it from underneath here. Just get a raceway. It solve all your problems here. Overall, I would just recommend like take everything out and start over, reorganize, re-cable manage, use some raceways. The PC looks good too, man. You got like a solid build going on. So, but overall, it's not bad. Okay, it's not bad. It just needs some work. It just needs some love. You know what I'm saying? I'll probably give it a solid 3, dude. I'll give it a solid 3. You tried. You got a decent setup, a great foundation, good PC. I think you just need a little bit of love to the setup, man. Wyatt's setup. He's a 12-year-old out of Georgia. He's a student, and his main games are Red Dead Redemption 2 and Fortnite. He built the setup for fun, and he started a YouTube channel. It took him around a year and a half to get everything to where it is now. And he has an RK61 with an Atrix mouse. His monitors are Samsung ones. They'll upgrade soon. And he built this PC with his dad. Here's the specs of the PC. Looking off the rip here, I mean, shit. Okay, the cable management needs some work. A raceway would probably solve all your problems here. It's a very nice setup though, besides that. I mean, this could go, like this could go. A lot of cables underneath. I would say cable management. Looking past the cable management, we got a really nice setup on our hands. Regardless of the cable management though, let's take a look. We got personality out the wazoo. Spider-Man in the middle, some lighting. The monitor backgrounds I really like, actually. I think it matches the setup a lot. Overall, I mean, it's not bad. You got a really solid foundation here, dude. The only thing I'd recommend is maybe mounting the monitors to a stand. I'd recommend getting 2 individual single ones and maybe doing one vertical, one horizontal, or both horizontal, but just make sure that they're more sturdy to the desk. But overall, I mean, it looks really nice, man. Like, this is just a beautiful setup. I really like this, man. Honestly, I would probably rate this like a solid 7, just because like the cable management's not there. It could have a little more personality, but it does have more personality than most setups that I see. For 12, it's a really solid setup. This is Nahat. He's a 13-year-old living in Vietnam. Mainly plays CSGO, GTA 5, and FIFA. Uses the setup mainly for schoolwork, coding, editing, and gaming. It took him around 3 years to save up and build everything. He afforded all this by selling a CSGO inventory on Lucky Money. Okay, if I'm honest, bro, I really want to see your CSGO inventory. I'm a big CSGO inventory nerd. Chat knows this. Honestly, I've never seen somebody use this. Yo, wait, this is kind of genius, yo. Bro doesn't want his bed to like take out the light, So what he does is he makes like a portable pegboard, dude. They clamp to the side of the desk. That's actually sick. And it like cuts it off from like the rest of the thing, so he's got like a little mini wall next to him. And then looking at the rest of the room here, I like that actually a lot. The printer on top of the speaker is crazy.
But the cable management is pretty good. You did pretty good like hiding the cables here. Looking at this side of the setup, I like this a lot, man. The only thing I'd recommend is maybe moving the PC a little farther to the right, you know, so you could have more mousepad room. The shelf is nice with the personality up top, and also the nanolies are like perfect. And this is a really nice setup for like, you know, straight run of the mill, man. It's a 1 monitor setup, very clean, you know, like I actually really like this. I would rate this probably a solid 8, man. This is Max. He's a 12-year-old from California. His main games are Fortnite and Modern Warfare 2. He built this setup to stream, make content, play games, and some schoolwork. Bet. It took him around 2 years to build this setup, and here are his specs right here. So looking off the bat, I mean, it's just a nice white topo setup here. Got the GA topo. Okay, okay. Also, the cable management is a little whack. I would like to see maybe mounting the power strip underneath the bottom of the desk. Looking at the back of the setup, a lot of cool posters in the back. Attack on Titan looks like Dragon Ball Z. You know, the keyboard and mouse, nice little budget option there. But looking at the whole setup, I mean, it's nice. I would say to change your lighting on your PC to white if you can. But yeah, overall, I mean, it's not bad. It could use a little bit more personality, right? But looking at the setup itself, I mean, at least you got some posters on the wall and you got things that you like, you know. Looking good. I would say this is a solid 7 out of 10. Really clean. Just get some better cable management and it will come out really clean. This is Ozomad setup. He's 13, but he turns 14 in October. He's from Australia and he mainly plays Minecraft and Rocket League. He built a setup for schoolwork, playing video games, and content creation. Here's his YouTube. It took him around 1 year to build his setup, and here are his specs right here. He afforded his setup by chores around the house and helping his dad with some garage door installs. Is this a loft bed setup again, bro? Bro, we get surprisingly a good amount of these, bro. I love loft bed setups, dude. Really, really chill. You know, 2 monitor setup here. Just looking at it off the bat. Really, really good cable management. And then underneath the bed, I really like too. I think that the bed setup's cool. But what is this PC? What is that? It looks super odd shaped. I don't know. The mouse pad could use some work though. That mouse pad is tiny, brother. You have all this room too. You could add a nice little mouse pad in there. Some good lighting you can add is maybe some Gobi glides across the bottom. Also, maybe some more lighting underneath the desk, like going down and underneath the shelf. Adding a few of those things would make this setup just have a little bit more of that lighting. Now, personality wise, it's kind of hard because there's not a whole lot of room in the setup to add things. You know, mount stuff on this wall here, this wall here. There's a lot of different areas you can like post a little bit of things. Okay, yeah. I see it. I see it now. It's a laptop. Yeah, it's a laptop behind there. Really clean too. If you wanted, you could make a third monitor by taking this laptop and then mounting it like I did in the Intel laptop video, and mounting it right here as the 4th monitor and running the cables behind the monitors like that. I think I would probably say it's like a solid, I would say like a solid 6 or 7 out of 10. I'm gonna go 7 out of 10. I really like these under bed setups. I really fuck with them. I think they're really cool. This is Elliot, a 13-year-old out of the United States. His occupation is chores, so he's a younger kid. His main games are Roblox and SP Rocket. Chat, I don't know what the hell SP Rocket is. Please inform me. Anyway, he built the setup to have better performance, and it took him around 1.5 years to 1.5 years to build this setup. And he afforded the setup by doing chores, hand-me-downs. Laptop monitor were hand-me-downs, as well as a microphone, keyboard, mouse, and boom arm. And he bought everything else with his own money. Looking at the setup, man, he's got a nice keyboard. And what the fuck is the mouse, yo? Yo, this mouse needs some work, man. Cable management's kind of rough around the edges, you know. I see you did try to like put some personality there, you know. I'd recommend decluttering, taking all the cables out, maybe mounting stuff underneath the bottom of the desk, stuff like that. It is a laptop setup. I think it's an Asus VivoBook. I'd recommend maybe over some time save up and get a PC, you know, add all that. But overall, I mean, you did what you could with, you know, the room and space you have. I'll give it to him, you know. He tried for what he had, you know. So I'd probably rate this a solid 3 out of 10. There's not really a way to add personality in this setup since it's in your living room. But yeah, it's you know, it's all right. It's all right. This is Joe Swayze. He's an 18-year-old out of Virginia, and he works inside a machinist company in my state. His main games are Black Ops 3 and Rainbow Six Siege. He built the setup because it's his dream to influence others, and it took him around 3 years to build this entire setup. And he's able to afford a setup by saving up and slowly upgrading over the years, and he built this all by himself. Damn. It's probably a YouTube plaque? What is a YouTube plaque? I don't have one.
looking at this, I mean, it looks pretty clean. I love just the wall, the shelves, the amount of personality in this. Looking at all of it, I love the little headset hanger. I think Maddie K did this, and I love when I see it in people's setups. I think it's so cool. The PC is so badass. Cable management is pretty good for the most part. The desk is beautiful. Ooh, that keyboard is beautiful, man. Holy. Dude, I love the amount of personality on this shelf up here. I think it's really clean. It's got personality. I would give this a 10. I genuinely give this a 10. It's got personality. It's clean. The desk is nice. The room is nice. The LEDs are nice. This is Blake. He's a 14-year-old. He afforded this setup by mowing lawns and doing chores. He's located in Florida, and his main games are Rocket League, Valorant, and Fortnite. His laptop wasn't cutting it, so that's why he built this entire setup, and it took him around 6 months to afford and build everything. He saved up money. He didn't tell us how he saved it, but him and his dad built his dream setup together. But looking at this, I think the cable management is at least tidy. You know, at least he mounted things on the bottom of the desk. I think it's kind of cool how you did the shelf like split and you put the clock in the middle. I think that's a unique idea, but I don't think it necessarily works in this setup. I think, in my opinion, I think that all the boxes aren't really worth it putting on the shelves, but I think maybe displaying things that you used to use, like some of these things on this shelf, would be better, or more personality stuff. But that shelf is super high up, so it's not bad. It's just kind of like, it lacks a lot. I think there's just no personality. It's very like bare. I feel like there could be done a lot more. I love the personality on the right side, but I feel like you should incorporate that into the setup more. I feel like we should do something with that. Overall, I'd rate this like a solid 6 or 7 out of 10. This is Addison, a 22-year-old from Texas. They're an Amazon delivery driver, and the main games they play is Overwatch 2, Minecraft, and Baldur's Gate 3. They built this setup for mostly gaming and with the possibility of content creation later on. It took them around 3 years to save up enough money for it. Okay, honestly, you guys can't lie. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. The one thing I would say is the shelf. Oh, wait, that's my PC video. Anyway, the shelf is kind of to the left, which I would have loved to see it more center or a bigger shelf, because like when people do this, it kind of bothers me. Maybe that's just me. Looking at like the setup itself, I actually love the marble looking desk. I think that's so unique. And then how you decorated the Alex drawers, the front of it like that too. I think the most unique thing in this setup is that you built a shelf for your PS5 to sit in between your PC and the thing. And I think that's so cool. Love how your PC specs look the same, and like how you like put the Lean fans and the colors, everything looks great as well. Cable management looks really, really tidy underneath here. I love the USB hubs that you have here mounted. Really clean. The only thing I'd recommend is like maybe just getting a bigger shelf, and that's pretty much it to me. I would give this a solid 8. I think it's really solid. I think the only thing that I would really change is the shelf. Does your screen look like this? Don't worry, I have a cheap and affordable way to fix this, and it's also today's sponsor, MyCDKeys. You're gonna scroll down on this video and go to the description and click the link that says MyCDKeys. Then you want to pick what windows you want, go to checkout, and type in the discount code box RT30. Once you do that, you're gonna get 30% off of your Windows key. Also, when you go to checkout, you might need to make an account so you can track all your keys, but once you do that, you can see them all there, and then you're gonna press show CD key, and then you're gonna go to your activation on your Windows, type the key in, and bam, you have Windows. That's simple. So a huge thank you to MyCDKeys for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into the next setup. This is Frost. He's a 15-year-old from Texas, and he goes to school for studies. His main game is Fortnite, and he built the setup because he wants to start making content and playing games with friends. It took him about a week to build this setup and get it to where it looks like now. And his mom bought him the setup, but he built it himself with a little bit of a help from his friend and putting up the panels. Mommy's money, huh? Damn, mommy's money out here, dude. W mom? Yeah, W mom. Okay, cable management isn't bad. It's just, you know, I would have liked to see a better raceway, but it's not a huge deal. Everybody wants to use an L-shaped desk, right? Like, I feel like the trend is gonna L-shaped desk, right? But the L-shaped desks are such an L. They're shaped like that for a reason, because they suck. Literally, the whole point of having an L-shaped desk is if you know how to use it in the space. But like, when you do this, what's the point? Like, you don't even have any mouse pad room. You're gonna hit the TV or the monitor all the time. Like, look, if you smack this monitor, you're gonna crack the shit out of it, you know? But yeah, overall, the cable management could be a little better. I mean, at least it's tidied in somewhere. I'm gonna give it like a solid 6.5. I think it could be improved a lot. I think that the wall panels are cool. I think you could improve a lot of things, but yeah. Anyway, looking very clean. This is a Rousey, a 14-year-old from Scotland. They basically just do school. They just do school. They're a 14-year-old and they do school. Their main game is Rocket League and Fortnite. He built the setup to improve in games and have a better place to work and study in the future instead of playing on the TV like I did before. Started the setup around June, and he's still working on to improve it, and he afforded this setup by good grades. W. I think the first thing you should work on is getting a better desk. The personality is really good, but bro is using that lifetime fold-up table. If you gotta get a PC, you gotta get an actual desk. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be the first thing you should focus on. I'd get an actual wooden desk or something. Maybe get rid of this couch or something like that, because it seems like you don't have a lot of room. But maybe getting a table the same size as this would be perfect. But yeah, looking at everything, I mean, it's honestly not bad. I'm gonna give this a solid like 6 out of 10. I think if you had a new desk and a little bit of decluttering, the personality and stuff would be there for sure. This is Liam. He's an 18-year-old out of Liverpool, England, and his main work is that he's an apprentice accountant working with his dad. His main games are Call of Duty, Apex Legends, and Fortnite, and he built this setup initially for school, but ended up being mainly for gaming. It took him around 3-ish, 4-ish years to build this setup, and here are some of the brand names in his setup. He afforded this setup by initially doing chore money and birthday money, but now he's working full-time, and he started using his wages for additionals in the setup. He built the setup on his own, and he has changed his setup due to Christmas, which he's now had a monitor mount to close the gap. The great wall between his monitors, bro. He's gonna be like, hey guys, I'm over here. All right, let me look at Discord. I know he fixed it now, but I think that's just funny. I do like that this had like a raceway behind it that you could plug everything in. Actually, like perfect height, dude, to plug everything on the wall. That's actually really, really nice. Looking at the room itself, though, I actually really like it, dude. I love when people show me the whole room and the space it's in, because if I had just seen this, you know, I'm like, oh, it's pretty nice. But then when I see like this, I'm like, damn, he has a lot of soccer trophies and stuff. Like, there's no way you're sleeping on that, dude. There's no way you're sleeping on that. But overall, I mean, it looks pretty clean, dude. I want to give it like a solid 6.57 out of 10. I think it's really solid. I think the personality is halfway there. I love how clean the setup is. But yeah, overall, really, really clean. This is Rex. He's a 13-year-old from Luxembourg. He goes to school and he built the setup because he wants to stream and make content for his YouTube channel. He built the setup by himself with his older brother, and he saved up money for 2 years from birthdays and Christmases to buy all of this. W Minecraft wall. The first thing I noticed was the Minecraft wall, dude. Bro's got a whole wall painted with Minecraft, but his desk, bro, he's got plates, he's got cups. One thing I'd say is declutter. Looking at this, I mean, it just needs a lot of help, man. You just got to declutter. But I really recommend, if you're doing a Minecraft wall like this, maybe theme the whole setup around Minecraft or something, or just paint it, one of the two. I want a Minecraft wall, chat. That'd be cool. For 13, it's not bad. It just needs a little bit of, you know, upgrades and stuff. I'd probably rate it like I'm gonna give it like a 6 out of 10 or 5.5 out of 10. This is Andrew. He's a 13-year-old from middle school, and he lives in India. His favorite games are Minecraft, Fortnite, and Rocket League, and he built the setup because he wanted to play games and have a good environment to play them in. He built the setup all by himself, and it took him 1 year to build the setup, and he's been upgrading ever since. He afforded his setup by mowing lawns, birthdays, and Christmas money. Looking at the setup, though, I really love how clean this setup looks. What do you guys think about this, chat? Maybe you need to double check your AIO cooler. I think that's like not supposed to sag like that. Looking at the setup itself, I mean, I love the shelf above it. I think it's super unique. I love the lighting in the middle. The sword above it's kind of clean too. Oh, I love that you have like a little console setup on the left side too. I think the personality is really good. I think for 13, this is amazing. Don't make your monitors flat. Maybe angle this one a little bit left or something, or maybe upgrade your monitors over time. I'd probably rate this like a solid, I'm gonna give it like a solid 7 out of 10 or something like that. 7 out of 10. Yeah, the only thing I don't like is the symmetry. I mean, this monitor needs to be more centered with the moon and the thing, but once it is, it'll look a little better. He's 23 years old. His occupation is political science and liberty. He's located in Arkansas, and his main game is Fortnite. And his previous setup was just the same layout, just a lot less gear and lights. What inspired him to build his current gaming setup is he watched a bunch of YouTube videos and wanted it to be functionally capable of anything he wanted to do for schoolwork, gaming, and some political work. He started in March of 2021, and it took about over a year to get the setup where he's at. He afforded his setup by working in the government and selling some old stuff on eBay. His dad helped him with part of the setup, and his future plans are to get some more different aesthetically pleasing things for his setup. Starting off with Jackson's setup, man, this is beautiful. Off the rip, he's got one of my mouse pads, so thank you for supporting. My boy's got the sticker on his Oculus, so that's dope. I love this red and white setup off the rip. We're seeing some beautiful lighting on this shelving, you know, some Scream horror movie people in there. Also, he's got like 2 little shelves here for his speakers that are mounted obviously right above his monitor, which is a beautiful thing to do so you can hide the cables. So we've got 2 controllers on the left, a little stand there, a little acrylic stand with the 2 speakers on the left and right. So this is his keyboard mouse combo. For productivity, he's got the MX Master. For gaming, he's got the G Pro Superlight, which is awesome. And on top of that, I love this aesthetic of the PC. this white and undertones red build. I would say overall, I would give this a 7.5 out of 10. Looks great. The aesthetics are there. Jackson, thank you so much for submitting. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys. All right. So this is David's setup. He is 14 years old and he's located in Portland, Oregon. His main game is Rocket League, and his previous setup was just all black, no lighting and nothing on the walls, just a black PC and black everything. What inspired him to build his current setup is he watched a lot of YouTube videos and instantly started searching up for more gaming setup transformation. Looking over the year, I managed to get new specs for a computer, gear, and many things other, and he built the setup for gaming, editing, and schoolwork. It took him about 3 years to get to this point in total, and he's very happy with where he's at. His brother helped him build this setup, and his future plans for his setup is to buy a new desk, maybe a gray countertop with some alloy shores. Let's go take a look. So off the rip, I just love the way that he built this. The room has so much potential, like the wood slated wall, and then we've got like the pegboard with the lights behind it, the guitars on the wall with the clock, and then the leaves on that. It's beautiful. But overall, I love the way that you did this like aesthetically pleasing thing with your guitars, which I was telling people actually to get these. He has decent keyboard management from what I can see, and overall, this is great. I mean, this is keyboard management here, and this setup and the way that he has like everything put in his setup for 14 years old, I would say this is probably an 8. Thank you, David, for submitting. We'll go on to the next setup here. The next one is Harifi. Harifi, I hope I said your name right. This is a beautiful setup. Okay, man, off the rip, we're just brought in and taken in by this setup. He is 22. His occupation is a photographer / graphic designer and content creator. He's located in Indonesia, and his favorite game is Halo MCC and Halo Infinite. His previous setup was just, a laptop setup that he made with a LG monitor, and he took many inspirations for his own setup, and then he moved into the new apartment at the start of 2022 and began to execute what the setup he's been dreaming of. His inspiration is watched many setup shows and drove me into building my own. Since my own occupation makes me sit in front of a computer the whole time, it'd be cool to have a decent setup and working space. I gotta admit, having a decent and cozy working space boosts my working performance. He built a setup again for muted consumption, playing games rarely, and also some dope productivity. This year, he's been slowly improving on his setup, and honestly, it took him about 9 months to reach this point. He afforded it by using his own money, and he built his setup all by himself. And his next upgrade is a PC and stuff like that. So off the rip, man, this is absolutely beautiful. I love the way that you have this laid out. I love this wood and orange undertone, like where the speakers are mounted, the symmetry of the monitors, from all the details, everything is insane. Off this rip, man, I love this beautiful wood and light aesthetic you've got going on. The natural light from the window, the placement of the mic and the speakers, the placement of the monitors and the symmetry of the setup. Like, man, you cannot get better than this. On top of that, I think this setup is also a vertical standing desk, which is impressive to make it look clean as well. His cable management is beautiful with these like see-through cable raceways as well, and he's rocking a glorious Model O and a custom keyboard with some orange and black undertones with the wood, and this is him standing there. Dope, man. He's also got some softbox lighting here in the top left, and I love what you did with this little area. Like, it's a built-in wood area with like a little shelf in there to hold your gimbals and your keyboards and little extra things there. Love the lighting on the side. Like, dude, this apartment, wherever you live, this apartment is beautiful, by the way. Like for this to be your first place to move out to, that is awesome. This is a beautiful setup, oh man. How do I gotta get like you, my boy? This is awesome. From the aesthetics of the setup to the execution, to the color theme and the palette you're on, to the way you've put everything, man, this is damn near a 10 out of 10. Thank you again for submitting. Looks beautiful. The next one is by Casper. Now, Casper is 13 years old. His occupation is actually working on a farm in Norway. His main game is Fortnite, and his previous setup was a cheap gaming laptop and a budget keyboard and mouse. What inspired him to build his current gaming setup is Vermax and a couple other YouTubers. He built a setup for gaming and YouTube, and he started building his setup in 2019. He afforded this setup by working on his dad's farm, and he built it by himself. He wants to add a couple monitors and a new wireless headset. All right, let's go take a look. He's running a Blue Yeti on the right side, which I like. Running a dual monitor setup with the Firewatch little area there. Also, thank you for supporting the mouse pads. Right here, he's got like a G Pro Superlight, and it looks like, I want to say it's like a RK61 or something like that. Looks pretty interesting. He also is running a SteelSeries headset as well. Here's his cable management behind his monitors, which is cool. his keyboard and mouse combo, and his cable management's not awful. Also got some plants and a candle as well. PC's looking great with a 3070, which is awesome. Overall, I mean, this is very generic, but beautiful for a younger guy. Bro is only 13 years old, chat. What are we thinking? Yeah, I love to see this aesthetic with the plants and the way that he utilizes color theme. I would rate this probably I want to say a 7 out of 10. A 7 out of 10 would be awesome for 13 years old. I mean, this is beautiful. All right, we're moving on to the last setup. This is Mason. Mason's setup right here. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. So he is 13. He's located in Florida. His main game is Valorant and Apex. His previous setup was just a console setup, and what inspired him to build his current setup now is that he had friends with nice setups, so I took inspiration from YouTube and them, and my setup is now better than theirs. Always love to see that. How long did it take to build his setup? About a month, and he afforded his setup by Christmas, birthdays, and selling water to golfers on a golf course in my neighborhood. Resourceful. Love it. Who helped build his setup? His best friend and me built the PC. He knows about tech more than I do, so I did everything by myself. So like the setup himself, he did by himself, but his friend helped him build the PC. That's awesome. He'd also like to add some shelves and some extra decorations so the walls aren't so plain. Yeah, I would agree. Off the rip, I just appreciate you supporting the mouse pads. Again, I can't thank you guys enough. Seeing so many of you guys that have a mouse pad of mine, like, it just makes me so happy inside, man. You know, like, it just makes me feel great. So thank you guys. Thank you guys for doing that. So yeah, off the rip, he's got this blue and white setup, little plain area on the right, with a few different miscellaneous things. On top of that, he's got a nice little mic on the right with the PC, dual monitor setup, one stacked, one horizontal. For 13 years old, man, this is beautiful. I would say this is a solid 6 for a 13-year-old that just built his setup. Like, man, this has a lot of potential, a lot of empty wall space, a lot of great potential here, and you've done a really great job of putting what you had.
It's taking a second. No, it's not. I just can't tell. Oh no, my computer is not working. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Now, under normal circumstances, when we do a computer build, there's some kind of like a plan or a theme. So it's like, oh yeah, we're doing like a sick RGB build, or we've got this budget and we're gonna try and hit this budget and get the most performance we can for it. Today, we have dropped all pretense. Micro Center wanted to sponsor a stream building a computer, and I was sitting here in the office and I was like, you know what? Why don't we just do it live? So here it is. I've got a pile of components and we are, you know what? We're doing it live. Micro Center is your one-stop shop for technology needs, including desktops, laptops, computer components, monitors, TVs, networking equipment, you name it, they have got it. So don't wait. Get the best prices and best selection on computer hardware and everything else technology at any one of Micro Center's 25 locations across the US and online. Between May 20th and June 7th, head over to the Micro Center PC Builder tool, load it up with anything and everything you want, then share the link in the comments below, and one random winner will be selected to win a $500 gift card. Pretty freaking sweet. Now, with that out of the way, let's go ahead and find out what the crap computer I'm building today, because I'm gonna be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen. I walked onto set today and A, there was no SSD, B, there was no power supply, and C, I kind of went, hey, when we were prepping this, I know I said, hey, I just like want to build a computer, but what's the theme? And the theme was, I kid you not right now. Well, it's mostly gray and black parts. And I kind of went, okay, so it's pretty much every computer component these days at all. And, oh, where's the box for the motherboard, I asked. I believe it was thrown away, I was told. So at any rate, we've got a Crosshair 8 Formula motherboard that has, on the one hand, looked like it's been kind of through battle here. So it's kind of beat up around the fittings for the built-in VRM water cooling. You can kind of see the mirrors aren't so mirrory anymore. Hold on a second. I just got to give it a little spit shine there. Nobody else touch this computer if you don't want that COVID. I actually have my shot already though, so hopefully I'm good to go. I'm not gonna spread any more COVID. There we go. Give it a little bit of that. But then on the other hand, it still has peels. So I can't tell. Is this motherboard new or is it battle worn? I don't even know if it works. So I guess you guys are gonna be here when I find out. And then for our CPU, we've gone with a Ryzen 9 3900X. That's right. This is the one that we own. We're going to be using it yet again. You know what, though? These are getting at least a little bit easier to get your hands on. At least on the CPU side of things, supply isn't quite so crazy. And honestly, you know what's really funny? Man, this is a total tangent. You know, David, here, let's install the CPU first. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to lift this up. Oh, yeah. You guys have seen a CPU install before. Hold on. I'm going to just... You got to get all the pins aligned perfectly, guys. If you don't get all the pins aligned and you make contact, what it'll actually do is there's a lot of current that is pre-charged in the capacitometers that are here around the CPU socket. So if you don't get them lined up just right and the amps flow through the wrong pin, it can actually pop the IHS right off. You got to get some solder. You got to solder that thing right back on. So you got to make sure it's just... Sorry, wait, am I watching, you know, classic vintage Theo Joe, or is this Linus Tech Tips? What's going on here? So we're going to pop that in. What was I talking about? Right, yes. So Ryzen 5000 series is finally getting a little bit easier to get your hands on. At least the used prices aren't that bad, or not used, but these like eBay prices aren't that far off the retail prices. But GPUs, as you guys know, are absolutely crazy still. What happened to that? Hey, Chase, can you do me a favor? Can you grab that GPU that Madison brought over that we were planning to use for the build, please? The one that she had before there? Oh, yeah. Do you mind grabbing that one for me? Yeah, it's that way. He started moving that way. He started moving the wrong way. GPUs are still absolutely insane, but you know what, guys? I'm feeling the winds changing. I'm feeling the tide coming back in or out. What's a good tide? Tide. I guess it depends on whether you're trying to like sail out of the harbor or not.
As long as it doesn't go out too quick, that's a tsunami.
Yeah, I'm feeling the tide. I'm feeling the tide changing. I mean, Bitcoin's dropped what, like 35% or something like that in the last couple of weeks. Ethereum's way down. Hey, thanks, Suop. Appreciate you. Anyway, so CPUs getting a little bit better. GPUs still absolutely insane. Like, what did you say, David? You gave a friend an RX 580? How long ago?
October, November.
October, November. So when David gave away that graphics card, it was worth what? Like maybe $100, 150 bucks, yeah. Something like that. And that's Canadian, right? Yeah. So about $100 US. Nowadays, those same things are going for what, $500 used still? So this was our plan. This was actually the graphics card that we were planning to pair with our Radeon 5900 XT. Is that an XT? No, it's just an X, 5900X. And we had second thoughts. We at last minute, figured, you know what, we can probably get our hands on something better, so we're going to go with GeForce RTX 3090 Tough from Asus. But this is what we almost resorted to. And the fan assembly is not attached. We learned this on December 28th, 2020. Why would we write that down? Why wouldn't we just attach it? What happened to this? Okay. Thanks, Madison. You can have this back if you want.
I would love it back. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're so welcome. All right. So we've installed our RAM. We've got a kit of 3200 megahertz CL16. These are dual 16 gig sticks. Apparently we cannibalized these from a 64 gig kit, but that's fine. You can take a 4-stick kit and turn it into 2-stick kits, but there's just really no reason to do that because it doesn't actually cost any less. It's not like you're buying memory in bulk if you buy 4 sticks, so it's pretty much the same price. Now, let's go ahead and move on to storage, is what I would say, except that the storage drive is being preloaded with some games for us. At the very least, though, I can talk through what we're using. So we've gone with a WD Black SN850. This is an M.2 NVMe drive. You can see it clearly came from Microcenter. Your satisfaction is my #1 priority. Associate ID, Alejandro P. Thanks. Thanks, Alejandro. Really appreciate that. All right. Something we're going to be doing that's a little bit different today, because believe it or not, I have never actually installed one of these like cable mod vertical PCI Express brackets. It's a really cool way to get your system kind of looking more flashy. So it takes your graphics card and instead of, it's one of those things that, who was I building a computer with the other day? Really recently. Oh, it was Yvonne. It was Yvonne. David, it was Yvonne that commented that the graphics of the, like the image on the graphics card is like upside down and stuff, right? Yep. Yeah, I think so. So she noticed, like, hey, it seems like graphics cards are kind of designed to be looked at this way, or like, you know, this way or something. But instead, you just end up kind of staring at these backplates. And so case manufacturers and third-party accessory makers like CableMod kind of clued into this idea that, hey, graphics cards for all these years, just because of the ATX standard, have had all the cool-looking stuff on the side that nobody can see. Why don't we take them, use PCI Express extensions, and boom, elevate them like this so you can actually look at them. Now, it's pretty inconvenient from a like maintenance standpoint or an upgrading standpoint, because it means you need to pull your whole graphics card out anytime you want to add a different PCI Express card. You know, that's a bit of a pain in the butt, but it definitely looks really cool. Sorry, I'm just taking all the peels off this thing. Oh yeah, I should probably check out chat and see what you guys are saying. Thanks for joining me this morning, by the way. Correction, Quadro P1000. What are you guys even talking about? I mean, I know I don't pay attention to y'all very often, but you could kind of be sort of on topic, I guess. Do a ninja front flip. Whew. You know, I've never seen Tyler Blevins do a front flip.
Wait, that's his last name, Blevins?
I think so.
That sounds made up.
It could be made up. I don't know. Okay, hold on a second. We're about to go on a tangent here. Did I just get one of the largest creators in the space's name wrong? Uh-oh. Ninja Tyler Blevins. Yeah. I mean, it could be fake. It could be a stage name for all I know. I have absolutely no idea. But stage names are, this is kind of funny. I encountered another tech YouTuber who does use a stage name. I don't know, probably almost like 10 years ago, I found out that it wasn't the person's real name, and I kind of went, wow, I really wish I had thought of that. But unlike the music or film industries, I think it's a lot less common, I think, in YouTube and in Twitch, because if the others are anything like me, the reason I don't have a stage name is because I didn't think of it. I never thought that this was going to be a big deal. I mean, I would think people getting into it now that they've seen the potential might say, oh yeah, you know, you don't want anyone to know your real name because, you know, identity theft or just privacy, right? You know, oh, and I don't want to be like, you know, Tyler Blevins, where all of a sudden people are discussing his phony baloney sounding last name. Way to be a jerk, David.
My name's not David, it's Blavin Blotier.
Blavin Blotier, yeah, for sure. Blotier, I don't know, sounds pretty fake. Oh shoot, oh good, my screwdriver's here. So yeah, I could see why people would think of it now, but back in the day, I mean, I thought a huge YouTube channel would have 100,000 or 250,000 subscribers, and that was like this unattainable level of notoriety for like what, YouTube? It's not like YouTube's, you know, actual media like TV or movies or anything, but we just didn't think of it, right? So what I suspect is that many, if not most others, are in pretty much the same boat as me. My SSD magically arrived, so now I don't have to wing wavel around the you don't want to zoom in on it anyway. I don't have to wave around the box. I can wave around the actual SSD itself. We've gone with a 2 terabyte model. Basically because that was apparently what we had kicking around. This seems to be pretty much the rationale behind everything we put in here. I love that we're using like, what's a Crosshair 8 formula go for? Like $600-700? And then we've gone and with 3200 megahertz CL16 memory, Just like, whatever, sure, who cares anyway? It's not like you guys are gonna call me on it. Like, actually, Linus, it seems that you could have gotten 2% better performance by going with CL14 memory, and also that's kind of an older heat spreader design for G-Skill. You know, you could have gone with the more updated. Oh, shoot, actually, I don't know if they've announced. Well, whatever, G-Skill either has already or will have very soon a really, really cool heat spreader. I mean, I don't know, it's a memory heat spreader. Saying a memory company is gonna have a sweet, sexy new heat spreader design is kind of like saying, okay guys, this is a big leak right here, but NVIDIA is gonna release new RTX GPUs. They're gonna do ray tracing, okay? They're gonna pump those FPS, all right? And they're gonna make sure that your mining is crippled so that you're not mining, you know, because NVIDIA is not about, you know, miners. They don't like miners, okay? They want to make sure that miners get like exploited, you know, so that they are stuck buying GPUs that are not, you know, going to work the way that they expect them to. Something. Look, David, there's no agenda today. I'm just having fun. Let's go ahead and pop the screws out of this case. This case has clearly been used for a build before, so I need to actually unbuild it a little bit before we can proceed with the rest of the build. I mean, the convenient thing about that is that I don't have to go digging through the boxes and bags for the screws, I suppose. I really wish I could find my other screwdriver, but I can't, so I'll just use this one. You know, iFixit's not a sponsor on this stream today, are they? I like their older driver better. Oh. Yeah, this one, it's got this really smooth bearing in it, so I like just using it as like a fidget toy. You can just kind of like spin it in your hand. It's like the best feature of it. It's all metal, it's got this really nice bearing. I actually haven't seen one like this on their newer kits anymore. That's okay. Maybe they'll see this and they'll be like, Linus, you tool, we actually have that tool still. You just didn't notice it because it's in this like other kit or whatever. All right, let's pop this on here. Oh, interesting. This is one of those motherboards where your middle mounting screw spot is actually covered, which means that the little nubbin built into the case is kind of not really sticking through all the way. That's okay. We'll just kind of pop that on there. There you go. There you go. Got the motherboard installed. Got the SSD and RAM installed. This is the problem with building computers. It feels like you're making such good time, right? Because you get all the most important components installed in like 4 minutes. And then you kind of go, oh, wow, well, this is going great. All I need now is what? Power supply, cooler, graphics card? I'm halfway there. Except no, you're not halfway there because the vast majority of the work is the wiring and you haven't even started yet. All right. Are we putting in all the screws today? You know what? This is all about just kind of hanging out with you guys anyway. So you have my solemn Tech Tips promise to put in every mounting screw today.
What? Daring, aren't we?
I'm gonna do it. Poor David's like, good Lord, I'm gonna be holding this camera forever. No, it won't be that bad, David, because it's not like we're gonna have a ton of, you know, AIO screws to mount or anything like that. Oh wait, hold on, what is that? What is that over there? An IQ H150i Elite Capellix? Oops, sorry, David.
Question.
Yes.
Water-cooled VRMs without water cooling, is that okay?
Yes, it's really stupid, but it is okay. If you guys couldn't hear him, David was asking me water-cooled VRMs, but then without actually hooking any fittings and radiators and tubing and whatnot up to it. Yes, I mean, there is such an enormous mass of copper on this thing, and there's enough kind of shape to it already that I would be very surprised if ASUS had not built in ample cooling for it, regardless of whether you run it with water running through it. I've actually seen designs in the past that were more clearly designed around kind of a hybrid use case in mind, but yeah, I would be very surprised if it's actually problematic. With that said, I probably wouldn't push it to the absolute limit if you're not actually running water through it, because as we've talked about already, it's clearly designed around having water running through it, with air cooling being an afterthought as opposed to really being designed for both. But yeah, I think it's probably fine. All right, let's go ahead and pull off our back side panel here. I really wish I had easier access to check out the chat, because the whole point of this is I'm supposed to be hanging out with you guys, right? Okay, what's going on here? Oh, I've got a ROG Thor 1200 watt power supply because whatever, apparently. All right, chat, how y'all doing? We got Twitch, we got Flowplane, we got YouTube. Just wanted to say thanks for firing the Meg Griffin lookalike. Meg Griffin lookalike? Jesse? Jesse's not fired. I want to die, says nobody. 69, what are you guys even talking about? We just dancing in Floatplane chat. Oh, I love you guys, but apparently you are contributing absolutely nothing right now. Oh boy. All right, fine then. Let's go ahead and install a power supply. Apparently that's all you guys want to see. You want to see me build computers. Okay. For our power supply, we've gone with an ROG Thor 1200 watt because that was what we were able to grab out of inventory at the last possible second. In here we will find our cables, and in here we will find power supply. This thing is so far over the top, and it's especially stupid in this case. This is the Zero theme PC. It's especially stupid in this case because one of the really cool features of this power supply is that it actually has a display on the side that can be like, whoa, you've got like 700 watts, man. You've got all the watts. And this case has a basement with no window. So this is kind of like taking a beautiful chandelier and installing it in your windowless, doorless basement. Not many people have doorless basements, I would think, right?
How did they get in there?
Well, they could just build them in. And then they could just, I mean, honestly, man, if you, well, no, you could have like a food shoot. If you had asked me when I was a teenager if I needed my house to have any floors other than a basement, I would probably have said no. And in fact, if you asked me the same thing today, the basement is still my strong preference. I'm just not that into upper floors, David. I like the temperature regulation of having the ground all around you. I just get too warm. I'm a warm boy.
Basement rec rooms are the best rec rooms.
Oh yeah, basement rec room is perfect. It's perfect because what you want is a warm blanket and cool air to breathe. That is the life. That is the master plan. All right, my master plan here is to put some cables on this power supply though. Where'd my graphics card go? I've got a graphics card around here somewhere. Ah, there it is. All right, so our graphics card requires dual 8-pin PCI Express connectors, so that means I'm probably only gonna need one dual 8-pin cable here. I always get a kick out of this. You've got this gigantor power supply with this huge mountain of cables that it comes with, and then you end up needing like 4 of them. Actually, no, hold on a second. We've got our 24-pin. Okay, so that's for our motherboard right there. We've got our, there it is, dual 6+2s. All right. We've got a SATA. We're gonna use that for our built-in fan controller, as well as we're gonna need an RGB hub at some point. And then I just need an 8-pin power connector for the CPU. Okay, right, yep. Oh yeah, oh perfect. Okay, we're gonna, oh boy. Yeah, we'll take an 8-pin and a 4-pin. You know, maybe the electrical engineers in the audience, the armchair engineers can answer this question for me, because I just haven't looked into it. I've been lazy. It's one of those things I've wondered about and then gone, nah, I'd rather do almost anything else than look this up right now, or I get distracted or whatever. But check this out, you guys. You know how there's a rating, right? For this PCI Express connector, okay? So it's rated for, what is it? I think it's 150 watts, or is it 125, and then you got 50 watts from the slot, and it's a total of 175 watts, whatever, it doesn't matter. The point is, this connector is rated for a certain amount of power. But here's the thing. At the other end of this modular cable is the same connector using exactly the same pins and the same gold plating, okay? And then you've got this here graphics card, okay, that's got 2 of these 8-pin connectors, meaning that you've actually got potentially up to 2x the amount of power that this connector is rated for being drawn out of one of these connectors over the exact same conductors. Are we just all making this up as we go along? For realsies, guys, I actually want to know the answer to this. PCI standard requires a minimum rating, so the actual cable can be rated for much more, which is true, except that, okay, hold on, let me think. Okay, yeah, the power supply manufacturer would know what cable you're going to use with it. It's only the graphics card manufacturer that would have no way of knowing what cable will go in, but it doesn't matter because that's up to the power supply manufacturer to make sure that they supply one that is adequate if they're going to have it be a dual 8-pin. Is that it? The wires and connectors can do about 300 watts, but PCI Express spec says 150 watts. Yeah, it's just one of those funny things where someone's like, no, it splits the load between the 2 cords. No, it really, really doesn't. Check this out. Like, these wires, there's just 8 of them, go in here and then out here. That's it. That's the whole thing. There is no voodoo magic. I mean, the reality of it is, none of these connectors ever, or these wires ever get hot. Like, even under full load, it's not like your graphics card wires here are actually getting, hot to the touch or anything like that. It's just always something I've kind of wondered about, is what is the point of having a maximum spec for something like that if everyone is just going to be like, yeah, no, ain't nobody want to run 2 cables, let's just do 1 cable and just split it out at the end. Like, kind of why bother doing this song and dance? I mean, it also kind of, yeah, it again sort of raises the question why they didn't just design the 8-pin connector in the first place around a tighter requirement for the gauge of the wires and then just have 1 8-pin connector on the damn graphics card. I mean, if it's all running over the same, you know what? I think I just figured it out. I think it's probably because PCI SIG or whoever worked on the PCI Express power standard assumed that manufacturers of power supplies were going to cheap out on the conductors. So they probably spec'd this connector knowing, and then NVIDIA and AMD probably spec'd their graphics cards knowing that someone somewhere is building power supplies that have like teeny tiny 18 or like 22, yeah, 18 would be fine, like 22 gauge wiring in here. And they want to make sure that their graphics card doesn't get perceived as like what lit someone's computer on fire because they plugged in a crappy power supply. Man, why is the answer always that someone was a gigantic idiot and ruined it for everyone? That is my guess. That is my gigantic, totally uninformed, everything I have learned about this topic is what you guys have told me in chat guess. But I think it's actually pretty likely. There's also a video, excuse me. There's also a comment about how, no, it's kind of like how elevators are rated for 10 times the spec. The truth is, that's not really the case a lot of the time in PCs. I would not actually expect that to be what's going on here. How are you supposed to get the power supply in this case? What's funny is I just did a build in this case not that long ago. Oh, there we go. So we'll pull the hard drive cage out and pop this baby in here. Come on over, David. Let's install a power supply. I love that we set up that overhead cam and then we just haven't used it at all.
Love it.
Chase, you wanna throw it on the overhead cam just for fun? We're just gonna look at it. We're just gonna look at it and we're gonna sit and appreciate David's effort for a little while. Okay?
You didn't start building censored on the table.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. I just want to say that I appreciate that you set up this overhead camera so that we can look at some of the parts that we're going to use later on in the stream. Hey, chat. Chat's all like, thanks, David. Thanks, David. Good work. Apparently there's a small echo in the overhead camera. So, you know what? B+. B+. Oh, it's Chase's fault. All right, fine. Oh, man. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we've got a shotgun mic on it. Often you end up having both a microphone on the host and a microphone on your camera because it is a lot easier than trying to synchronize your footage using timecode. Timecode theoretically is great, but it just doesn't always quite work out that way. So it's really nice to just have the audio off the camera, even if the quality of it is terrible. It's called scratch audio. So that when you're using Pluralize or whatever, I guess that tool is probably built into Premiere now, right? When you're using software that can synchronize your footage, it can do it much more easily the more matching audio you have. Okay, I have gotten clearly kind of distracted here. I need to find some power supply screws. And they are not in here because we have probably used this power supply before. And Corsair, and they have argued with me about the necessity of this, Corsair does not include power supply screws with their cases. That's not to say that you can't just find other screws in a Corsair case sort of accessory baggie and use them for the power supply, but the specific power supply screws with like the hex heads, they don't include them because Corsair says power supply manufacturers should be the ones to include those. We include them with our power supplies. The issue, Corsair, is that not everybody is Corsair, and not everybody does it exactly the same way. So I think your cases should come with power supply screws. Come at me, bro. Fortunately, because I'm Linus Tech Tips, I am not you, and I'm not going to go, good heavens! I've got no power supply screw. What on earth will I do? And I will just go get my giant bin of power supply screws, and I will grab 4 of them. What do you think, guys? Black or silver?
Black.
What do you want to see? Black or silver?
This one says silver.
Come on, guys. Let's pick them. Let's pick it. Okay? Silver's so shiny, though, David.
It's a black case.
Yeah, but it's an accent. It's an accent. Oh, the community is mixed on this one. Oh, silver, black, silver. It's mostly silver so far, David. Floatplane's voting for silver.
They're sabotaging you.
Oh, brilliant. Taylor's Amy. You know what? We're going with Taylor's Amy's suggestion.
Not bad.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, this is a compromise, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, you know what? This is interesting. See, here I thought I was going to have to do 4 silver ones and 4 black ones. But actually, both this case and this power supply have a really cool feature where they've got both sets of mounting holes. So if you've never looked at your power supply closely, you might not have noticed this, but the mounting holes on ATX are not actually symmetrical. So if you flip it this way, there's kind of one pattern, and if you flip it this way, there's kind of a different pattern. And some smart case manufacturers have designed their cases to have both. See this? So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 screw mount hole things. But then ASUS went and did the same thing on this power supply. So I actually have 8 holes that line up. So I'm going to fill all of them. We're going to fill all the holes today on this here live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Keeping it rated R. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, look at that. I bet you've never seen this before. That is class. Remember, David, I did promise early on in this stream that we were going to put in every screw.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. That was my Linus Tech Tips personal guarantee to everyone watching. How y'all doing? Poor Madison. OMFGY. OMFGY. I ask myself that every day. Why indeed? This power supply is not coming out. We're gonna have to do a quick shake test after this. See if this power supply can come out. It's all about safety. This is how Sarah taught me to build a computer. Okay, here we go. What do you think? Is the power supply coming out?
No, it's a blizzard.
Come on. Ah. Give me a sec. I just need to, okay, just find out if it's, okay.
Stop it.
Wow. That power supply. Ha! It's in there. It's solid. Actually does feel more solid. Like you can't shift it, you know? It's great. I love it. All right, here's all our cables. Go ahead and run our CPU power connectors here. I'm gonna put this one up here, like that. Okay. Then we're gonna go ahead and run our 24 pin. I find it's easier to just kind of run these when you put the power supply in rather than waiting and doing them later. These are the biggest, thickest girls, so I'm just gonna put this right there. Ooh, uh-oh. Well, we might have a slight problem. This seems like it's one of those slightly wider than normal motherboards, so we might have a bit of a, oh no, it's not. This is full standard ATX, love it. All right, so here's our 24 pin. Let's just pop that in there.
Are you using the extensions?
No, I don't think I'm gonna use the extensions, but tell you what, Micro Center sponsored this stream. They've actually got, hold on, I need to go find my boomer piece of paper so I can tell you. They didn't send me additional copies, so I will tell you all about Micro Center's promotion they have running right now. Between May 20th and June 7th, head over to the Micro Center PC Builder tool, load it up with anything you want, anything. And then share it. Share the link in the comments down below, and one random winner will be selected to win a $500 Micro Center gift card. Actually, they did not, strictly speaking, specify that it is a Micro Center gift card, so it could be a gift card for anything, like Hooters or whatever, but it's probably Micro Center. What do you think, David? Odds that it's a Micro Center gift card?
I think it's Outback Steakhouse.
Outback Steakhouse?
Get 50 at Blooming Onions.
Good Lord, can you imagine spending $500 at a steakhouse in one sitting? That would not be a good time. I mean, unless of course you have friends that you could enjoy the food with.
Big if.
See, for me, I went straight to I'm at a steakhouse by myself, but you might not feel the same way. Right. What's that?
Depends on the steakhouse. Sometimes you can get steak for like $250.
Yeah, that's true actually. Get like that, gold steak or whatever, get that kind of crazy stuff. I can't get into that kind of stuff. Because for me, I just find that the vast majority of the time, really fancy, expensive food just doesn't taste as good as Chipotle. And it's like, Chipotle costs like $9. So if you don't taste as good as Chipotle and you cost any more than $8, then you kind of failed. Like you did it wrong. And as far as fast food goes, Chipotle is not even that devastating for your health. Like you can make it terrible. Like you can load up that sour cream if you want. Yeah, sour cream. But you don't have to, right? Oh, right, so I was gonna tell you guys, Micro Center wanted to feature these inland power supply extension cables. Basically, they're a way to sort of make it look like you have individually sleeved cables on your power supply for $30, but you don't actually have to get those expensive cables. You can just get extensions. So you just run these in the back, and then you run your extensions over here. But because we ended up randomly grabbing a power supply that does have individually sleeved cables, it would be pretty stupid. You know what? We're gonna do it. I mean, that's the kind of build this is, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, no, I just can't bring myself to do it. Nope. We're not gonna put extensions on an individually sleeved power supply. All right, so there's our 24 pin, just a little something like that. Let's put that, get the cable combs in there. Wow, those are really tough to move. All right, sup chat. Hey Linus, what's the build today? Asks TSGL. There is pretty much no rhyme or reason to it. If you guys are tuning in a little bit later, we wanted to build a computer and we grabbed some stuff that we had and Micro Center sent over some stuff to feature and now we're building it. That's right. So there's some real big mismatches today. Some real nonsense going on here. So you know what I was really disappointed in, David?
What's that?
I've been playing Bravely Default 2. And I think this is one of those cases where sometimes the best answer is not to give the customer what they want. Because I thought that what I wanted was a bog standard vanilla, in the vein of the old 2D Final Fantasies, JRPG. And it turns out that gaming has moved on. I think part of it, though, too, is by the design of the game. They use a job system, right? So you're familiar with the job system. It's a stupid question. You're a gamer. So the job system, if anyone here watching is, for whatever reason, not that into RPGs or whatever, job system means you assign your characters different jobs, like, white mage or thief or, I was about to say, if you're really stupid, you could make them a bard or something like that. Well, in Bravely Default 2, the bard's actually kind of OP, at least at one stage in the game, because it pretty much makes spells like Protect and Shell, so these are white magic spells that will shield you from physical and magical harm, pretty much make those utterly worthless because it multicasts. The Bard multicasts, it doesn't actually cost that much mana, and then the game is full of passive mana regeneration abilities that make it so you can literally just go into a dungeon forever. There's no reason whatsoever to ever come up for air because you can just passively regenerate your mana. Anyway, the point is, it uses a job system, and it's one of those games where I feel like it's kind of a victim of its own success because they designed it for people who really enjoy tinkering with those classic RGBs, kind of breaking the game. Like, oh man, if I take my thief and I assign this secondary job, and then I can use this ability, but then I also have this crazy buff that basically breaks the game. Like, there's this ability for the thief that does something along the lines of 10 to 20 times the damage of a typical fight attack pretty early in the game. And all it costs is mana, which, as I mentioned, can be passively regenerated very quickly and easily. So what happens, anyway, is it's got this sort of designed to be tinkered with and broken sort of style to it. But if you don't already know, if you're not someone who obsessively tinkers and plays and plays around with it that way and tries to break it, it ends up being really, really difficult. And then if you're a tinkerer, it ends up being way too easy. So I've already found combinations that are just utterly unworkable. There was this one boss fight I ended up stuck in for an hour and a half, actually. I double checked, David. No, it was an hour and a half I was in this fight because it was against you have to fight against each job before you acquire it. And it was some kind of tank job. And I went in not knowing there was a boss fight coming up. It was just out of nowhere. And I didn't have any damage dealers. I had all the healing in the world and all the passive mana regeneration, which even works in battle. So you just can regenerate mana every turn with certain abilities. So it just went on forever. And then I've run into ones where I literally only have to hit the boss 3 or 4 times with one of my characters that just has one of these stupid combo abilities. And it's just not even, it's challenging because it's just not fun either way. It's not fun to have utterly broken combinations in either direction where you just can't fight or you fight too hard. Ooh. Dawn is apparently playing Fantasian. I don't have Apple Arcade yet, so I haven't played it. Did you get Apple Arcade yet, David?
Not yet. I haven't switched yet.
You're in the process of switching to iPhone, though, aren't you?
Oh yeah. On that Apple Arcade.
Apple Arcade. I am. You know what? I want to hear from you guys So David is the first person who has said this to me, and I was really surprised to hear it because when Apple Arcade launched, I think there was a lot of people dismissive of mobile gaming because of what mobile gaming has been over its history, right? Because mobile gaming started with games that cost $1. I'd say that was really when it started to take off. So you're buying, Pappy Jump or whatever, and the developers are just making these simple games that make use of sort of novel input methods like the gyroscope and accelerometer in your phone. Then from there, we got into, I would say probably, if you could assign a golden age to something that's only really been around for 10 years, I would say that the golden age probably came right after that, where you could start to buy games for like $5 to $15 that were more designed to be AAA experiences, not in terms of the graphics, obviously, because they were running on phones from 7, 8, 9 years ago, but in terms of trying to tell a story, in terms of trying to develop new gameplay styles and new genres, really. So then you had that, and then we got into the modern era, which is there's actually a lot of really innovative gameplay out there, but the innovation seems to be driven mostly around casino mechanics, right? Just figuring out how to give your brain that dopamine hit so that you'll go ahead and buy more L-bucks or whatever the case may be, and just kind of keep tapping on it, right? So anyway, I think a lot of people were really dismissive of Apple Arcade because they kind of went, well, what experience worth subscribing to could possibly come out of that cesspool? And that's a fair question. But then, and I, I'll confess, I participated in that, at least to a degree. More on the sidelines. Like I never said never, but I also never said, oh yeah, this makes perfect sense, and I'm definitely, Apple Arcade is going to be the killer app. But what it's easy to forget is that Apple has, how much money do they have in the bank? Like $100 billion or something stupid like that? Like just literally enough money to do anything. Quite literally anything. There are entire non-trivial industries on Earth that Apple could literally just buy. The entire thing, every single player, turn themselves from a non-relevant entity into literally the entire industry overnight. Not to say that that would necessarily be the best thing for their business, because I'm sure they'd rather continue R&D on AirTags and AirPods and whatever else it is that they're working on. But so anyway, the point is, it's easy to forget that. And it's also easy to look at the approaches that other large players have taken and go, oh, well, they're doomed to make the same mistakes. Like, for example, Amazon has not had a great go of it around the sort of killer IP development. What was that game that they launched and then it tanked and then they unlaunched it?
Yeah.
That like Team Fortress style team shooter game. What was it called? Crucible?
Yeah, it was called Crucible.
Crucible, that's right. So that was an example of Amazon basically buying a development studio and trying to make an Amazon game. But there's 1,000 different ways to get exclusive AAA content onto your platform. Epic Games has shown us that you can give developers a bunch of money, and then their game can be exclusive to your platform. And in a lot of ways, that makes a ton more sense, because you can take something that has a proven track record, and you can basically only buy it if it actually ends up being any good. So Fantasian, that's how we actually got on this topic, is the first one that has gotten my attention as, if I had to pay for an iPhone, to the point where I know that I am making this switch semi-permanently in my life, I don't think I would do it, but I would definitely borrow an iPhone from work and I would definitely pay for an Apple Arcade subscription in order to play it. The only reason I haven't done so far is that my understanding is what's available up till now is part 1, and I can't. And it's really funny because I was big into the idea of episodic gaming back when Valve first started talking about it with Half-Life, right? And I played episode 1, I played episode 2. Another episodic game that I really enjoyed was Wolf Among Us from Telltale. That was just a fun little game. It was one of those, it was the only time I can think of that a trade show booth has influenced me to purchase something. I went and I played the demo at the Telltale Games booth at PAX, I don't know, 2017 or 16 or something like that. And I was like, oh man, you know what? I've never played a game in this style before. I'm totally gonna do this. I wanna play this game. But both of those ended up being disappointing experiences for a couple of reasons. With Half-Life, they just stopped making them, so that was a thing. And then with Wolf Among Us, the episodes just got, I mean, it's kind of like a TV show, right? The episodes just got markedly worse, and then you could tell that they were spending all of their time on, I think this was around the time that it was confirmed or rumored that they had gotten like Game of Thrones IP license or something like that. This is all off memory, so you guys will have to forgive me if I've got some of the details wrong. But basically there was like a major IP that they were clearly dedicating all of their resources to, and you know, this fairy tale, this like gritty fairy tale land just wasn't a priority anymore. And so it's been a disappointing experience for me every time. So I'm at the point now where I'm kind of cynical and jaded, and I look at everything and I go, call me when it's done. So confession, I have not played the Final Fantasy VII Remake yet, because it's only part 1 so far. You played it, right? Yep. Yeah, I've heard it's awesome. But here I am sitting not being able to enjoy what is undoubtedly in my mind just amazing content because I have this mental hang up about it. Rip Telltale. Yeah, I know, guys. People pretty upset in the float plane chat. I know. All right. Yeah, okay, yep. Apparently I kind of remember correctly. During Wolf Among Us, they started with Game of Thrones, Batman, and the next Walking Dead game. Yeah, so that's exactly what freaking happened. Freddy says, I wish Valve made a Portal 3 of sorts. Yeah. You know what? I don't agree. Apparently, is that...
Do you like Portal 1 better than Portal 2?
I did like Portal 1 better than Portal 2. A lot better. I thought that Portal 2 was... Oh, man. Okay, Left 4 Dead 3 is a game that, as much as I loved Left 4 Dead, Left 4 Dead 3 doesn't need to exist so much as they should just do a DLC pack for Left 4 Dead 2. They actually did a new map recently, and we played it, and I think it's probably the most disappointing thing that Valve has ever released in the form of a game.
It was
like
that card game.
Valve has done some disappointing stuff. You think their card game was worse than that Left 4 Dead map?
How many people are playing that card game still?
How many people are playing Left 4 Dead?
More, probably.
You think so? Well,
it wasn't even Valve that made the map, though.
Okay, so apparently Valve just let someone else make it. Anyway, the point is, it was not good. It was basically just, as far as I could tell, like areas of the maps that already existed that had like been created but had invisible walls in front of them before. So it was just like a slightly different way to play what is fundamentally exactly the same experience. I do not agree that we need a Left 4 Dead 3.
Are you excited for Back 4 Blood?
Actually, yes. But I would be equally excited about like an awesome new map and weapon pack for Left 4 Dead 2. I would be exactly equally excited for that. We got any Left 4 Dead fans in the chat? Jinta Muskie over on Twitch says, I should get more into Left 4 Dead. Rager Raiden says, Left 4 Dead 1 is much better than Left 4 Dead 2. Okay, hold on a second. Let's break this down. Left 4 Dead, this is a big part of the reason that I think Portal 1 is better than Portal 2. Because Portal 2 is a richer, deeper experience. no doubt. They do way more world building. There's way more variety in the puzzles. There's more characters. But what Portal 1 is it is tight. It is perfect. There is absolutely zero filler in that game. Nothing. Whereas Portal 2, there's some pretty long staircases and stuff. Like, there's some times when I got bored. And that's one of my big problems with Valve games in general, is they kind of allow you this very at your own pace style of play, which a lot of people really enjoy, but I think can be a mistake if it doesn't have like just an A++ level of polish. Because if you allow yourself to go at your own pace and it's not just, it's not this intense experience, I think it can drag on a little bit. That's all. That's why I think Valve is so good at building demos like the lab. If you guys have you played through the lab, like the VR experiences they built? Like it's just every single one of them is like, wow, this is so good. This could be an entire game. They're so good at building gaming experiences, but sometimes I think lose a little bit of the fun in the gameplay. And so that's why I think there's this perception that Left 4 Dead 1 is better than Left 4 Dead 2, because Left 4 Dead 1 has absolutely zero filler. It is tight. It is peak. Just everything has a purpose. Every single ammo cache, every single weapon is perfectly balanced, I would say. Whereas in Left 4 Dead 2, what happens is instead of getting 2 hunters, a smoker, and a boomer every time, sometimes there's a spitter, sometimes there's a charger, sometimes there's a jockey. So what happens is there's more variety in the gameplay, but you lose some of that balance because sometimes you can end up with an infected party. If you guys aren't familiar with Left 4 Dead, basically the only game mode worth playing is Versus, which is a team of 4 infected or 4 special zombies versus 4 survivors. So what can happen is you can get a team of these special zombies that every single one of them has like a pin down move. So if they hit perfectly, there's absolutely nothing the survivors can do. And it's kind of not supposed to happen that way, and you can tell because the original game was designed around 2 hunters, a smoker who kind of grabs you, hunters kind of leap on you, and then a boomer who can't really pin anything down but can attract the horde. The other thing too is as survivors, the poor infected can sometimes end up with absolutely no tools at their disposal because you might not get a boomer spawn for a long time and the survivors can just sprint the map. So what I think the problem is because they've got this extra variety, you can end up with really, really imbalanced encounters and not a good opportunity to set up at key choke points, or too good of an opportunity to set up at key choke points, and it kind of spoils the balance of it. That's what I think ultimately people who are saying Left 4 Dead 1 is better than Left 4 Dead 2 are trying to express, because the reality of it is Left 4 Dead 2 can't be worse than Left 4 Dead 1 because it's exactly the same game. It's exactly the same game but more. It has literally exactly the same maps and exactly the same weapons. It's just that there's more maps and more weapons. That's it. So that's why I would be really excited to see a map pack though. And that way you could decide how you want to play it. You could play new maps, you could play old familiar, really tight maps. Something I think Left 4 Dead 2 also did really well is that the old Left 4 Dead 1 maps all used the same old Left 4 Dead 1 weapons, if I recall correctly. Actually, no, do you get some of the new weapons in the Left 4 Dead 2 maps? I don't know. I honestly played a lot more Left 4 Dead 1 than I did 2.
The way that works now is all weapons can show up, I think.
All weapons can show up now? All right, well, there you go. Shows you what I know. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't really talked about a computer in a while. I've just been talking about games. I've actually finally had more time to game lately, and it's been real nice. I play Pokemon, says YouTube chat. All right, cool. Oh, that totally figures. Rod from BS Mods is in the float plane chat, being like, "Yep, choke points is the key." Yeah. It figures you would play Left 4 Dead, Rod. I could see you enjoying that game. We got to play sometime, man. That'd be a lot of fun. Jimma asks, hey Linus, is there any more verified actual gamer stuff upcoming? So I don't have any confirmation of this, so this is just me talking out of my butt. But the word on the street, the rumors, and you guys can all go read the same rumors as me, so I'm not leaking anything that's not already information that's out there. The word on the street is that NVIDIA is working on launching new versions of the RTX 30 series, either as new cards or replacements of existing cards that have the same crypto mining lock that already exists on the 3060. I can't speak to, I mean, I can't confirm what I don't know for sure, but I don't have any cards right now for verified actual gamer program. And what I suspect is that's because nobody is really getting any cards right now because NVIDIA is working on launching new cards with the crypto mining lock in place. It's really frustrating because, I mean, oh yeah, I was gonna talk about this earlier. I said in one of our recent videos, I think where I was talking about the silicon shortage right now, I said that, you know, blah, 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 it'll get better during the next crypto crash. And this was right around the time that Tesla announced they were going to start accepting Bitcoin for cars. And I had a lot of people kind of come at me about that, saying, oh, Linus, there's not going to be a crash this time. You just watch. It's not going to, the cycle's over. It's going up only now. And I kind of went, no, I really don't see that happening. I think there's going to be another bust, and I think that what we're going to see is all these cards that were accumulated by miners are going to show up on the secondhand market, and it's actually going to be a boon for gamers. We just have to be patient. We just have to wait because there's going to be deals, ladies and gentlemen. And I had a lot of people kind of strongly disagree with that sentiment. And say that no, NVIDIA has definitely got the best interest for gamers in their hearts when they release these crypto-crippled cards. But the problem is that now the crash is coming to fruition. I think Bitcoin's dropped like 35–40% in the last week or so. Ethereum is way down. It's all basically way down. And now we've gone and reactively built this system to prevent small-time individuals from mining crypto with their graphics cards that they spend a lot of money on to solve a problem that is only a cyclical problem, and I don't think is going to continue to be a problem. Between Ethereum moving to proof of stake and the values going way down, a lot of those folks are going to lose interest, just like they did last time. So I don't know. I mean, it's NVIDIA can do whatever they want, right? It's like, it's their thing. It's just, I'm never in favor of artificially limiting functionality and performance of a product. And to me, that's just, it kind of doesn't matter what the functionality of it is, because you could make really similar arguments around things like password cracking, right? Like, should NVIDIA have tried to introduce hardware mitigation into their graphics cards to make it so that the consumer versions aren't as good at brute forcing passwords? Should they have done that? I don't know. I mean, you could make that argument from a security and privacy and consumer protection standpoint, but you know, where do we draw the line? Like, why are we, as consumers, why are we accepting that the products that we buy have software or artificial locks on them that don't allow us to use them the way that we want to? I just outright don't support it. Yeah, Microin or more? I don't know how to pronounce that. You know, yeah, when you buy something, you should be allowed to use it however the crap you want. And obviously there are exceptions to that. I mean, we have a camera here that we actually had to sign a document, like a legal document that says that we will not sell or lend it to anyone without them going back to the manufacturer and completing the same like counter-terrorism prevention like clearance process that we did, because it's something that could have military applications if it got into the hands of, the wrong people. Who the right and wrong people are is a bit of a complicated question these days, but the point is, I can see how there are products that you really do have to regulate who can get their hands on. I just don't think that graphics cards and cryptocurrency mining is one of them. Escapement dog. It's normal. Try telling you I'll have 1 million licenses to use it fully. Sandved says yes, the thermal camera. Yes, the thermal camera, because that thing is banging. Like, it is an amazing thermal camera, super high resolution. I freaking love that thing. It's so cool. What else we got shaking, guys? Oh, I should probably check out a couple of the super chats. Maybe talk about what the crap we're actually doing. So our triple radiator AIO is installed on the top of the case here. I've gone with my classic install, which is I have a strong preference for pull configurations. So these fans are going to pull air from these front fans through the radiator fins and blow it out of the top of the case. And the reason I like that is because cleaning this is so simple. We're going to have filtered air coming in from the front. These are going to be 140 millimeter fans. So overall, we're going to have positive air pressure with 3 140s. Probably going to flip this around to be an intake as well. And then we're going to have 3 120s blowing out. Actually, I might just pull off the back one and not bother with that at all. I don't even really think we need it. So anyway, we're going to have filtered air coming through the front, positive pressure, and then any cat hair or dust or anything that does accumulate here is probably going to get stuck on these fins. So all you got to do once in a while, like once every 3-6 months, is kind of go kind of grab it, chuck it in the garbage can, and that's it. It's super low maintenance. Whereas when you've got the fans blowing into the radiator, getting in here to clean it is really, really challenging. So I really prefer to do it this way. Let's go ahead and throw the filter back on the top of the case. I guess this one's not really a filter. It's almost more of just a magnetic grill. I don't think Corsair expects anyone to actually use the top here as an intake. It's a bit of an, would be a bit of an unconventional configuration. Go ahead and pop this on here. Is this symmetrical? Look at that. Those guys, man, Corsair, they are so smart. Like, everything they do, even when they need to save cost, they do it in a way that they can turn it into a feature. Like, it is simpler from an assembly standpoint to have symmetrical parts, because the factory worker doesn't have to think about it. They just grab this and put it on there, right? Doesn't matter really which way it faces. Now, Corsair might have a preference because they did go put this little rubber doohickey on here, but if someone were to screw this up, it doesn't really matter. So what, you got a little Corsair there or a little Corsair there? Who cares? Totally irrelevant. And they go and they turn that into, well, now it's a feature for the user. Hey, you got easy access to your little filtered magnetic doodad on the top, and you don't even have to think about it. You just pop the thing back on. Oh, I love it. They're geniuses. They're genii? Genius. The point is, I hate this. How is YouTube made by a multi-billion-dollar company? Sometimes I swear to you, I can't fathom it. Look at this, David. Okay, I just changed tabs here. So I had the analytics menu open where I'm seeing people watching the stream. I pop over to viewer activity so that I can see super chats. There's clearly been super chats because I can see this one right here, and they're just not here. Every super chat that has been sent to me for this entire stream is just gone, even though I've had this window open the entire time. I'm sorry, guys. There is nothing I can do about it.
I'll make some up.
Yeah, Tuner Builder says crypto blocking graphics cards is a good idea in theory, but that's about it. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It sounds, well, no. Hold on a second. No, I did a whole video about this, guys, remember. It's not a good idea in theory, but that's about it. It is a great idea, but it all depends on what you're trying to achieve. If what you're trying to do is undermine, pun intended, the secondhand market for graphics cards, then it is a great idea. I did a whole thing about how basically if you follow the money, follow the money, that's what it is all about. It's nothing to do with making things better for consumers or anything like that, or protecting people from evil, bad scalpers. I mean, I think we showed with the Verified Actual Gamer program that if your intention was to get cards into the hands of gamers, it's actually, if a company our size can figure it out, I think NVIDIA can figure it out. I think pretty much anyone can figure it out. The reason supply is constrained, the reason that or not the reason supply is constrained because there is an actual shortage. But the reason that they're not going to gamers is because it doesn't actually matter. Because as long as you get paid for it, you know, who cares? And a lot of the messaging around getting cards in the hands of actual gamers, like for example, you know, bundling with a motherboard to make sure that, oh, well, this is to make sure that a gamer actually gets it because a miner wouldn't need a motherboard. Well, yeah, but it also ensures that you're making more margin when you sell a motherboard on the same purchase order, doesn't it? Like, and it's marketing. I get it. And there's nothing wrong with marketing. It's turning a negative into a positive, right? I just expressed my admiration for Corsair for being so good at it. I would prefer a more straight talking approach, personally. That's all. So the crypto lock is about making sure that crypto miners buy crypto cards and gamers buy gaming cards, and you know, no one's card can be used for the other's purpose. Making sure that there's no exchange of cards between these two markets that NVIDIA addresses. That is what it's about. That simple. Otherwise, there is no reason that crypto cards couldn't have DVI output on them or whatever, and there's no reason that gaming cards couldn't mine crypto. They just turned it off. I mean, I just wish that AMD was a more viable competitor in that space. To be clear, I'm not saying performance. Like 6700 series, 6800, 6900 to a lesser extent, it's just not that. I mean, yeah, I say it's not that price competitive, but if it was at MSRP, it'd be very price competitive these days. But it's more to do with that they just can't make enough of them. And not even just can't. What I suspect, although I have no confirmation of this, is that AMD probably just didn't expect that many people to want the cards, because they haven't, from my understanding, sold very many graphics cards over the last little while. At least not at the high end, right? Because they just haven't really had anything that's competed. Even the products that they have brought out, I don't even remember what that stupid thing was called. What did we get after Vega Frontier Edition? The
Radeon 7?
Oh crap! Yeah, the Radeon, was the Radeon 7 the one that basically launched and then kind of disappeared?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, like you basically couldn't buy that thing. And every time I would talk about it, people would kind of point out, actually, here's a listing. And I'd look at it and I'd go, yeah, one listing from one manufacturer. And you can always play the, hey, how many do you actually have game, right? So you go on Newegg and you add 1 to your cart and it works. And then you add 2 to your cart, you see if that works. You couldn't add like more than 3 to your cart because it would just say, no, not enough stock. Like it'll just tell you how many they have in stock. That is not a real product. That is not a product that is actually available, right? Like when you compare it to, NVIDIA's cards in that price point where they have literally from EVGA alone, 10 variants of the bloody GPU. You got your super clock, you got your super clock, you got your super clock plus, you got your kingpin super clock, right? That's a product, that's a real product that's actually available. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and put the CPU cooler on here. Got pre-applied thermal compound. Corsair's thermal compound is fine, so we'll just use that and pop this on here. Okay. I'm sorry, David. Should I focus more on building the computer? How tired is your arm?
I'm pretty tired.
You're pretty tired? Okay. You want to throw it on a tripod for a little bit? No. Just take a break? All right. I'm going to screw these thumb screws in because this is going to take a little while. I still got to put all those fans on the front, hook up RGB.
I believe in you.
You believe in me? Yeah, but it's you. It's you we're worried about. I'm not.
I never lost faith in myself.
I'm not that tired.
Except every night at about 1 in the morning.
Oh, man. 1 in the morning? You staying up late?
No, I wake up.
Oh, okay. All right.
Self-doubt.
Self-doubt at 1 in the morning. Okay. Oh, boy. It's so funny. I tell everyone, hey, you know, I'm not able to read all the super chats. Sorry. People start sending like a ton of super chats. Guys, I also went the entire first hour of the stream without even trying to see them. Please don't send super chats. Just shop on lttstore.com if you wanna support Linus Media Group and the whole team here and all that. It makes a big difference. And creator merch has gone from kind of like this, like a side project. Some people have like t-shirts here and there, to being, as far as I can tell, the main driver of enormous machines. Like Mr. Beast's empire seems to be largely built on merch drops that just move volume that I could basically only imagine. All right, how you guys doing? Notice Me says Moobang. Logic Gaming says, what's a good mid-range GPU? Man, what am I supposed to say, right? Like anything in the 1660 series from NVIDIA. I mean, even, honestly, if I, $500, eh, for your 580, that's about what you just looked it up. Was that Canadian though?
Yeah.
That's Canadian, so about $400 US is what a 580 is worth these days. Because I would say something like an RX 580, like something Polaris based, if you're just looking to play, you know, just looking to play some games, you don't want to spend a ton of money, great value. Unfortunately, they're really expensive. It's honestly kind of, I think it has the potential to seriously damage the DIY PC building community. Like honestly, you see, you know, the comments under very, you know, PC building centric channels like ours or Jay's 2 Cents, you'll see people that are just, they get angry every time they see a GPU because they can't get one and no one they know can get one, and you've got these tech tubers that are getting all the GPUs, and I get it. Yeah, I'd be pretty pissed off too. That sucks. That's stupid. Like, why are people who don't even pay for it getting these GPUs and sitting building computers all day when I just want to build one bloody computer and I can't get one for a reasonable price at all? You know, let alone a high-end, super cool, fancy one like that. So a couple things you guys got to realize is that we actually don't have that many. We rebuild using the same hardware over and over and over again because that's our content, right? It's building computers. And believe it or not, it's not that easy for us to get them either. I've been waiting now, we've been trying to upgrade our editing workstations to 3090s because the 12K Blackmagic RAW footage has kind of a bug on PC that makes it so that your video memory usage is extremely high when you're editing with it in Premiere. So I've been trying to get my hands on enough 3090s to upgrade our editing rigs for probably the better part of 2 months. Like, I get it. The struggle is absolutely real out there, and I can see why people are angry, but you got to understand that the world also doesn't stop turning, and we can't just stop making videos because it's hard to buy a graphics card. And just because it's hard to buy doesn't mean that there aren't still people that are out there trying to build rigs. So we've just got to kind of soldier through this and hope that people don't lose patience with custom PC building because it's gotten to the point where it feels out of reach. It feels unsustainable. Now, I was told before we started today that someone had validated that this case actually fits 3 140s in the front at the same time. But, I mean, it wouldn't be the only thing about this stream that wasn't properly checked before I arrived on set. Hello? That is not going in there. I guess we could go 2 fans? I mean, is that gonna look stupid? Should we go triple 120s and just get some more 120s over here? Yeah, it's probably worth it. Hey, Chase, light loops, please, if you don't mind. Let's get some light loops. That's another thing that I think has sort of pushed building your own PC to seeming really, really expensive is the big emphasis on aesthetic products with like a ton of RGB in them. And honestly, we're guilty of promoting them as well. Like these are some new fans from Corsair. I don't even know what they're called. They look absolutely sick. Like they have their light loop rings on both sides as well as translucent blades. So these things are gonna light up like frickin' Christmas. But I'm willing to bet these fans cost like $25, $30 each. And it's not the kind of thing that, as an enthusiast, I would have actually spent my money on. But I mean, it's there and it looks really cool and it's kind of fun to do builds like this. So it's hard not to do it if you've got the opportunity. Like I love building computers, even if I wouldn't personally spend this kind of money on a fan. All right, hey, there we go. Got some 120 mil light loops. That'll gonna do it. All right. Oops. Oh shoot. Telesto Life says, "Can I buy the PC when it's done? If so, how much?" Honestly, some of the parts in here are probably like engineering samples and stuff. I don't even think we'd be allowed to sell it. That was a big difference with the build that we did for Terabyte Games, was that was actually retail hardware. So it was no problem for us to sell it. We had some people pretty outraged that was the best computer that we could build for 10 grand. But I get the feeling that math isn't their strong point. They were like, yeah, this other YouTuber would have done something way cooler with like a way, this and that. And I'm kind of sitting here going, you understand that $10,000 doesn't necessarily mean that we made any money, right? The parts cost was $10,000. We didn't charge them a fee to build it. That was just $10,000 worth of their CPU was $4 grand. Just because something's expensive doesn't mean that the person who sold it made any money on it. We were not out to make a bunch of money. We're not actually in the business of like building PCs. Even the Pyramid PC we did for Dbrand, that was not like a paid commission. They certainly paid for the hardware. At least most of it. I don't know where those 3090s came from, but they paid for all of the hardware that we put in it. But they didn't actually pay us a build fee or anything like that. In fact, I don't even know if we charged them for the raw materials, which ended up being hundreds of dollars for a case that big. I don't know if you guys have looked at the cost of aluminum lately, but it's not exactly cheap. All right, let's finish off our stack of light loops here. This is gonna look pretty good when we're done. What else we got here? Rice says, "I'm glad I tuned into this stream. I just bought an RG triple rad AIO and was worried about how to install it. Thank you for the tech tips, Linus. Hey, no problem. And if you're looking for that specific cooler, it's probable that we covered it at some point during ROG Rig Reboot 2020. I seem to recall at least one of the participants ended up with an Asus AIO, like their Ryujin or however you pronounce that. All right, what else we got? What else we got shaking here? The entire situation makes me, makes me glad I didn't get rid of my old Quadro 2000. Yeah, anything will do for a simple, usable PC build. Michael says, Radeon 7 was a decent product. Overclocks really well, but the cooler was awful. I had a Radeon Tech Morpheus on mine for a while and it flew. Yeah, I didn't say that it was terrible. What I said was it wasn't real. As far as anyone could tell, AMD just like had some GPUs lying around or something and wanted to dump them. Because they were the same ones that they use in their compute product, but just in a consumer graphics card. It did not get great driver support, is my understanding, over the lifetime of the product, and it pretty much disappeared as quietly as it came. It's just such a weird thing for a company the size of AMD, but at least they seem to be mostly getting away from that kind of desperation these days. Now that I actually saw they announced a stock buyback for the first time since, I want to say 2001? Or something like that. AMD has the cash and is confident enough in their own future performance that they are buying back their own stock. Good on you, Dr. Sue. Good on you. All right, let's get these fan cables pulled through here. C-Bar says, could we maybe get a video talking about if cards deteriorate when they're getting mined on, like a comparison or something, before more of those cards show up on the market again? Hey, that's a really good question, and it is actually something that we addressed before, but I don't know if we'd be able to address it to the same degree that we did last time. Not because it's impossible, but because it's sort of impractical. So the last time we talked about this, I had two GTX 480. I can't remember when they moved the GTX in front of the model number. Anyway, I had a couple of Fermi 480s, and or 580s, excuse me. And we managed to find one that was brand new in box, like 10 years after the fact or something like that. Was it 10 years later? I don't remember. It was a very old graphics card, but we found a brand new in-box one. And then we had our old used one from back when the card launched, like back when that whole series launched. And we compared the performance of them. One that had been sitting in a box for the better part of a decade, and one that had been extensively used, both in a machine as a everyday gaming card for a long time, and then also used just on test benches and overclocked and all that kind of stuff. And what we found was that there was absolutely no difference. But there is a key difference between those older graphics cards and newer ones. Because any processor that is, microscopically identical, that is running at the same frequency, is going to perform identically. There would have to be something wrong with it in order for it to not perform the same if it's running at the same frequency or the same megahertz or gigahertz. But here's the thing. Those older graphics cards, the way that they were designed was there was a set frequency that they ran at all the time, unless they were in like a low power state. So whether they were gaming at 1080p or gaming at 4K, they just ran at their clock speed. So it stands to reason that if it's working, it's working. And if it, for whatever reason, the silicon were to degrade, it would manifest as artifacts or the card not working at all. Well, nowadays, everyone basically, so both AMD and NVIDIA are actually tuning their cards. And what that means is they're taking each piece of silicone and they're working in intelligence that will go, okay, hey, how much power am I drawing? Hey, what are my thermals right now? What clock speed can I run at? And dynamically adjusting the actual performance of the card depending on the health of the silicon from a thermal and from a power draw standpoint. So one of the things that can happen to a chip over time as it degrades is it can actually run hotter. So if an older GPU were to run hotter, it would just run hotter, and it would still run at that frequency until it just doesn't work anymore, basically. If a newer GPU were to start running hotter or consume more power, which would make it run hotter, what it would do is it would actually go down in performance. It would be smart enough to run at a lower clock speed and drop your performance. Because remember, as long as the clock speed is the same, the performance is the same. The problem is that would be just exceptionally hard for us to track for a number of reasons. Number one is we would have to actually, for really one main reason. And that's because we couldn't test across multiple cards like we did last time. So we would have to basically take a card, do all the before testing, then we would have to mine on it for like a couple of years. Then we would have to repaste it because that's not what we're testing for. We want to know if the silicon degraded, right? So we'd have to repaste it, clean out the cooler, and test it again. It would have to be exactly the same card because there's always variation between one card and another. But back in the day, they just had this bar, okay? It has to meet this frequency at this power consumption, and if it's this or above it, then it's good. So that was it. There was just a bar. But nowadays, there's kind of like a fuzzy bar. There's a range, right? As long as it meets this base clock, it's a pass. And oh, by the way, it might boost here, or it might boost here, or here, 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 here. So you can't just take two different cards and have one of them it was mined on and one of them it wasn't, because they might be that different already. And you have no way of knowing. It has to be exactly the same card, running on exactly the same games, under exactly the same conditions. And it's one of those things that someone could do, but it's not very practical. That's all. And we've done some long-term tests before. We did one on dust accumulation in your case with different fan configurations. It wasn't the most scientific thing ever done in the history of the universe, but I thought it was pretty cool. We definitely learned some stuff. So it's not like we're allergic to doing that kind of thing, but it's definitely something where we have to pick our battles pretty carefully, because having something sitting and running in the office for a couple of years is not a small commitment. I mean, one of the other things that we've wanted to do for a long time, and this one we will almost definitely do at some point, is a long-term coolant test. I've wanted to do this for quite some time, because I have this theory that anything other than water for water cooling is a terrible idea. And manufacturers are always coming out saying, no, 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 not this time. This time our premix coolant or our dye or our additive or whatever, it'll outperform water, both from a performance standpoint and from a longevity standpoint. It won't degrade, it won't decay. And every time they say that, I call BS, but I don't actually have any proof. So what I kind of want to do, and I tried to talk my wife into kind of integrating it into the decor of the office so that we wouldn't have to just stick it on the floor somewhere. But what I want to do is basically build like 10 water cooling loops, and with like just a heating element in them or something instead of actual computers, because that would be kind of a waste of actual computers for a couple of years. And then I want to build all these loops, like maybe into some kind of big wall decoration with kind of hardline tubing or something, all these different colors, all these different coolants, and then just let them run for 2 years. And then just kind of come back and revisit them periodically. One of the challenges there is that in order to do that really, really properly, you would have to fill them under like sterile conditions. You know what I mean? Because if one of them had some kind of, algae or something, or some kind of bacterial growth or whatever, I don't know, like something that was introduced to the loop during filling and the other ones didn't, that's totally unfair. And when you're doing that kind of testing, basically calling BS on manufacturers, you got to be really careful that you don't make a mistake. Because that opens you up to all kinds of legal liability, right? So it's something I really want to do, but it's something that we just haven't really had the opportunity to tackle yet. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. I keep talking about not building a computer, but I swear to you guys, I'm really focused on building this computer. So I've got my fan control lead from my pump here, going to my CPU opt header. And then I've got the RPM sense, from my hub on the back. So the fan control lead from the hub on the back goes to CPU optional, and then I've got my RPM sense lead from the CPU cooler going to the CPU fan header, so that way the system won't be like, hey, press F1, your CPU fan failed. And it can also tell me through, what's their stupid software called that I hate? Do you remember? No, ASUS's. Oh wait, no, oh right, Corsair, it's IQ, right. No, I'm talking about ASUS's because I want the motherboard to give me that warning. So actually IQ could probably tell me if the pump failed as well. Damn it, what's their horrible Windows software called? It's not as bad as it used to be. AI Suite. Yeah, AI Suite. So AI Suite can yell at me if my pump fails. So that's all hooked up, I think, mostly correctly. And now we can do some more of this wiring at the back. Maybe I'll check a couple more super chats. Pars Quizzle, the Shedman, says, having a great game or series turn bad over time isn't as sad as a Masta spec getting cut partway through. Rip Kentaro Miura. You created the greatest piece of fiction, we can't see it finish. I actually wish I had any idea what you were talking about. I'm sure that I am showing some kind of horrible, horrible ignorance right now, and there's an entire community of people who are super into whatever you're talking about that are going to be outraged. I've never heard of it, but I mean, hey, you know what? Loss of human life, never good, so rip indeed. Oh man. If you want to do that loop testing, maybe work with your local university on a testing protocol. Honestly, it's not the figuring out the testing protocol that's difficult. It's the conditions and taking the time and whether enough people would actually care. Because it's kind of answering a question that, from my point of view, is not terribly important to answer because we already have a good answer. Maybe the great answer is, hey, here's a coolant that you could use that's really colorful and looks awesome and also doesn't degrade over time. That might be a better answer, but we already have a good answer, which is just don't worry about it and use water, because water will definitely be fine. So that's where my priorities kind of not, it's hard to make it a priority. Man. Right where I need to pass this USB 3 Type-C connector, there's a metal piece. So it's going to have to kind of come in a little bit above. There we go. Okay. Arg. I really like the cable management plate, or like the cable hiding plate that Corsair has in this case, but it does make it a little bit difficult to, you guys can kind of see it in here, it makes it kind of difficult to pass cables through the grommets. Oh, they just sure look better on the other side though, hey? Just not being able to see the grommets like that, it's great. I love it. Really, really like this series of cases. Which variant is this one, Chase? 5,000. Sorry?
I think it was 5000D.
This is the D?
Yeah.
I do love the D.
Yep. Box is right over there.
Yep.
David points out.
Love the D.
That's my name.
Okay. I really find it baffling that for the USB Type-C front panel that the USB Type-C front panel connector is not reversible like the USB Type-C cable. Like, it's one of those things that I'm sure there's a really good engineering reason for it, but it defies my logic. Because let's break it down, right? USB Type-C is reversible, and it has however many pins, what is it, 12 or 14 or something like that? Whatever, doesn't matter. The point is, it has however many pins on both sides, and they are obviously redundant. They are sort of flipped around, mirror, whatever you would call that, images of each other, because it has to work both ways, right? Everyone follow so far? Okay. The internal connector for front panel USB Type-C also has however many pins on both sides. Now that is actually fewer pins. I don't know what the reason they have fewer pins is. I'm sure there's a good reason for it, but I would have imagined that the simplest thing would be to just have a conductor for every pin and then just have it be reversible. But no, it's actually keyed, so it only goes in one way. Now that I realize that it's fewer pins, I suspect that it's some kind of cost-saving measure. Just like the previous conversation we had, it's probably so that you can have fewer conductors in the cable here and you can save some money on the internal cable. Or maybe it improves signal integrity in some way or something. You would just think that if it improved signal integrity in any way, that they would have just implemented it in the original connector, but then maybe it adds cost to that connector, which you have to have more of because you need them on every device and on both ends of every cable. I don't know. The answer is almost always that it was a cost-saving measure, and you were able to save, like, 0.4 of a cent per motherboard by doing it this way, times 10 million motherboards, and it kind of adds up. We'll plug in our front panel audio. I'm not even going to bother trying to cable manage the back, David. Okay? I'm sure your shoulder will thank me. If you need to trade off, like for realsies, you should do it. You think we're almost there? Because I don't really think we're almost there, David.
Here, by the way, so.
Oh, my lunch is here.
It's
Oh, that's pretty cool. What did I get for lunch today? Oh, okay. All right, cool. Yeah, cold pho is not going to be a lot of fun. Those are going to be some thick noodles. It's a good thing I like the thick noodle, if you know what I'm saying, you know?
No, explain it.
No, explain it. Well, you see, when you've got a thin noodle, right? Okay? You got a big mouth and a thin noodle, right? So when you go to, slurp on it, you don't get that good friction between the entire outside of the noodle and your entire lips because it's hard for your lips to close enough. But when you got like a big thick noodle, you can really get your mouth around it. That's why a thick noodle is better. Superior, David. Did that help clear it up for you?
Yeah. I like spaghettini better than spaghetti though.
You're a spaghettini guy.
Yeah, dog.
Interesting.
I'm ravioli over everything.
Spaghettini over spaghetti. See, man, if linguine noodles tasted better, I would prefer linguine just for that big thickness.
It's the same pasta.
No.
Why would they just use the same pasta? It's just cut different.
I don't buy it. No, there are some pastas that definitely taste better. Like I find spaghetti noodles, I think they have more oil in them or something. Okay. Like they tend to be oilier. That also could just be the brands that I buy. I don't know.
That's fair.
So, sure. Who knows? Maybe I'm just completely talking out of my butt.
The ravioli is the best.
Ravioli, that's the meat-filled one, right?
And when it's good, it's good.
Okay, but if you're a spaghettini guy instead of a spaghetti guy, why aren't you a tortellini guy instead of a ravioli guy?
Too much pasta for the meat.
Really?
Yeah, the texture of ravioli is better.
Okay, all right, I can get behind that. I wasn't even ready to fight you on it. I just wanted to know your reason.
I like all pasta. There's no bad pasta.
Oh, all pasta is bad pasta, David.
Bad for you.
Yes.
Sure.
God, I love pasta so much. It's so good. I just don't know how I would live without pasta. White rice is another one. My in-laws have given up white rice. So whenever they bring over food for us, bless their hearts, they're so kind. They bring it with like super like grainy brown rice. And I'm just like, I'm gonna eat dinner in a little bit. I need to go throw some rice in the rice cooker.
Oh no.
just make my own rice. I can't eat it.
Grains out of here.
And like, okay. My sincere apologies to everyone who, for dietary reasons and health reasons, can't eat white rice anymore, because I know I'm probably not helping right now, but man, I'm sure Demi Lovato wouldn't be impressed, but oh man, I love me that white rice. No, wait, no. Her whole thing is that I shouldn't have the brown, like the grain rice, at the front of the store and the white rice at the back, I think. So that I don't have to see the healthy option and be shamed by it to go take my healthy option.
Sure.
That was the whole thing with the yogurt store, right? Yeah, sure, whatever. Every once in a while, like I don't follow celebrity gossip, but every once in a while something goes so mainstream viral that even I see it and I just kind of go, this is a conversation even? Okay, sure, why not? Everyone's gotta have something to campaign for, you know what I mean? It's frozen yogurt, man. I do love frozen yogurt though.
White rice and brown rice is actually not as big of a deal as people think.
Really?
White rice and brown rice are pretty similar on the glycemic index.
Oh, okay.
You process it about as fast. There's more like other things, but it's not as big of a deal as people think.
Okay, then I will.
To whole wheat or whole grain.
I will shamelessly continue to eat my white rice then, because I love it. You know what's really funny is, man, you don't realize what your cultural differences from other people are until you see them face to face, right? I thought that it was a perfectly normal thing to put butter and soy sauce on rice. Okay. Asian people, they see that and they go, what are you doing? What on earth are you doing? Soy sauce is for cooking, bro. I'm like, oh, gee, I don't know. I don't know, man. It tastes good. And you know what? For years actually, I was so shamed by my incorrect use of soy sauce that I did not put soy sauce on my rice. Until recently, I was like, you know what, I used to really like that. I'm gonna try it again. And it was delicious, and now I do it every time. Just like, no, that's my guilty pleasure, and I'm not gonna let it be taken from me.
The key is cooking food that's saucy enough that it sauces your rice, though.
Yes, but okay, you don't always have that. So one of the times that I'll put soy sauce and butter on my rice, sorry everyone, one of the times that I'll do it is if we're having like a panko, like breaded chicken kind of dish or something, something not saucy. So in that case, it's actually kind of nice to have some saltiness and a little bit of butter. It's not just flavor, but it also adds a bit of like oil and smoothness to helps the rice go down, you know? It's
Butter is the key to all
great.
good cooking.
I know, right? Oh, you wouldn't know it, but I actually have to work pretty hard to be able to enjoy butter as much as I do. Like, exercise is a key part of my life because I love to eat food that is horrible for me.
People wonder why their home cooking sucks. It's because they don't use enough butter.
Pretty much. Yeah, I remember being absolutely horrified when I was reading some like expose on how much salt and butter is in restaurant food. Because you just make these assumptions that, like, I don't know, it's probably fine, right? No. No, it's eating out, even at a healthy place, a lot of the time is not healthy at all, because if it was actually healthy food, no one would eat there and they would go out of business because it wouldn't taste good. To be clear, there are exceptions. I mean, I'm sure everyone in San Francisco and LA is like, actually there's healthy restaurants on every corner where everything tastes like dog food and I eat there all the time. It's $40 a plate and I love it. And I'm like, cool, yeah, that's great. But that doesn't work most places, at least in North America anyway. I find it's actually different in other parts of the world, Asia, Europe. You can legitimately get very healthy, very delicious food just kind of anywhere. But not here, man.
That's why poke bowls are so popular.
Oh, poke bowls, so good.
So healthy.
So good. Wow, you were right, David. This actually did not take nearly as long to cable manage as I expected. I mean, this is not certainly the best job I've ever done of cable management, but it's not the worst. It's not terrible. Okay, that fan in the back is not RGB. Should we just pull it? I don't think we need...
Performance?
No.
Then yeah, pull it.
Yeah, let's just pull it. I don't think it contributes literally anything. So let's get this off here. We can do some more chats. All right. Sorry guys, I'm just getting my thing up here. Wow, okay. Apparently I don't even have to talk about computers because our viewership for this stream is as good or better than when I actually focus on the computer.
People like you, not just
That's such a nice thing to say. You don't usually say nice things to me, David. What's going on?
camera.
What's going on? Oh, it's because you're on camera. He's trying to promote his Twitch stream. It's like, hey, I'm nice guy David. Come check me out. Surprise.
Check out.
Actually, yeah. Are you surprised or the chosen David?
Surprised, but it felt weird.
Yeah.
On Twitter.
I think you should change your.
Yeah.
You can't. You can't change your Twitch handle.
I tried.
Are you partnered?
No. Okay.
Yeah, you should change your Twitch username.
Tried, and then it wouldn't let me, and I was like,
So,
oh.
yeah, David set up like a 6 streaming setup as his Intel Extreme Tech upgrade, and he was like, well, I guess I just spent $5,000 of Intel's money and a bunch of my own on a 6 streaming setup. Maybe I should actually stream video games. It was a good thought, David. I like it. It's good logic. It shows we only hire the smartest, most logical people to work here. Okay. Anyway, so he starts streaming all of a sudden, and anyway, his gamer handle is surprise. But I think, hold on, I'm gonna try and do it from memory.
Okay.
Underscore, capital S.
No.
Oh, shoot.
Almost.
Okay. Underscore lowercase. Is it in lowercase s?
Starts with a S.
It starts with an S.
But it's capital.
It's capital. Oh, there's no underscore at the beginning?
No.
Oh, I thought there was an, is there an underscore at the end? Okay, hold on. So, whatever. The point is there's a 1 instead of an I. I know that for sure. And it's Z instead of SE. It's ZE at the end. And then is it underscore 1 or something? Or one?
No,
is there a
it's
1?
Underscore instead of a U.
It's an underscore instead of a U. So S underscore RPR1ZE. That is, you gotta find something that's easier to type, dude.
Surprise with a Z is what it should be.
Yeah, just go with that. That's memorable enough. So I'm doing the reset switch, power switch. The orientation doesn't matter, so you can just kind of chuck them on there, and then your power LED is almost always the pins next to the power switch, and it's almost always positive towards the back of the motherboard, so you don't really have to consult the manual usually, except when you do. And wow, that's all wired up. Look at that. Look at that thing. It's almost as if this case hadn't been already used and scuffed up by some other Yahoo, that it would look really great right now. It's probably me, but whatever. Just lttstore.com. The shirts can also be a rag. Extra feature. It's something we've looked into, but until we do our own shirts, it's not something that we can do. But we are absolutely working on doing our own shirts, and we're really close. We wouldn't have even explored other options if American Apparel's Canadian supply chain wasn't atrocious. These are the kinds of things you learn when you tune into a stream instead of just watching the regular videos. Start talking about t-shirt supply chain. Man, there's like, I'm not even kidding. There's like basically like t-shirt mafia, okay, in Canada. You laugh, I am actually not kidding. And it's the kind of thing where I think as a general consumer, or even as someone who has a lot of experience in a particular vertical, you kind of assume that business sort of functions in a, sort of above board kind of ethical way. Like something like shirts. You would just think, well, people make shirts and people want to buy shirts and supply and demand, the cost of shirts. No. There's like agreements and exclusivity and regional territorial crap. And a perfect example of this is actually, oh shoot, it was right on the tip of my tongue, and then I went and forgot it. What was a really stupid thing that I encountered recently? Crap. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. The point is just that it will no longer ever surprise me the kinds of restrictions that can be in place in a given industry that are just completely anti-competitive, where it basically just comes down to protecting the incumbent players and not allowing new people to enter the market. It's extremely frustrating. I'm sure you guys are all sharing your stories about this in the chat, but I still haven't made my way through the super chats. So, FYT, my last SC got wiped. My last PC build was when I was 8, 20 years ago, but I'm an industrial auto tech. Where should I start? My last SC got wiped. Where should I start? You know what? The crazy thing is, because of how hard it is to get your hands on a good graphics card at a decent price these days, I don't know. I was thinking of making a video about this over the next little bit. I would actually kind of recommend a pre-built right now. I know. It's a crazy thing for someone like me to say, but I just, given that you can spend the entire budget of a computer on a mid-range graphics card right now, it's really hard to recommend. It's just really hard to recommend building your own PC unless you can get a reasonable deal on a GPU. Okay, I'm a little confused by CableMod's thing, but I think the reason is that this kit is designed for cases that don't already have native support for a vertical GPU. So, Congratulations on the purchase. For full up-to-date installation instructions, please visit this URL. You know what? I'm just going to try and figure it out. So, come on over here, David. We're gonna see how far we get on this wing dang doodle. Now, step number 1 is we definitely need to remove these PCI covers. Step number 2, we might as well take them and, oh, okay, we're gonna remove one more screw here. Yep, pop up this little holder here. There we go. Ah! Sorry, RIP headphone users, my bad. We're gonna take these and we're gonna put them here because we clearly don't need those holes open because we're gonna put the graphics card vertically. I can't believe it's been this long and I just haven't installed a vertical GPU. Or maybe I did. Maybe I did on an ROG case once. But I think that one like came with the accessories that you needed, so it was kind of pre-done for you. You don't really have to think about it at all. Get David something to drink is what someone in the chat says. David, do you need a water bottle? LTTstore.com. What's that?
I have 2 at my desk.
2 at your desk. Yeah, your desk feels pretty far away at this point, I would think. Yeah.
Can you grab my water bottle?
Yeah.
Andy's filling up. Grab the gold one.
Thanks, Jake.
Thanks, Jake.
Jake, he's a good guy. Good guy. All right, so we're putting these thumb screws in here, a little something like this. Now, this is kind of crazy. It kind of looks...
If it's... I don't think it has water, right? Can you fill it up, please? Thanks,
Okay.
Jake.
There's a couple mounting holes here. Right here and right here. And then there's mounting holes on this thing, actually. But they don't quite line up. See? Okay.
1 second.
There you go. So there's a hole there and a hole there. But it's just like, it's like that much off. So, what we could do is, yes, quite. So if that was, okay. I get it. I had someone check before we started building today because there were a couple of other things about the build that did not appear to have been fully thought through. I had someone check and make sure that this vertical GPU bracket is actually compatible with this case. And they came back to me very promptly and said, yes, Linus, it is compatible. And I said, great. So I proceeded to assume that it was compatible in the sense that I expected it, or in the way that I expected it to be compatible, which is to say that I expected to use the vertical PCI slots that are here on the case. By compatible, apparently what we meant was you rip out all of the horizontal ones and take all of them up with your vertical GPU. This is not the ideal approach and not what I wanted to do, because what's nice about Corsair's approach is that it allows you to install your vertical GPU as kind of like a showcase piece of your build right here and still have other cards installed behind it. What CableMod's approach does is allows you to turn all of your horizontal slots into one vertical slot, and I guess you might as well have just had an ITX motherboard at that point. But hey, I mean, if you really want the vertical GPU and you don't have a case that has native support for it, then this is the way to do it. However, if you have a case that supports it natively, I would strongly recommend just going with the first-party vertical GPU kit rather than a third-party one like this. Oh boy, this is not going to be good. If you want to just put that on the corner of the table, I think that'd be a perfect spot for it, Jake. Thank you. That I'm what, sorry?
I know, I like it. I'm trying to make it very odd.
Oh, what?
The double memes happen quite often.
Oh no. All right, thanks, David. I always know you got my back.
What's wrong
He got my back, two backs. I'm a beast with two backs right now. Okay, so things get even stupider. David, are you ready for stupider?
Oh no.
Because compatible doesn't necessarily mean like immediately compatible. It might mean compatible with some modification, okay? Because this is an enthusiast product, all right? Oh, good Lord. Okay, so here we go. Hold on, wait for it, wait for it. Are you ready to cut?
No.
Do you want to cut?
No, don't do it.
I think we're gonna have to do it. I promised the people a vertical graphics card. And David, when I promise something, do I deliver?
You do.
I do. Oh, no. Where's my snips? Where the hell are the snips? Someone moved the damn snips. Well, that's slightly problematic. There used to be like metal cutter snips here. Chase, can you or someone who knows where they are please obtain? Gosh darn it. Well, that's fine. In the meantime, we can figure out how this other bracket and the mounting hardware works for it. So there's that bracket that we're gonna have to snip a bunch of stuff out for. And then there's this bracket, which presumably, yes, okay, I get it, sort of. No, I don't get it. Yes, I get it. Okay, so this guy goes here, like this. Sorry, excuse me. And then we're gonna screw it together like so. Oh yeah, that's the stuff right there. Got these screws and everything. All right, cable mod, I'll play your little game. Put this here. Oh man, I feel really bad. I always keep talking about how much I love this case, and then I'm gonna cut one up. What else we got going in the super chats here?
Won't that ruin it for the future?
Yes, that will ruin it for the future. Unless I leave this vertical mount in it, and then it will not be ruined. Yeah. It will be.
I think so. Well,
what do you got? No, those are side cutters. I need like metal snips. The ones that used to be here in the workshop, ideally. I don't know why they were moved. Okay, there we go. So we screwed that together, and we're gonna put one more screw in. So that holds these two brackets together. So yeah, I'll just leave the cable mod thing in here, and then in this case we'll just have a vertical GPU mount. And someone on Craigslist will be really happy to have it.
one slot.
And then when we need another 5000D, we will ask Corsair for another one. Sorry, Corsair.
No kit shortages, right?
Sorry, Corsair. I actually don't know. The shipping situation globally is so screwed up right now. You could have a shortage of just about anything, I think. Okay, cool. And that is gonna go like that. Oh yeah. That's some quality right there. Quality. Hey, Jake Brower says, just got my LTT desk pad and cable ties from lttstore.com. They're quality, not gonna lie. Love it. Thanks, Jake Brower. You can be my brower anytime. Man, we really gotta get user reviews working on the store, because it kind of seems like we got something to hide. Like, what kind of online store doesn't have user reviews these days? But we don't. We really don't have anything to hide. We want you guys to. We think the product is great, and we think you guys think the product is great. We're pretty sure, but we just don't have reviews on the site. So.
Do you trust user reviews on people's own websites, though?
You know what? I don't, unless I can find some like blistering negative ones. So if it's full of positive reviews, I actually talked about this in my video on the. What was that throne chair called? Crud. I don't remember. The one with all the different adjustments. You shot that with me, right? Do you remember what the chair was called? Something workstation? Altwork. Yeah. The Alt workstation was a perfect example of a website, like a manufacturer website that had tons of just like glowing reviews about this product that seemed kind of niche and unusual to me. And then there was a complete vacuum, complete void utter absence of any other reviews anywhere else on the entire internet. And I'm looking at it going, really?
If we can find the tin snips, we'll bring them over. That's what you get.
This is what I'm stuck with? Yeah. Ugh. Anyway, okay, I'll make do. The point is, it makes me very suspicious when there's not enough negativity to, because the thing is, no matter how good something is, like I could go back and look at what I think is the best video we ever made, and there's still going to be 1% of people that don't like it. No matter how good something is, and no matter how many people agree it's good, there's always going to be someone who doesn't like it. And so if there's no negativity, I just don't buy it. I don't trust it. So that's my policy, David.
That's fair.
I look for something negative, and if it's not there, then I will still read them, but I will read them from the perspective of this is basically more marketing material and is what the manufacturer would have just put in the spec sheet if they felt like they could get away with having a longer spec sheet. This is what they want me to know about it. Oh, I feel bad right now.
Feels sick to my stomach.
I'm sorry. If it helps at all, David, this doesn't actually prevent cards from being installed the conventional way. They just won't have these, they won't have these braces, that's all. I'm mangling them a little bit too, which is not the best. Ooh, that one's more mangled. I think trying to go for the straight cut actually is better. Yeah, oh, that's way better. Ah, shoot. There's a couple I did there that are pretty mangled. Ah, he's a mangler. I just ruined your favorite case, Jake.
My favorite case?
Yep.
I don't know if it's my favorite.
Well,
It's pretty good.
you can't stop talking about how much you like it, and you did just buy one.
I did just buy one. All right, I give up. I concede. Pretty good.
And he's gone. See, he never likes to agree with me, so he's always got to try not to. But I knew I had him on that one. Because we actually have him on camera too, just talking about how much he freaking loves this case. In the VR lounge build, we used the RGB variant of it. Okay, so that's in now. This is not the most bestest amazing experience I've ever had installing a graphics card, but wait, what? Okay, we might have a slight problem here, ladies and gentlemen. Look how crooked that is.
Yeah, that's weird.
That is super crooked. I mean,
That riser cable
kinda-
is it meant to bend that way?
I don't know. I mean, is it possible wait. No. See, we're doing this without instructions, but I think we're still gonna get there. Okay, hold on. I think it goes in from the outside. Okay, here we go. Oop, dropped the thumb screw. No, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, that's a big fat no. Oh, really? Because you got these buddies, right? Those have to go in the other thing. Also, yeah, these aren't threaded. So there's no way that the intention could have been for you to screw into these through that thing.
Instruction time?
No. We're winging it. We're winging it. I'm just gonna have a crooked GPU, I'm afraid. Yep. We don't have any choice, David. We have to save your arms. We have to save David's arms. David can't hold this camera forever.
It's true.
There's a limit. All right, here we go. Let me just see if there's any more chats that I should look at. Butter on rice is fine, says Astanov. It's your plate. If they don't like it, they can get their own plate or something like that. It's your rice on your plate, so screw them. I mean, you know what? I think there can be a wrong way to eat something. I think there can be a wrong way to eat something. I think that you should kind of try to eat things the way they're intended to be eaten. Like if you got a doner and you start eating it with a fork and knife, I'm gonna look at you funny. Like,
like the wrap?
please stop. Yeah, exactly. You know.
Same with ribs. If you're eating barbecue ribs with a knife and fork.
Okay, I eat ribs with a fork and knife. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I eat ribs with a fork and knife. I pick the meat off the ribs, and okay. In fairness to me, when Yvonne makes ribs, which are the only ribs I'll eat, I won't eat restaurant ribs. They're just never actually good. But when Yvonne makes ribs, she makes them so tender that you basically could not pick up the meat by the bone. If you pick up the bone, by the time it reaches your mouth, you will be holding a bone. So, you know what? I am going to justify. I'm going to justify my bizarre eating habits with a suck up to my wife, right there.
Nice.
That's right. I'm efficient like that. Okay, I think I actually screwed up the threading of this hole when I mangled it. So we're gonna rethread it manually. Manual rethreading.
Cable?
Did the riser come with cables?
Yeah, like HDMI or something?
HDMI? No. There's nothing in here. Is it supposed to? Are you looking at the manual, Chase? Are you cheating? Are you cheating? Because that's cheating, dog. You can't be looking at the manual, brah.
You just cut the case for nothing.
I cut the case for nothing.
Well, if you had all the cables.
Well, I don't see anything. I don't see anything in here.
In the box, I can see on
Oh yeah, DisplayPort ×2, PCIe riser included.
Yeah, so you can see
Oh.
behind the,
Oh.
if they're missing, then
Well, I mean, yeah, they're not here, so, you know, man, this is crazy. You got to go through the gauntlet just to plug in your display cable. Look at these scary, jagged spikes here. Just gotta, yeah, we need to Craigslist this puppy when we're done with it. And no returns, as is. Yeah, no, sorry, my sincere apologies. Here, okay, hey, I fixed the sag. Look at that. All I had to do was give it a little, you know? Ha! See, David?
No, but that riser cable, it's...
Oh, yeah, but you won't see it, see? There, look. No problem. No problem. Piece of cake. Piece of crumb cake. There we go. Oh.
Linus is judging you.
Who's judging me?
Cardboard Linus.
Cardboard Linus? Oh, that one. Yeah, that guy's a jerk. Oh!
Oh no! That can't
Oh.
be right.
I mean, I don't know. If it's not right, then the stream can yell at me. Watch. We're gonna get to the point where my refusal to read manuals is gonna get so extreme that XQC is gonna have to do a cringe React stream of watching me build a computer instead of the other way around. Okay, so these thumb screws are not the right threading for that. Fortunately, I'm Linus Tech Tips. I got screws. M3 thumb screws. Got all my thumb screws. All right, you guys are gonna pick the color for me again.
Ooh.
What color screws are we gonna go for?
Where are the fun ones?
You want black? Oh, you want fun ones
Yeah, don't we
now.
have pink ones?
All right, I'll get fun ones. All right, David.
Do the song again.
I'm Linus Tech Tips. I'm getting fun screws. I don't call them thumb screws. I call them fun screws. Oh no, those are 632 threaded, David. I'm so sorry. Yep, no, we're stuck with the M3 ones. My bad. My bad. Okay, you got 3 options, ladies and gentlemen. Black. Okay, here, hold on. I'll line them up for you. You got black, you got silver, you've got rusty silver, you've got different silver, you've got, yep, that's it. That's all we've got.
A large number of green screws.
Okay, float plane. What do you guys want? Chrome, let's go. One of each. How can I do one of each? There's only 2 screw holes. Come on, float plane. Pick them at random. Rip David's arms. At this point, just use Rusty. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
It's all Rusty.
Rusty.
Oh no. Oh no, guys. Oh, wow. For a change, YouTube chat is actually way more sane than the other ones. YouTube chat's just like, black, just use black ones. What's wrong with you? Meanwhile, float plane's like, use Rusty. Okay, all right, Rusty screws. Conveniently, there are exactly 2 Rusty screws. There they are. We're going full 1v1 me Rust. YouTube chat. Oh no. Oh no, it's awful. It's truly awful. I accept it. I'm an accepting kind of guy. Oh gosh. Okay. You know what? If you don't look that close, David, it's pretty good. I mean, it's actually kind of a nice looking build if you look past the egregious errors. You know what I mean?
My kind of build.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. How are you judging right now?
There's no sag in that.
You're the jank king, David.
Jank and sag are different.
King David. All right, let's put this on here. There we go. Oh crap. 1 moment, please. Just gotta move that. There we go. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff right there. Can you go in, please? Oh, okay, it's not that one. Perfect. Okay, put that there. Okay, and then the original thumb screws can go back in here. Oh gosh, can they? Yes, they can. Oh good. This is a pretty good looking machine, David. Yeah.
The sag is real though.
Oh, the sag is so real. Okay, that's fine. I've got an idea. You're not gonna like it. I can fix the sag. All right. Are you ready to really hate this? Okay, now normally under normal circumstances, in a build like this, I would bring the cables up from where I originally ran them. So they would just kind of run like that, right? And they'd be kind of hidden by the tubing. You basically wouldn't even see the power cables. But I've got a new idea. Okay. So we're gonna take our graphics card cables. Where are they at? Where are you at, boys? There you are. Okay. We're gonna pull them back through. Oh, we might not even need to, actually. Oh yeah, no, I don't think we even need to. Nope, oh, this is great. Okay, so I'm gonna put these right back where they were. Fantastic. Okay. Oh yeah, this is gonna be good. Oh, oh, oh. Here we go. Chase, can you do me a big favor? Could I get some LTT store cable ties, please? Okay, and then for maximum leverage, I'm gonna take the first connector and put it at the back of the card. Yeah, because we are gonna need a little bit more leverage on the back of the card here. There we go. Okay, oh, that sagged a little there. You got a little bit of saggage, you know? My wife was like, Linus, you're getting a bit of saggage. And I was like, you too, hun.
Oh.
Okay, got this. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. She doesn't have enough to sag, you know. Hey, anything I said at the roast is still fair game now. The number of people that were like, whoa, you don't joke about that. I'm like, what, you think? I don't know, man. But my wife and I can say anything to each other. You guys gotta chill out a little bit. It's like, what, you think she doesn't know that her breasts are small? Like that's information that she doesn't have? Is not aware of it or something? It's like, or that, you know, you think that she believes for a second that I never noticed before? Like if I were to say that? Like, I just don't understand. If everyone knows, and everyone knows that everyone knows, then why not just own it? I don't get it. I don't know. I don't know, man. Some people, they just got their sensitivities. All right, so the point is, what I'm trying to do over here is I'm kind of trying to lift the card, and then I want to anchor this cable to the 24 pin real hard here, and it's going to hold the card up, okay? I said you wouldn't like it, David. Okay, just gotta anchor, give it an anchor. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah. Okay, all right.
These are the real tech tips.
These are real tech tips right here, dog. Okay.
3 tech tips.
That's right. Okay. There we go. Get one more there. Okay. Man, okay. Huh. How's that for sag? It's still sagging. all that and we've achieved nothing. Okay, we're going next level then. We're gonna jam it. We're gonna jam it in there. So I'm just gonna give it a little bend. Just gonna hook it on the thing. There we go. Okay. That's a lot better.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're gonna go for bonus points, and we're just gonna get it right, not visible anymore. There we go. Ha! Mission accomplished. Literally no problems at all with this computer. Nice.
3 inputs.
Yeah. Wait, what? Can you not reach them? No, you can. You can reach them.
Yeah, it's 3D.
Yeah. Ow, that hurts. My knuckle hit the thing here. No, it's not. That's from something else. I was immediately injured. All right.
Pulling it up before you turn it on.
No, I'm only putting this one on so that we can see how the cable management ended up looking. Now, don't worry. I don't want any bad GBs today. Ah, come on. Yeah, I think this build has been cursed enough. All right, sweet. It's great. Okay, it's a little, crammed back there, but once we put the side panel on, dang, this is gonna look like I cable managed it. Oh, there we go. Not freaking bad. Okay, let's get it plugged in and make sure that all the fans spin and all the lights light up and all that good stuff before we actually power it on. Ah, there we go. And there we go. And there we go. What do you think? Is it gonna just power up first try?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, oh, not too shabby. I mean, it's really the setting could use a little bit of work here. You gotta kind of, oh boy, just kind of, you know, how curious are you to see what these look like? I'm pretty curious too. Can we?
Put it in the back.
Yeah, let's plug this in real quick. I want to know. I don't even know what these fans are called. Just Corsair sent them over and they were like, hey, we got some new fans. I'm like, oh, okay. So let's plug into power, I guess. Get some power up in here. There it goes. And then plug into, I'll just unplug one of the other RGB fans. Huh. That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, it seems like it's missing.
It's pretty cool that it has RGB on both sides. I actually didn't realize that this ring was gonna light up, so that's pretty neat. But I find it hard to believe that these outer rings don't also light up. So maybe it's just a matter of that this is an older hub and doesn't properly support this one, or maybe it's like a software configuration thing. Well, I'm just gonna leave that there for now. Okay, give me a couple seconds here. Hey, David, can you entertain the people? Just dance around a little bit. No, don't dance to the camera. We'll make them nauseated. Literally make your audience sick.
Uh-oh. Bravo. Good
I pressed the power button.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. No, all good. Chase, is there a bin for this project? Do you have any idea? Does anyone know what's going on? Okay, I'm gonna put my iFixit kit over there. Got some case screws. Sorry guys, just trying to not punish whoever has to clean this up after. Wait a minute. No, that's not. I thought maybe Corsair did include the hardware for the first party PCI Express riser thing. They did not. So we're all good on knowing for sure that we ruined it because we had to, not just because we were monsters. All right, got some fans. Get those over there. More parts of the case. This case parts. Where was I putting case pieces? Here. Excellent. There's also some more case pieces. See you later. All right, warranty assurance, more case pieces. Okay, we're getting close. We're getting close. Got my alcohol spray. Just put this here. I'm running, I'm going. All right. Those screws, 632 screws. Okay, more case stuff. Boxes. Oh yeah, you know what? I should probably tell you Micro Center sponsored this video, and I'm gonna get my boomer paper here. Micro Center sponsored this video today. They're the best place for all things technology, computers, laptops, TVs, AV. They got basically everything that plugs into a wall. And between May 20th and June 7th, they've got a promotion running where all you got to do is put your dream machine together, literally anything you want, on their custom PC configurator. What am I over here looking for? I have no idea. Put your dream PC together with their custom configurator and then share it in the comments under this video, and you can win a $500 Micro Center gift card. Pretty freaking sweet, if I do say so. Do we not have an LTT desk pad kicking around? Oh, for the full details, you can check out the link in the video description, guys. There's a desk pad on B-roll shelf? It's okay. I mean, it's not like we have any of them in stock anyway. So, don't want to promote it too hard. Yeah, did you get one yet, David? I saw Nick sent out an email asking people internally if they want one. Or maybe not an email, maybe it was on Teams? Oh, maybe. I'm not sure. Double check with him.
The one on Teams was for the jokey ones.
Oh, the jokey ones. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no. I know you want Northern Lights. Yeah, that's fine. I get it. I too prefer the Northern Lights one. I don't want to stare at your face every time Yeah, that's fine. I get it. Totally understand. All right. Look at this easy, totally gauntlet-free access to the graphics card I/O here. It's freaking excellent. Look at that. It's only like buried an inch and a half into the case and
7 spikes of depth.
No problem. Got all that. Yeah, the depth spikes. All right. Oh, okay. Let's do a quick reset here and see if this thing fires up. I sincerely hope that it does. No guarantees though. You guys saw me build this. It was a little haphazard. You better not. It rolled on me. It rolled, David. It wasn't my fault. Oh, nice. Look at that. Fired right up. We installed the SSD at some point, right? Yeah, sure can. How's that? Okay. I'm a little worried that SSD is not actually going to boot. That would be Trey's unfortunate. Floatplane wants me to do the Sarah shake test on the finished computer. Do you think we should do that?
No.
I mean, it seems like a pretty good idea to me.
No, not with that riser. Yeah, Linus.
No, what? Are you kidding me right now? Under normal circumstances, I'd be like, hey guys.
The camera died, 1 sec.
The camera died?
Switch cameras.
Oh, hey. So under normal circumstances, I would say, hey guys, don't worry about it. No big deal. I actually just set up a new test image for myself on my test bench SSD yesterday, and I'm totally ready for this. Let's just switch over to that drive. Unfortunately, because accessing the M.2 slots, is that camera alive again? My back's dying. David be like, your back's dying? Bitch, please. Anyway,
They were like,
you're like, okay, cool. Under normal circumstances, I'd say, hey, let's just use my test bench SSD, but we got a bit of a problem. How the heck am I supposed to get at the M.2 slots?
is there a SATA one that's set up?
It's, oh man, SATA? What year is it, man? I think I'd rather do nothing. Oh, okay, hold on. Boot option 1, here. I mean, it's like here.
No.
Nope. Let's try. I got one more thing to try. We're not going to swap to another M.2. It would take forever.
I realized what might have happened is there was another SSD in the test bench. It might have
You installed the boot crap.
Yeah, it might
Okay.
have been- I have a drive.
Okay, so rookie error. A rookie error is installing Windows in a PC that has 2 drives in it. Do you want to know why? Because Microsoft, in their infinite stupidity, I was actually going to say infinite wisdom sarcastically, but I want to make this very clear. It is an astonishingly stupid behavior that the Windows installer, if you have 2 drives and you happen, I don't know what the logic is, but sometimes if you select one of the drives and install Windows to it, the bootloader will actually be put on the other drive. So what happens is you've got this 2-drive system that you cannot boot Windows with only one of the drives installed. And there's no like resiliency reason to do it that way. It's not like it would be, oh, well, you wouldn't want a corrupt bootloader on the same place as all of your data. There's no data protection or ease of maintenance reason to do it, because rebuilding that bootloader, moving it back over to the other drive, non-trivial. It can be done, but it is a royal pain in the butt, and you can only do it once you've realized the problem and gone and put both drives in the system again. So we have a full Windows install on here, and can you pass me the other drive? No, that's not helpful. Never mind. It doesn't matter. The point is there's another drive in Jesse's test bench that has the bootloader for it installed. So this was a fitting way for this stream to end, given everything that went wrong. But overall, I think we ended up with a pretty sweet looking PC and an almost idea of what these fans are going to look like if only we had the software installed so we could see it for sure. I should go through a couple more super chats just to be like, hey guys, thanks for that. Safe Moon, hashtag Safe Moon. I have no idea what that means. Jayco says, I'm finally supporting you after 100 videos, even without a sub. All right, that's fine. Jesse Van Mullum sent 50 euros. Thank you very much. Harvey Harris says, you should hire a data scientist. We've actually thought about it. Just building more tools to analyze YouTube, see what's working, see what's not working. The thing is, I actually spent a fair bit of time talking to someone who has built a lot of those kinds of analysis tools. And the reality of it is, I've been doing this for so long that every time I would kind of go, okay, here's my gut feeling about what's going on right now. He'd be like, yep, checks out. So it's something that we should do, but it's kind of like what I discussed around why we didn't bother doing that long-term coolant test yet. I already have a good answer, so instead of taking something we're already good at and making it great, I'd rather take things we're terrible at and make them good. So it's kind of like what do I want to allocate my time to? So it just hasn't really come up yet, but it is something that we should do, and I would love to do. And if we were in something like the comedy space or more like in a trendier space, like makeup, for example, I would definitely, that probably would have been one of the first 10 hires, as opposed to having 50 people and not having a data scientist yet, because in that arena, you just have to be riding trends and you've got to be aware of it. But for us, I mean, we're in tech, right? The trend is technology and how it keeps developing and keeps getting better and keeps amazing us. So we don't really need someone to tell us that, right? We don't need another YouTuber to tell us like that technology is cool and keeps getting better and changing and is amazing. So it's just in our space, I just feel like it is a little less necessary. There's definitely things that we've used trendy tools to hop onto trends with. For example, we had one that showed us that actually a friend of Jake's put together for us really quick back when the API was a little bit easier to use. And it would just basically show us the top performing videos of the day. And we saw that hydro dipping stuff was huge all of a sudden. So we hydro dipped a graphics card and it ended up performing quite well for us. But other than that, we try to kind of blaze our own trail. Do you think the recent crypto crash will get RTX 30 series back into gamers' hands soon? It hasn't crashed enough, not even close yet. Jayco says, back to noodles. Just cram more skinnies in your maw. That's fair. That's a fair point. Grey Wolf wanted to say thank you for helping me be able to teach some of my friends about tech through your guides. I hope you and yours are doing well. Yeah, we're doing great. We're doing great. Got no COVID yet. Got that shot in the arm. I just need Canada to get more vaccines so I can get my second shot, and then we can go back to not having to treat each other like we're all plague bearers. I really, don't worry about it, guys. Okay. All right. So thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you to Micro Center for sponsoring the video. They have a call to action? You mean other than this one?
Links for the parts are in our description.
Yeah, links. Oh, really? Oh, links for all these parts are in the video description. So you guys can check out Micro Center's store and where you can buy all this stuff down there. Also, don't forget, between May 20th and June 7th, you can head over to the Micro Center PC Builder tool, load it up with anything you want, chuck it, you got to share it, and leave it as a comment in the video description here, and one random winner will be selected for a $500 gift card for Micro Center. Not Hooters. I mean, maybe Hooters. If you told them you really would prefer Hooters, maybe they'll help you out with that.
All right.
Not if you're a minor, though. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? We're gonna have a lot of fun today building a bang for the buck AMD gaming rig. And when I say bang for the buck, I don't mean that it's gonna cost like 20 bucks. What I mean is that it's gonna be a reasonably priced machine that is all about getting the best value for the dollar. And we're doing this stream in partnership with Micro Center. Micro Center has 25 brick and mortar locations across the US, and they've got an online store, and it's an absolutely great place to go to build anything from a tricked out gaming rig all the way down to something more reasonable, like what we're gonna be doing today. And if you check out the link below, they've actually got a sweet promo where you can get a 32 gig flash drive and 32 gig micro SD card for free in store. No purchase necessary. That's right, it's crazy, but limit of one per customer. So the build starts today with the case, because that was the only thing that I couldn't really go shopping for at Micro Center. Now you might have noticed, I don't have anything else. That's because today is all about the in-store experience. Starting with something we don't have footage for. Hit me with that CPU. If you don't hit my hand, I won't catch. Wow, what a good throw. You know what? I take back what I said before. I feel like you are qualified to play this part today. We're gonna be starting with a Ryzen 3 3100. This is basically the way to go, assuming you can actually find one in stock, basically the way to go for a value for the dollar brand new gaming rig today. It uses AMD's Zen 2 architecture, so that means that it's quite a bit faster than their, well, how do we put this? Then their first attempt at Ryzen, and it's got 4 processing cores, meaning that basically any gaming application is going to have all that it really needs, and that's going to be true probably for at least the next few years. In terms of cooling, we're going with a stock cooler. Hit me with that. Oh yeah! Because the reality of it is, guys, as much as we love to show off, you know, fancy, sexy coolers and, you know, talk about like the lowest possible temps, when you're running at stock speed or you're running like a quad core CPU these days, you don't really need any of that. And AMD in particular has done an absolutely fantastic job of their stock cooler design for their Ryzen processors. Like, these things are quiet, they keep them cool, they are super easy to install thanks to AMD's clip-based mounting system, and some of them even have like RGB lighting and stuff, which is pretty sick. All right, so that's it for the things we don't have footage of me shopping for. Let's have me go shopping for a motherboard. Woo! Is there audio in these clips, or do I just talk over them? What should I get? Maybe, how about this A520M DS3H motherboard? Oops, I dropped it. Right, okay, so there's a global pandemic, you know, small matter, and if I were to actually go shopping at Micro Center, I would have to quarantine for 2 weeks when I get there, go shopping, get on a plane, quarantine for 2 weeks, and then film this video. So we actually had one of our friends at Micro Center do the footage of actually walking around in the store picking the parts. So I promise you that these are going to be very amusing, because that one was hilarious. What did they film that on, a potato? It looks so bad. Like, we're coming to you guys live, and I think it still looks better than their pre-recorded footage. That's okay. Micro Center's specialty is really like computers and electronics and stuff like that. It's not, you know, creating the world's greatest work of cinema. So let's run through why we went with an A520 board. Compared to AMD's even budget, hold on, let me get this. Sorry, 1 second here. There we go. Compared even to AMD's budget B550 chipset, the A520 is even lower end, meaning that you do give up support for PCI Express Gen 4. But if there's anything that we've learned over the last little bit, actually, have you guys seen that video yet? Shoot, I don't think that video's out yet. So Anthony put together a really great video that's going to be uploaded to the channel soon about the performance of PCI Express Gen 3 versus PCI Express Gen 4. And what we found was that it actually doesn't make that big of a difference, even going all the way up to something like an RTX 3090 or a Radeon 6900 XT. So people are like, spoilers, spoilers, spoilers. There are some interesting things in that video. Even knowing that, though, it's really worth a watch. But the point is, if we know that the CPU is going to be at the heart of this system basically for the foreseeable future, I have no problem going for something like a budget A520 board. So we're not going to be doing like a ton of overclocking or anything like that. But in terms of expansion, we've got PCI Express 16X for our graphics card. We can add a couple more add-in cards. You've got an M.2 slot for high-speed storage. And the only area that I would expect this to cause any kinds of problems in the future is if you were expecting to rely on direct storage to dramatically accelerate your game loading speeds, or I mean, that's basically it. And the thing about direct storage is we don't even know yet if it's going to have any kind of real-world impact on performance. So let's go ahead and, okay. We think it will have a real-world impact on performance on PC. We just don't know how much. Okay? And it definitely won't be in all games, because games do have to explicitly support it. So give me that overhead, and let's go ahead and get a CPU installed here. Chase? Chase? Hello? Chase? You got this. All right, cool. So AMD, oh man, not lighting. Well, nothing we can really do about it. So there you go. It's a white motherboard now. Andy, we're on the overhead. You can, at ease, soldier. Andy's too hardcore. He's like standing like this. He's like, I'm ready.
I'm always ready. You want to switch
I'm
back?
freaking ready, man. All right, so we lift up the arm. We just line up the little gold triangle with the, you know what, sure, switch over to Andy. If he's gonna be there ready, we might as well use him. So we got our little gold triangle right here. Do you have a zoom lens on there? Oh, what a pro. Look at this pro. Andy, he's the Andy man. That's why we call him that. I think I'm the only one who calls him the Andy man. All right, so we put the gold triangle in the little plastic. Did someone drop this CPU? This CPU is chipped. What the crap? Dang it, you guys. That's not a gold triangle, that's a chip. I mean, that happens to be where the gold triangle was, but Jeebus, you guys. Oh, man. For those of you wondering, like, what the deal is with the chipped CPU, that's not like from Micro Center. We can't get more Ryzen 3 3100s right now. This is the same one that we did our review with. We've just built PCs with it. Sorry. We've built PCs with it over and over and over again because it's the only one we have.
That's how we got the chip.
That's how it got the chip. Well, it wasn't from me. I didn't do that. I have never dropped that particular CPU. I did not drop that particular CPU. I need some thermal compound here real quick, Styles. That's okay. Fortunately, I'm in the PC build corner. Normally, your stock cooler would come with thermal compound pre-applied, but because this is a CPU and stock cooler that we've used many times, what the hell happened to this tube of Noctua thermal paste? I barely touched it, and I've got this gigantic glob of thermal compound. Someone broke off the nozzle. Look at this, Andy. The nozzle's broken. You got this. You got this. Oh, am I a little close? You got it. You got it. Yeah, look at it's just a hole in there. Oh man, that is gonna make a mess. I feel for whoever on the logistics team has to take this system apart and clean up the CPU. All right, let's go ahead and pop over one of these hooks. There you go. Let's put that on there. There you go. There you go. All right. All right, then we're gonna do another one. You gotta give AMD credit. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They have had the same fundamental mounting mechanism for like, oh lordy, like 15 years or something like that. All right, so we just gotta, it used to be sort of similar, but worse. I'll talk about that in a minute. Oh, there we go, I was doing it wrong. So you just pop that over there, there we go, and crank her tight. Now, this is a great story. The way AMD's mounting mechanism used to work, hold on, where is it? It was cheaper to manufacture this way, I'm assuming, because there's no smart, engineering reason why they would have wanted to do it this way. Is there not a slot screwdriver anywhere in this drawer? You gotta be kidding me. I mean, not that you need a flathead for building a PC normally, but you used to. So the way it used to work is instead of this, well, it had like an arm on it, but there was like a little lip that came off of this metal thing right here, and it had like a little recess in it. And what you would do is you would put a slot screwdriver in it, and you would push down, and then go like this to get the hook over the plastic clip. And let me tell you, the number of people I knew who slipped and jammed a flathead screwdriver into the PCB of their motherboard, well, clearly prompted AMD to change that mounting mechanism. Anyway, it's a lot better now. Now it's really good. Let's go ahead and plug in our CPU fan. So we just find the one labeled CPU fan right here. Plug in that 4-pin connector. Nice PWM control. I remember when that was like a fancy feature. You had to like kind of, couldn't take that for granted. And now it's time to go shopping for some RAM. What should I get? Ooh, Trident Z looks pretty good. Oh, look at that. It's all, why don't I try and get the light reflected in it? What are you even doing? What are you doing? Wait, what just, Oh, fantastic. Look at that. Wow, Micro Center shipping is so fast. It's very fast, fast styles shipping that they use. I can't even tell what I'm looking at in that footage. Okay, so we did splurge for the extra on RGB apparently. That is absolutely optional if you're going for maximum bang for the buck, but I still do highly recommend G-Skill's memory. They just do an absolutely bang up job, not just of having great prices, but also ensuring excellent compatibility. Over the years that we've been making tech videos, we have always known that if we turn to G-Skill, if they say it's gonna run at that speed, then it probably will. And that doesn't, when I say it out loud, that doesn't really sound very impressive, but you can't take it for granted. There are lots and lots of memory companies out there that will ship RAM kits that are like, yeah, they will run at that speed, but like maybe. And I'm not talking about like stock speed. Actually, I am kind of talking about stock speed. Man, we've had terrible experiences with RAM sticks that just have terrible compatibility. I remember back when we were still working out of the house, we had, here, I can just talk over while I'm installing a RAM here. Back when we were still working out of the house, we sent a request to G.Skill, and we were much smaller at the time. So they were like, really, you guys? For, I think it was 24 sticks of like their highest end memory in their highest capacity. And they were like, guys, that's a lot of outlay. Like, you just asked for like a couple grand worth of memory freebies. And I was like, I know. And like, look, because of taxation complications, I can't promise you that I'm even gonna do anything with it. But your RAM is like the only thing we've found that just works in everything. This was back in the DDR3 days when RAM compatibility wasn't as good as it is today. Your RAM is the only thing we've found that just like works with everything. We need it for our test benches. And if we need it for test benches, I pretty much guarantee you it's gonna end up on camera a lot. And they were like, fine. But the point of the story is just that G.Skill memory we've had a ton of really great experiences with over the years, and I can't say the same about everyone else. So whether it's just working it all at stock speed or actually running at the XMP profile, love G.Skill memory, but you don't have to spend extra on the RGB. With that said, I don't think the Trident Z RGB actually even costs that more than like a Flare X or something like that, or a Ripjaws X or whatever. So Matt's given me like one of these. Does it cost a little bit more, like $5, $10?
It's like within 10.
Within 10? Yeah, okay. But you don't have to do it. But what you do have to do is get a power supply. Let's go shopping. Bring on the potato. Oh, look at this. I'm walking around, got my potato. Wait, they're not gonna do any like actual like shopping for me? They gotta look at some other stuff. I mean, we got Sonic up in there. We got the, well, are you gonna throw it or not? Ow! What's wrong with you? Jeez. You're not past your probation yet, are you? Oh, is he? Are you sure? Have you been here 3 months? You're in your last week of probation. Interesting. Well, that's good to know. Let's see how hard Matt throws things at me for the rest of this stream here. And let's take a look at our power supply. Let's do a little overhead camera unboxing, shall we, Chase? Hit me up. Hit me up with that overhead cam. This is the C750. It's an ATX power supply. Good job, NZXT. This actually, no offense to NZXT, probably isn't what I would have picked for like an absolute bang for the buck machine. But if I was willing to spend a little bit extra on something that I'm gonna take forward with me for multiple computer builds, then it becomes a lot more reasonable of a value proposition. It's 80 plus bronze. It's fully modular, so there's our modular interface there and all of our modular cables. And those are features that, you know what, you could just go for like an EVGA B series if you don't need them. You could save yourself a buck, but they are features that are nice to have. Well, 80 plus, wait, did I say 80 plus bronze? I'm sorry, this one's 80 plus gold. So EVGA's B series is 80 plus bronze. So you could go down to a B series if you don't need higher efficiency or you don't need a fully modular interface. And that would be just fine to power the rig that we're doing today. But if you want something that you can carry forward with you for the next 5, 10, potentially even more years based on how long the ATX standard continues to keep kicking around, then something like this wouldn't be a terrible idea. Let's go ahead and pop that in there. Actually, can you switch back over to Andy for me, please, Chase? Let's get my, how did they, okay, I love you guys, NZXT, but what the crap are you guys doing? Look at this. Look at this. They got them backwards. Look, come look, Andy. See, they got them backwards. The way it's like cable managed out of the box, it looks like it's supposed to go in like that, but this one goes over here. And this one goes over here. You got your literal wires literally crossed. There you go. All right. I mean, it's not the end of the world, I guess, but we made it work. There you go. All right. What else are we going to need in terms of cables? We'll need what are you guys even talking about? Twitch chat is so Siri. I can't even get it. Oh, do you want to turn the stream volume up just a touch, Chase, if you haven't already?
Yeah, I'm watching flow plane.
All right, cool. Floatplane's the only chat that we trust when it comes to giving feedback on the stream settings. Twitch chat's just like, we don't even know what we're doing. They give so much conflicting information. I'm sorry, Twitch. I can't trust you. I can't trust you. That time has come and gone. Our relationship cannot be rebuilt anymore, unfortunately. All right. Yeah, Floatplane's like, yeah, it's a little quiet. All right, cool. Why is my YouTube live chat not even working? That's ridiculous. I mean, not that with 21,000 people watching, I'd even be able to monitor it in any meaningful way. All right, rest of the cables that we're using. We're going to use our 8-pin CPU connector. One of the other nice things that's good about modular power supplies, especially with the just like the phenomenon that has sort of popped up over the last, I'd say probably the last 3 years or so, is that they're more easily adapted to future standards because you can actually just plug some other completely different thing in, and you don't have to rely on the first-party manufacturer to provide those cable kits anymore. So if I was going to keep a power supply for a really long time, and I don't know if some new connector is going to show up, it is nice to have a fully modular power supply. I'm not saying that will happen. I'm just saying that it absolutely is a possibility. Hey, there's YouTube chat. Wow, literally 30% of the messages are held for a review because they're getting picked up by YouTube's spam stuff. That's crazy. Oh, everybody's talking about Kyle from Bitwit. So Kyle uploaded a video today talking about how his relationship ended, and I'm not at liberty to share any details, but I just want to say, you know, I have talked to him about it. And I just want to say, like, you know, what he needs is your support. So if you're not already subscribed, not just to Bitwit, but also he actually just launched a new channel where he's going to be doing some vlogs and stuff. Frankly, I always thought he was better at vlogging than reviewing technology anyway. So make sure you go subscribe to his vlog channel as well. And our heart goes out to Kyle. It's a really rough time. You know, no matter what the circumstances are when it comes to a marriage separation, it's not easy. And, you know, it's very challenging for him. So just make sure you guys are giving him lots of love, lots of support, subscribing to Bitwit, more importantly, subscribing to his vlog channel, because if we can get his vlog channel to like really like hockey stick and take off, then maybe I'll be able to lose a competitor in the tech space, which would be great for everyone involved, quite frankly. Why don't we go ahead and go go shopping for our next component. Okay, I'm just kidding. I love Kyle. He's a Floatplane creator. Oh yeah, you could subscribe to him on Floatplane if you wanted to like really support him. I love teasing that guy. He's a good guy. Known him a long time. We literally climbed a mountain together. Okay, Kyle's in the Highlander crew. I guess we can install the power supply real quick here. I'm just gonna get our case. This is an H510. Nice little mid-tower case from NZXT. I actually have no idea what some of the parts rationale was for this build. The original title for the video was like shopping at Micro Center stream or something like that, and I was like, I don't know. I think we need to just find some kind of, you know, other story. So it's a bang for the buck build now. The H510, yeah, it's reasonably priced. If I was going for absolute maximum bang for the buck, I'd probably save a few more bucks and have a little bit less bang on my case. But you know, that's up to you. It's up to you how you want to spend your hard-earned dollars. To be clear, like, it's a really good value if you care about features like, you know, tempered glass side panel. Got that tempered glass. Hold on, it doesn't look very clear. It doesn't look very tempered glassy, but hold on. There we go. It really does make such a big difference. All those years, it drove me absolutely crazy. I was actually way out in front of the tempered glass side panel like trend. So all those years, you'd have like $500 cases with these disgusting acrylic side panels on them, and they look good for like 4 seconds. But because acrylic attracts dust, like way more than something like metal or glass does, it would look disgusting in like a day. and then you'd go to wipe it, and it would be covered in micro scratches, and then it would look disgusting literally forever, for the rest of its existence. So I actually replaced, on my personal Silverstone TJ07, I replaced the stock glass with, it wasn't tempered glass, which might be a little dangerous or whatever, but I replaced the stock side panel with glass, and then in place of the holes around the outside where the acrylic was attached, I just put like decorative little nubbins. I just glued them on there so that it wasn't clear that they weren't actually doing anything. All right, both side panels come off on this one? Yes, they do. Why the sticker on the glass and not on the peel? Wow, that's actually a really good question. Caution, tempered glass, handle with care. I don't know, maybe because someone might actually like to leave that sticker on. I mean, we all know that monster. Everyone has that monster in their life that like leaves danger, caution stickers, or like, oh man. Have you ever gone into someone's home, okay? And the first thing you want to say is, what the hell is wrong with you, right? Okay, because you walk in and they got their living room right there, and they got like a big TV, right? Nice TV, you know, got them nice speakers, and their AV receiver has a big sticker on the front of it, okay? Dolby Atmos, 7.1 surround, Bluetooth, all over the front of their receiver. What's wrong with you? You take it off. That's like leaving your TV in like store demo mode instead of actually watching content. That's how wrong it is. You got to take the sticker off. You got to be a good person. Take the sticker off. It's awful.
You're gonna get triggered if you go to my home.
Is your house full of stickers on things, Andy?
Like I still have like the protective film on my fridge.
You have film on your fridge.
Yeah, and I also have like the protective film
Okay.
with my Sony logo
Andy,
on my Sony TV.
discontinue speaking. I simply cannot hear it anymore. Here's what's going to go down, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually going to be going to Andy's house. You guys know Andy. He helps us translate whenever there's like weird Chinese products that we're checking out. He's one of our camera operators here. He actually was instrumental in helping us. He even does sourcing for us. So he helped us get the transparent TV. He helped us get that gold Galaxy Fold that we checked out, the W21 on short circuit. Some of the like weird Chinese CPUs and stuff. The kick-proof TV.
I didn't got that.
Actually, no. Nick arranged that through Patrick, who handles our distribution. Never mind, that was before Andy's time. Anyway, Andy does a lot of stuff around here, and he, I believe, is our next Intel Extreme Tech Upgrade contestant, or well, winner really. Everyone wins. We're going to be going into his house. We're going to be building like a man cave style like gaming den in his unfinished basement. It's going to be sick. And as part of that video, this is my personal pledge. I promise to you, I will walk around Andy's house and I will peel things off, everything that I can find. I will do it. Andy?
I'll make sure you got triggered.
Andy? I'm doing it. I'm sorry, I won't accept no for an answer. You're getting a $5,000 upgrade courtesy of Intel. It's not even my money, but I'm going to act like it is. I'm giving you a $5,000 upgrade. I am peeling everything off, everything in your house. I will not accept it. I won't stand for it. I won't stand for it.
Let's fight.
Let's fight. All right. Where's my screws? Oh no, I didn't bring a screwdriver. Oh wait, hold on. Well, I've got some wired headphones, pretty useless in 2021, and I've got an Ethernet to coaxial cable adapter. That was useless in any year. This is actually intended to be a video at some point. I'm trying to figure out how to stretch this out into like 7 to 8 minutes of content. It's just so weird, I just want to make a video about it. Maybe it could be just me trying to find a purpose for it for 8 minutes. Okay, so I do legitimately need a screwdriver though. Maybe, okay. Okay, I will use this while Matt runs up to my office. Do you know where my screwdrivers are? By any chance? Okay, so when you go into my office, right in front of you, there's that big IKEA thing full of drawers. Just keep opening drawers until you find the one with the screwdriver in it. I would like the blue and red one, please. If not that, then I'll settle for one of the orange ones. Let's go ahead and put in a power supply here. So here's how to install a power supply, ladies and gentlemen. First, you put the power supply into the case. All right, a little something like that. All right. Then you put the screw into the power. Oh, dang it. Well, no. Then you actually line up the holes. Okay. So we got our holes and our holes. Those are lined up real nice styles. Then you use your hands and your. Oh shoot! Hold on, I screwed this up. Oh man. Hold on. Let me just get my tweezers here. There we go. Okay, right. How to install a power supply. Hold on, get my tweezers. So you put your tweezers on the screw like this. Oh, shoot, if only I hopefully had a Swiss Army knife. Oh, 1 second. Okay, shoot. Hold on, I swear I can do this. Okay, maybe if you, yeah. Oh, you gotta use the flat part of the, head to get the tweezers on, okay? There we go. Okay, all right. Okay, you getting this, Andy? Yep. Getting how to install a power supply? Yep. Oh, dang it. All right, I'll take the screwdriver now. I really did think I could get it in there. There we go. Shoot. Okay, this is not actually going any better. There's a really interesting backstory for this screwdriver, you guys. Andy? Yeah. Really interesting backstory for this screwdriver. Oh, I'm not at liberty to tell the story. Sorry, you must have misunderstood. Sorry, I can't. Yeah, I can't really talk about it right now. But what I hope is that sometime in the future, I'll be able to tell you about the kind of unique prototype-like appearance of this screwdriver. You know, might be able to explain the somewhat 3D printed look and feel of it. We've got our power supply installed now. We put in those 4 screws. Yeah, you know, thanks for listening. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Oh, by the way, speaking of Linus Tech Tips products, LTTstore.com. Not that I'm really talking about like an LTT store product though, like, or I wasn't, but now I am. We finally have stock. Oh shoot, I'm wearing the old ones. We finally have stock of our new LTTstore.com underwear. So we had some people ask, hey, why didn't you guys have any underwear in stock for like 6 months? The answer was we found out that the factory conditions at the old factory we were using were not up to our standard. So we spent the last 6 months finding a new factory to work with that was up to our working condition standards, but that could also deliver a product to our standards, and it was a non-trivial task. So the new ones are basically, okay, when I say as close as we could get to the old ones, I don't mean that they're worse. They are slightly different. So the weave of the fabric is a little bit tighter, but the feel in the hand, the like feel on the skin, the stretchability, everything else is basically bang on. Like I can't tell after I put them on, and I'm not looking at them anymore, I can't tell whether I'm wearing V1 or V2, and that was the goal. So the fit is the same. So you guys can check them out, lttstore.com. We've got a few new styles. So the new 3-pack looks a little different. We are actually going to bring back the old styles in like another 3-pack for people that want them. But personally, I think the new 3-pack is going to be a fair bit less polarizing anyway. It has like a stealthy black one in there, like a cool purple one, and then it has one that kind of matches the Constellation shirt. So if you were, you wanted to look all matching on like a Saturday when you're doing nothing but sitting in your chair gaming and it's not worth putting on pants, then the new pack is definitely the one to get. Where the heck did the box for the, oh. Do I not have an I/O shield for this motherboard? Oh, there it is. All right, I/O shield, got to install that. This is a pretty entry-level board, so it doesn't have like the built-in I/O shield. Hey, Matt, do you want to, yeah, hey, cool, thanks. feels like over half the builds I do these days don't even need to install the IO shield. Ow. Yeah, you know what's kind of funny? I just noticed that's another thing that you get on entry-level boards is they tend to not have support for like surround sound speakers, right? Like they only have the 3 audio jacks. You got your microphone, you got your like amplified stereo output, and then you got like your line, I think is what this one is. And it kind of made me think, so many motherboards above kind of the $60, $70 price point, maybe 80 bucks, so many motherboards above that do have the full 6 audio jacks at the back for like 5.1 surround. What percentage of people has ever actually hooked up 5.1 analog speakers to their computer? I really want to know. Guys, you got to hit me up in the chat. Have you ever done that? Come on, guys. Hit me. Let's go. No, never. No, never. Clips for Media Ultra 5.1. Okay, yes. Yes, there was, want to switch to the overhead? Yes, there was a legitimate 5.1 PC, sound system.
You might want to do a little more shopping before you put that in.
A little more shopping before I put this in?
Yeah.
Oh, apparently I'm supposed to go shopping before I put the motherboard in there. But hold on, I want to talk about this for a second here. Yes, between the, GigaWorks S700, I think, was the creative product. S700 and S750 is what I want to say. And the Clips for Media 5.1s and for Media Ultra 5.1s. There was a time when like legit gaming grade surround analog speakers for PCs were absolutely a thing. That time was 2005, 2006. That was, as the kids say, who weren't born yet, a hot minute ago. Since then, it basically is not a thing anymore. I'm still, man, you know what? I've never told this story on camera before, but I think it's finally the time to get it off my chest. I used to own a set of Clips for Media Ultra 5.1s. I loved those speakers. They like changed gaming for me. When I worked as a sales rep, I used to sell them all the time, even though they were like $500-600 computer speakers. And anyone that I could talk into it, the only thing I would hear when they came back the next time was, I am so glad you talked me into that, because compared to if I had spent another $200 on the top of the line graphics card and another like $500 on an Extreme Edition or whatever, compared to those kinds of purchases, this changed my gaming experience so much more because it's so immersive, like feeling the rumble. Anyway, I had a set of them. And the reason that I got rid of them was that my then girlfriend, now wife, made me do it. And now, to be clear, she has been very accepting of my technology, let's call it a habit, I don't want to use the A word, well, let's call it a habit, my technology habit over the years. In fact, she has even supported it. So she gave me my first like really high-end case. My Silverstone TJ07 was actually a birthday present from her. Was it birthday or Christmas? It was one of the two. It was a gift from her, though. So it's not that she was like not supportive. I remember spending $1,000 on a platform upgrade, like right around the time I started working at NCIX head office. I got myself a Core 2 Duo E6600. I got myself an Asus P5W DH Digital Home. Now that was a branding that did not stick around for Asus. Remember Digital Home? No, who cares? I got myself some DDR2 memory. That was sexy. That was sexy back in the day. Anyway, but the reason I wasn't allowed to have it was because my Clips for Media Ultra 5.1s were actually a gift from my previous girlfriend. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, and there was, let me just put it this way, there was some bad blood there. There was some very bad blood, and I take full responsibility personally for the bad blood that existed there, but I was not allowed to have them anymore. The good news is that the way this story ends is she actually let me splurge. And to be clear, when I say let me, I don't mean like, she wears the pants or I wear the pants, because we actually have a functioning relationship where we discuss things and make decisions together. But she, after discussing and making a decision together, let me spend, I think it was like about another $1,000 on like a KEF 5.1 setup and then a receiver. And I remember setting this up in the family room at her parents' house where I was living at the time. My life sounds weirder when I recall it as a story and tell others than it feels. Anyway, when I set it up and took up like so much space, she was totally chill with that. It was just I was not allowed to have my Promedia Ultra 5.1s anymore. Those were off limits. But I digress. Let's go ahead and go shopping at Micro Center, shall we? Go for it. Oh, right. Oh, snap. I did not install my SSD. So here's some SSDs. Wow, you look at that video editing. They did video editing. Dang, Micro Center. You guys did some real video editing in this thing. Oh, we got a bit of a, hold on a second. There's some latency. There's some latency on the potato. Hit me. Weak. Utterly weak. What are you afraid you're going to get fired if you hit me too hard with it or something? I mean, it's not like I said that. Jeez, it's ridiculous. All right, so we're going to be installing, what the crap even is this thing? I never heard of this brand before in my life. What are they called? Inland? I can't even see. My inventory guys put the sticker right on the thing here. What is an inland? What even is this? Okay, hold on a second. Let me just put my sticker somewhere else here. Okay, I don't know what this is, so we're going to peel the label off. Warranty void if removed, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. I want to know what it is. Inland 1 terabyte NVMe SSD. So it's got 3D QLC NAND. It's PCI Express Gen 3. I just want to know if it has a DRAM cache. Oh yeah, no, never mind. It has a DRAM cache. Okay, yeah, I'm chill. I'm good. So 4 NAND packages, DRAM cache. It's probably like fine. What controller does it use? Hold on. How is this sticker invincible? Stop. Thank you. Phison PS5, PS5012. Okay, yeah, so whatever. Okay, so it's a Phison controller, DRAM cache SSD is probably fine. All right, let's go ahead and, oh, this is nice. Hey, kudos to Gigabyte for doing what I think everyone should do and pre-installing the M.2 screw in the board. That is, unless we did it for them. I'm actually not sure. All right, I want to flip to the, oh no, this is a better angle anyway. Okay, so we'll pop that puppy in there. Okay, there we go. Man, float plane chat's just talking about like, I don't know what you guys are even talking about. Pentium 4 for doing some tidying at college. Throw a brick at him, says Lucas is fun. Okay, no. Matt is only supposed to throw computer hardware at me, not bricks. All right, am I allowed to put it in the case now? Is that permitted, Chase? Man, we've got
It's
like
permitted.
a whole production crew now. Used to be we only had like camera operators, and we were lucky to even have a camera operator, you know what I mean? Well, like all the quarantine content, I just had to like set up a bunch of different camera angles and like flip through them by myself with the little remote. It was a very challenging time. You know what though? I was kind of missing the solo video creation experience this weekend, and what I decided to do was film a video completely myself. You know, just to challenge myself, and also because my wife really wanted her computer fixed right now, because in fairness to her, it has had this issue where the display wouldn't wake if the PC, not only if the PC went to sleep, but also if you powered off the display and turned it back on, it just would not get a signal. Now, some of you probably know, and so she wanted that fixed right away because it's been weeks and multiple like system configuration changes, and it's still doing it. So those of you who are very familiar with the channel might know that the way my personal setup works at home is I've got a server rack in a closet. You can go ahead and flip to the overhead. I've got a server rack in a closet, and then I've got all the cabling running through a wall so that the PC, like the monitors and keyboards and mice and all the peripherals and everything, are completely separate from the actual computers. And what's nice about it is it keeps all the noise completely isolated.
which is sweet. Oh, this is the wrong size screw. The problem is that for the whole setup to function correctly, I'm relying on Thunderbolt, which, as you might know, on the PC side anyway, is not the most polished experience ever. And I'm going to specifically call out ASUS here. Love ASUS, good people. I think, you know, by and large, they care about making good products and all that good stuff. But their Thunderbolt implementation on the desktop has been absolutely nothing but headaches for me every time I have messed around with it. It has been so frustrating. And not just for me. I actually have a buddy. His name's Ben. Somna Music, I think is what he goes by. He streams on Twitch and stuff. So I built up a rig for him just on the weekend. And I was like, hey, so Thunderbolt on PC, not perfect. I know you've got like an audio interface that you'd love to use that is Thunderbolt. Can't guarantee it's going to work, but boy, is it ever going to be cheaper than a Mac Pro, so I'd suggest you go for it anyway. And he's like, yeah, sure, okay. So I build him up a rig. Sure enough, I spend like a couple hours trying to get Thunderbolt working. Can't do it. He tries. He spends a few more hours trying to get it working. He can't do it either. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. It's just like ASUS's BIOS is just full of a bunch of options you don't need and not full of actually working, which is what you actually want. And so I tried again with an X299 Deluxe 2 or something like that, I want to say. Do you want to go back to the face cam? And everything worked flawlessly, immediately, until the display wouldn't wake. And I've actually seen it before with DisplayPort in particular, where that is so weird. NZXT installed standoffs with 2 different threading in this case. This is a 632 up here in this, here, hold on, let me flip this up. I swear to you, this is 632 and this is M3. Why? What even the crap would inspire something like that to be done? I think that last one is M3 as well. That is, or is it 632? I can't tell looking at it. I'll just have to put a thing in here. Anyway, yeah, that last one's 632 as well. What the heck is going on here? Dang it, NZ. Oh man, now I can't get it out. It just, it slid right in and now the threads are just kind of like locked. You gotta kind of push it against the side and screw it out. There you go, magnet, got it. Let's get another 632 screw. That is so weird. I've never, in all my years, I've never seen that before. Pre-installed standoffs of a different threading type in one case. What was I talking about? Right, ASUS's Thunderbolt implementation. So I had to change it out and I was like, you know what, screw it. I'm gonna do a video about this because ASUS deserves to be called out on this, and also if I have to build a computer anyway, I might as well record it. So my son helped me and we had some fun, we built a computer, we got Mommy's Thunderbolt working properly, good bonding experience. So yeah, it was good. So that video is gonna come out, I don't know, probably in like a week and a half. We're a little bit behind on our target 1 week early access float plane thing right now. So, oh, I didn't put in standoffs for these bottom 2 holes. Yeah, whatever, it doesn't seem like it's gonna fall out of there too hard. So you'll see that, yeah, probably in about a week and a half. What's the next thing I'm shopping for? Graphics card? Okay, well, I've got a little bit of time before that. One of the things I love about NZXT's cases, though, is that you can really tell that there's people there that have a lot of experience when it comes to PC building, because they just put these little thoughtful touches in that make the whole process easier in terms of like cable management. Like this right here, they actually, with this pop out, leave enough space for big, thick cables. They've got these really nice runs right here that you can use if you want, but you don't have to. You can just be lazy and chuck it there, and you won't be able to see it on the other side at all. That's not to say that like NZXT thinks you should lazily build a computer or whatever. I'm just saying that you don't have to put the effort in if you don't want to. Like this one back here is another perfect example. So your 8-pin connector for the motherboard. You can like run it through this channel, like have it be all pie, or you can just not. Whatever. NZXT don't judge. You can just do a crappy job if you feel like it. All right, let's get out of my 8-pin. I always forget to do this. It's such a good pro tip, and I've given the tip many times, if you know what I'm saying. I'm just plugging the 8-pin in the top when you have a modular power supply. using the modular cable and plugging it into the motherboard first and then running it down to the power supply unit is so much smarter. It's so much easier than trying to get your fingers in after the fact and try and get this 8-pin plugged in. Okay, there we go. That wasn't too bad. And then I guess the last connector we actually need is the one for the graphics card. We do have our front panel to hook up. So Andy, we're gonna have to get real close and intimate here so they can actually see what I'm doing. We'll start with HD audio. Boom, you might have to come closer. Closer, come closer. All right, there's our HD audio. There we go, we're gonna plug that into our F audio. The audio died, you know, there's our F audio header there. Then we got our USB L3. Okay, so that puppy looks a little something like that. You got your little notch right, oh, no, you guys can't see it. There you go, got your little notch there. Go ahead and line that up with the little notch on the top of the USB 3 doodad-a-majig. Okay, and plug that puppy in. Just be real careful with that one. If you accidentally mash those super skinny pins, they'll get stuck and it is a real chore getting them out of there. Oh, well, this was optimistic. Yep, this case has a USB Type-C port on the top of it. You will not be plugging that into anything, unfortunately. You know, that's something that I feel is really underserved by the market, is like front panel compatibility with motherboards. Like, does anyone even make just a USB card that you can install to plug that connector in? I'm willing to bet they don't. Like even StarTech, who makes basically everything as long as you're willing to pay 6 times what it's worth, I don't think even they have it. So here, hold on a second. USB-C front panel PCIe. That's what I would search. I could be wrong. Maybe someone will have it. Silverstone. Yeah, if anyone was going to do it, it would be Silverstone, wouldn't it? Silverstone has it. You nerds. The way that they've implemented it is kind of stupid, though. I love you, Silverstone. Also, it's not in stock at Amazon. Oh, that's .ca, though. There's never anything in stock at Amazon.ca. Yeah, so it comes off instead of being a 90-degree angle connector. So like you would, with how stiff this connector is, you wouldn't be able to install anything in the slot next to it. Let's see if Micro Center has it. I guess technically they sponsored this stream. Micro Center. Just shopping on my phone. Okay, so Silverstone, USB-C card. Let's see. Oh my God, their autocomplete has so many things in it. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Well, USB-C. Searching for USB-C card was not a good plan because it brought up card readers. USB-C PCIe. I remember finding some super weird stuff at Micro Center when I went there. They've got a Vantech card. I'm willing to bet this one doesn't have the internal connector. Yeah, so the only one we found, it's not in stock. It seems like such an obvious thing. Like when I'm building a PC, I don't necessarily want to spend a ton of money on a motherboard that doesn't give me any more performance or whatever. But I might want to get myself, you know, a nicer case, and it might have features that are not supported. It just seems like the kind of thing that could be better addressed. And I don't think I should have to spend more than like 20 bucks on that card. Oh, this is nice though. NZXT's got one of those block style front panel connector header bricks. So you see it just says F panel, rip the panel, and we just plug that on like that. So with most of the major motherboard vendors, that should work just lickety snap like that. Now it's time to go shopping for everyone's, oh, this is a really nice inclusion. Thank you, NZXT. So they've got a 4-pole front panel audio jack, and then they've included a 4-pole to dual 3-pole, so that, because sometimes the compatibility is not perfect. Like if you plug a 3-pole device into a 4-pole jack or a 4-pole device into a 3-pole jack, it can kind of be a nightmare. So these are really handy. All right, time to go shopping for a graphics card. Wow, look at that. Oh, wow, it's jerking all over the place. Got the RTX. Wow, do they actually have RTX cards in stock? I wonder how far they had to search for enough of those to have a convincing amount of stock. Okay, what? Oh! Really? I leave it wide open. You still can't, like, it's like, man, I feel like you couldn't score a goal on an empty net. You know what I'm saying? Like, that, by the way, that is a heavy Canadian insult. That's like, I might as well have said terrible things about his mother, sister, grandmother, daughter, combined, you know? Basically an awful person. I feel bad. I'm sorry, Matt. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that to you. Sorry, what's up?
Now that we've done shopping.
Oh, after all the parts have been unveiled. Check out the Micro Center custom PC builder, and you can configure yourself a PC just like this one, or totally different from this one. It doesn't have to be just like this one. That's not a requirement. You can something inventory available and in stock at your nearest Micro Center location. You can even arrange same-day in-store pickup for the parts, or take it home and assemble it yourself. Micro Center doesn't care. They got you covered either way. Really. Oh, my talking points have a typo. Or for a free, have one of Micro Center's expert technicians assemble the computer for you for a fee. It does cost money. It does cost money. Remove before use. This is a handy feature. This is just to make sure you don't get confused when your fans don't spin. It's to tell you that when the card's at idle, the fans are intended to not spin. So we've got an MSI, RTX. Oops, sorry AMD, NVIDIA's branding brainwashed me. RX 5700 XT Gaming X dual fan cooler, nice chunky aluminum fin array. We've got, how many heat pipes in there? It doesn't matter, we're gonna put this in our computer. Gonna video game, gonna game. Yeah, you did. Micro Center, they're gonna be in your dreams next. Which one? It's a bit of an unconventional PCI Express slot layout on this board, so we're going to pop out this one. Okay. This is a dual slot card, so we need to take out 1, 2 PCI slot covers. When is it going to happen? When PCI will have not been a thing for so long that we don't have to keep clarifying PCI Express when we talk about PCI? Like, what's the sort of fall off date for PCI where we can just stop acknowledging it at all? All right, we're gonna go ahead and pop this puppy in here. Because that's the thing, you young Zoomers like Matt and Chase might not realize this, but the reason we call it PCI Express is because there was a PCI that was not Express. It was slower and worse in every way. So not only was it, I think 33 megahertz was what it was clocked at. It's really slow data transfer speeds. I think it capped out around 150 megabytes a second or something like that total. 150 megabytes a second. Does that seem right? No, I think it was lower than that. Because I remember if you hooked up an IDE hard drive, PCI would bottleneck it. Let's see if anyone's hitting me up with 133 megabytes a second. That's right. So when IDE, like Ultra ATA, whatever, like the end of the line for IDE was, there was the potential, not that hard drives were fast enough at the time, there was the potential for PCI to bottleneck it with even a single drive plugged in. And most IDE controllers, you had a master and a slave. That's the older lingo for it, obviously. But you had a master and a slave drive hooked off of it. So if you had 2 drives on it, it was actually pretty easy to run into a system bottleneck. Now, making matters worse, PCI was what's called a shared bus. So kind of like USB, where the total bandwidth to all of the devices plugged into PCI was shared. So if you had a sound card and an IDE controller and I don't know, what the heck else do people install in their computers? A network card. All of those would be competing for bandwidth on the PCI bus. Now, you might think, oh, well, that's simple, that's straightforward. Why don't you just use your onboard networking and use your onboard sound? So a couple things. Onboard networking and onboard sound sucked a lot more back then. And number 2 is that when I say PCI, or when I say PCI Express, I am talking about the buses. So the bus is like, it's all, okay, how do I explain this? Okay, so there's a controller on your motherboard somewhere. So for PCI Express, your controller is on your CPU these days, which is what makes your CPU more of an SoC in some cases. Like EPYC is technically an SoC. There's no outside chipset. So for PCI, if I recall correctly, your PCI controller would have been on your North bridge. We used to have 2 chipsets on the motherboard. So what that means is anything connected to it is still connected to the PCI controller over the PCI bus, regardless of whether it goes into a slot or if it was pre-attached to the motherboard. Because it's all just wires, right? It's the exact same thing. If you have a network port here, or if you have a network port here, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether the wires go to your CPU through the motherboard or whether the wires go to a slot and then through your motherboard. It's the same thing. So you would actually have, this was a big problem with gigabit networking. So you would have a gigabit network port on the back of your motherboard that is connected via the PCI bus, which means that it wouldn't be able to actually reach its peak performance. So it was a big problem. So that's what was so exciting about PCI Express, is that it was a lot faster and not shared. So each PCI Express port slot has its own lanes. Well, sort of asterisk its own lanes, because especially in the beginning when we had fewer PCI Express lanes on a given chipset or on a given CPU as time went on, you would have what's called a PCI Express switch. So you would actually share lanes across multiple devices, but switching is way better than just having an overall shared bus. So yeah, that's why PCI Express Gen 4, for example, is so cool, because on a higher end motherboard, that's not what this is, which is why I think PCI Express Gen 3 is fine for it. It doesn't have a ton of devices. But on a higher end motherboard, if you have Gen 3 Gen 4 devices connected to this Gen 4 controller, you have double the bandwidth as if they were Gen 3 lanes. So you can have things like 2.5 gigabit or 5 gigabit networking much more easily built into a Gen 4 system than you can with Gen 3. That was all sort of besides the point, though. Let's go ahead and hook up our PCI Express power cables. You know what? Let's use a little cable management hole right here. Look at that. What's up? How you doing? Look at me, I'm Mr. PCI Express Cable. I got a little puppet show. Wait, oh no, the finger's coming for me. Go away, finger. Blah, 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 blah. All right, finger got him. Got 2 8-pin power connectors. Man, this is crazy. I only need 3 modular cables for this whole system. Of course, I would need a SATA cable if I wanted to have a hard drive for like bulk storage of games. You can't even say bulk storage of games. Games are bulk at this point. I mean, you know, you want to play some Call of Duty, or play some. What's another really heavy game right now, Chase, for storage?
Cold War is still pretty big.
Yeah, Cold War.
I don't think I've played anything super new recently.
Point is, you can have games that take like 150 gigs, 200 gigs of data. It's like freaking nuts. So yeah, you probably also need a hard drive. Look at this. There's no cables to manage. By the way, did we preload an OS on this SSD? Is the plan to actually like game on this thing?
I believe so.
All right, heck yeah. Why don't we give it a shot, L's and G's? Good enough. Who cares? I mean, realistically, we're going to need that Ryzen 3100 for another project. So we're going to take this apart anyway. But you won't take yours apart that you buy from Micro Center, who sponsored the stream today. Check out the link in the video description for their free 32 gig USB and SD card offer, valid in store only, no purchase necessary. See how I work the sponsor talking points in there like that? What a pro this Linus guy is. Okay, close! What is wrong with you? It's your problem. Okay. What the? Oh! Well, that's unconventional. There's these little tabs here. You just kind of here. Give me the overhead. You got these tabs here. It doesn't slide forward. See? You got to put it in the tabs. There you go. I was ready to go all Karate Kid, break the ice on it, like, you know.
just one update.
Probably
If you
would-
want to take a look at the parts list, it is in the description.
Probably would have just broken my hand. Oh yeah, if you guys want to see the parts list for the machine, it is in the video description. So that might be it. Okay, I mean, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this side panel mechanism. I'll put it that way. That's how I'll put it. Not the largest fan in the world of this particular side panel closing mechanism. Let's put the other side panel on. No, this one's fine. So you just gotta, hey, you know, that's the good thing about tempered glass, you know? It's safe if you accidentally drop it. Well, safer. Still not ideal. Just breaks in more, you know, uniform pieces. We have had some tempered glass side panels just like spontaneously shatter. Remember, oh wait, no, neither of you worked here when we had the door spontaneously shatter. There used to be a glass door into what is now the room where Taryn edits. And we got security camera footage of it just exploding out of nowhere. It's crazy. I'm really glad no one was actually in the office because it happened at night. That would have been very, very Trey's upsetting, you know? It's showing off my en français over here. All right, let's get this puppy rolling. Okay, I got an LG Ultra Gear 4K monitor, a little something like that. Got, what else we got going on here? I'll plug that puppy in. Uh-oh, I'm gonna have to unplug my laptop, I think. We ran out of ports here. Got a keyboard and mouse. These are our PC Workshop peripherals. All right. And we're gonna find out, because I actually don't know for sure, we're gonna find out if this system has an operating system on it and has any games installed. Because if it doesn't, then this is pretty much the end of it. Where's my power cable? I need a power cable. I need power, please. There we go. And let's see if I built it correctly. Uh-oh. Oh, balls. Well, I missed at least one thing. That's fine. We can fix it. We can fix it live. See, I always say this. I got to practice what I preach. Never close the side panel. Hi. Never close the side panel, okay, until you've already seen the system post. Don't do it. It's not worth it, because that's how you put a whammy on your system. That's some primo whammy material right there. It will not work on the first try if you close up the side panel before you try it. Some Linus superstition tips right there. All right, I forgot to plug in the rear fan, so I just gotta do that. Oh, that's weird. Kind of looks like NZXT like cable managed it off somewhere. That's fine. I can manually spin it. Oh, we got another problem too. While I was busy being all confuzzled about the rear fan not spinning, I didn't notice that my monitor is not plugged in. That's okay. Minor issue. Minor issue. Please tell me there's something on the display. Oh, not yet. Let's give it a sec here. Hello? Input? Hello? HDMI 1, is that right? Uh-oh. Did I break it? I got the 24 pin. Got the 8-pin bones connected to the 8-pin. Well, oh boy. You know, it'd be really funny after I talked about G.Skill's RAM compatibility being really good for all this time. It'd be really funny if it like didn't work properly. Ah, huh, whew, yeah. There we go. Reboot and select proper boot device. Yeah, that's no problem. We can work with this. In the meantime, let's go ahead and get that fan plugged in. Look at this. I'm the two-hand operator right here. BIOS has been reset. Please reconfigure BIOS for, okay. All right, so we got 16 gigs of RAM. Our XMP is disabled. What the crap am I even looking at? Okay, wait a second. Gigabyte. Okay, no, I don't want to exit without saving. Can I just give Gigabyte a little lecture here? So look at this. When I press down, right, this highlights. But I have actually selected boot sequence. When I go up and select this, it turns dark. That's terrible. That's literally the worst. You did the worst possible job making that intuitive. This is easy mode. Okay? You guys are in dummy mode right now. This is not easy mode. We need to go to advanced mode here to have a menu that makes any sense whatsoever. Okay, so tweaker, XMP, yep, is in profile 1. See, look, in here they understand highlighting. Look, you know what? I bet that's the exact same color too. Is it? It is too. It's the exact same color. So this color, that means, remember, that it is not selected, is the same color that means selected everywhere else in the BIOS. Bad. Bad, Gigabyte BIOS designer. Bad. No, you can do better. All right, so what are we doing? We got it, yep, all 4 cores picked up, all 16 gigs. Yes, so I wanted to turn on CSM support. This is something that can be, wait, it is on. Wait, UEFI only. Okay, yeah, this is something that can be really confusing for new builders or like people who are troubleshooting a system, CSM. So it's compatibility support module or something like that. I can't remember what it stands for. The point is, if you want to boot to a device that was installed in like a legacy boot mode, you need to enable CSM and you need to switch over to legacy only. So we're going to find out if that's going to help us boot to that PCI Express device. Yep, this is it. This is it. Oh, I still haven't plugged in that fan. I still have not correctly finished building the computer. So I'm going to come back here and I'm going to let you guys fill me in on the suspense afterward. Okay, I found these fans. They were all cable managed, all tidy over to that cable management thing that I told you guys I wasn't going to bother with. That's what happened. So this is going to pop up here. All right. And this boy is going to, oh man, I don't know. Wow, they even tied this one in. Yeah, whatever. Wow. I think this might be the first build ever where the cable management, when I'm done, is actually worse than what the manufacturer shipped. I actually undid some of their work. Fan-freaking-tastic. Let's plug this in here. Okay. Oh yeah, I was all afraid to get my hands in there because the fan was going to bite me, but it's not on because I didn't plug it in. There you go. So there's one of them. And our other one will go, I'm just assuming that there's going to be a system fan down here. Yep. Wow. Way to go, Linus. You just assumed those fan header positions and you got it. Okay, well, based on that didn't work, let's go ahead and, yeah, boot option 1, PCIe SSD. Did no one put an OS on this thing? Hold on. Do I have a drive with an OS? Let's find out. I mean, do you guys want to see it run? Maybe you don't even care. That's a possibility. Oh, crap. Where's my OS drive? Oh, no. Usually I have like a... Oh, Alex took it for the desk PC. That bastard. I don't know if I... No, wait. He brought it back. Or did he? Oh, I got to find my boot drive. Well, all right. I assure you, it's very fast because it has a Radeon 5700 XT in it, which is a very fast gaming graphics card. I'd say it's good for up to high refresh rate, 1440p, or even like solid 4K gaming, as long as you're only targeting like 60 FPS and you don't expect to crank everything to the max. Our CPU is a little bit on the low end, Ryzen 3 3100, but like it's solid. It's definitely, you know, upgradable. So the point of this build is this is very expandable. You could put like a GTX 1650 or something, 1660, something in that tier in here, and this would be, you know, equally a really well balanced machine for that. It's just got a lot of upgrade potential down the line. Not in terms of like CPU. I'd say your platform is pretty well locked in. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this here video stream, even though I only sort of finished the build. I mean, I did have the panels on, but I didn't have the fans plugged in. And I got the fans. What? Closing statement as well before. Closing statement. Here, check this out. Check this out. Check this setup out. This is sweet. Check this out, you guys. So this is my view of what's going on. Look, it's Linus pointing at Linus, pointing at Linus, pointing at Linus. I love this. I could do this all day. Okay, anyway. And then this is where I can monitor the chat, but that's too small. I can't see it. This is where I can see that the stream is still live and I can see how many people are watching. Wow, thank you guys. There are so many of you watching. Is this a touchscreen? Oh no, that's just the interface for the Sumo. Man, this thing, so our intention was to buy it as a recorder for Short Circuit, but we lost so much footage.
The first teaser for the Until Dawn movie. Dog, this is just a movie with an Until Dawn skin on top of it. And the reason why is because this is just another one of those films that they slap on some IP to magnetize audiences to come watch the thing, but the audience and Until Dawn fans are smart. They can see through the dookie, because if you don't know, Until Dawn is an iconic video game that came out in 2015, and it's extremely similar to the Telltale games, where the story of the game progresses based on the decisions you make for the characters. But the reason why Until Dawn is a top tier game in this genre is because of its incredibly high quality stories and high stake consequences of your decisions. Like, there are so many paths and narratives that you could discover in this game. But that begs the question, how do you adapt a video game with multiple non-linear stories into a single film that tells one story? Well, the answer to that question is that you don't, because according to this teaser, the film is just about a group of friends stalked by a mass killer and stuck in a time loop, with the only way to escape is to survive until dawn. But this teaser explains that the film will provide a different take on the story and expand on the pre-existing game, but not give the same experience when they were playing the game. And when it comes to the decision-making element, well, characters will face different outcomes for their decisions and die multiple times, thus giving them a chance to retry. Which I know that sounds really convoluted, like they release an explanation teaser as opposed to a real teaser just to get the concept across to the normies. But also, if you look at the trailer, where is the snow? Where is the mountain? Where is the Wendigo? Why is there a time loop? Like, not adapting the game story, that's one thing, but not adapting the aesthetic? Like, come on. That's like making a Last of Us show, but instead of a zombie apocalypse, you do a climate apocalypse. Like, you just took away the game sauce. But yeah, overall, yeah, there is a chance that this movie may be fantastic. But right now, I feel like this isn't a game adaptation, it's just a marketing trick.
We've randomized our starters in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, but we'll only know one of their typings when choosing one. But that's not all. Once we've chosen the Pokemon, we'll be randomizing their typing. We'll each take turns choosing a Pokemon and then spinning a wheel to choose their typings. But one of those typings will have to be removed from the wheel afterwards. That Pokemon is then allowed to learn one new move based on the typing that it got, and also gets a new ability from another Pokemon that it shares a type with. We'll do this 6 times each, build the best team we possibly can, and then we fight! Heads or tails?
Heads, please.
Oh no. It was
frick,
Tails,
dude.
and actually, I'm gonna let you choose first because I'm courteous over here. Okay,
Wow, you're so kind.
Yeah.
And thoughtful.
Yeah.
And good looking.
Come on, keep it going,
And also, I'm gonna crush you. I mean,
I hope I turn around and I see 3 rats in front of me.
no.
Yes. Continue.
What are we doing for abilities?
I say you can choose an ability from either of the types that you. Oh, look at him, he's smirking. He likes the sound of that.
I like
you
the
can choose
sound
an
of
ability from either of
that.
the types that you end up randomizing. So we got 3 Pokemon in front of you. I'll tell you right now, they're all single type Pokemon. We got Water, Fire, and Ghost.
Ooh. I'm gonna go with my gut here, and I'm gonna go with the fire type. My gut just says fire.
You cooked. I ain't gonna lie.
Did I? Let's go, baby.
So I'll tell you what the Pokemon is first. On the left was Red Stripe Basculin, dodged. On the right was Mischievous, dodged. In the middle, you got Litten.
Ooh, the best Pokemon in the game, Incineroar,
Yes.
Wolfie.
So, here we go. Well, I would spin the wheel. Okay, I need to turn it on.
Yeah, then you could spin a wheel once it's on.
Let's just spin it. Let's just do it.
Let's just
All right,
rip it.
Here we go. Your first typing is Electric.
Ooh, I like that.
Would you like to remove that typing from the wheel?
No, I wouldn't.
So you have to remove the next typing.
That's fine, because it's gonna be dragon, and I'll be the only one with a dragon.
Okay. Electric and Water.
Yo, I just made Incineroar a lantern. And for me, that's great. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, you can get Volabzor out of that as well.
I could get Voltabzor.
And Electric is still on the wheel.
Yes, Electric's still on the wheel, baby. And Water's like one of the best typings in the game. So removing that, I'll take it.
Yeah, you cooked. You cooked.
All right, do you want me to see if you can cook? You want me to turn around?
Yeah, please. I need something.
All right, let's see. Any bangers? Ooh, okay. You know what? I'm giving you either type or the primary type.
You can choose which typing to give me.
Okay. How about water, ghost, and grass?
Ooh, what ghost and grass? I don't know, like water, could they be starter Pokemon? I don't know. I want to kind of be a little bit funky with it. Am I crazy in saying that? I want to be a little bit funky with it.
Kind of crazy.
Give me that ghost type.
Frick, I knew I messed up. As soon as I said the word grass, I knew I messed up.
Yeah, who's picking grass types?
It was
really?
instantly. So on the left was a Pelipper.
Dodged. Yes.
On the right was an Execute, which if I said Psychic, there was a chance.
Yeah, saying grass wouldn't have been a bad thing though, because you just got a water and electric type, and obviously I still have to use moves from the original Pokemon's moveset. So I get it.
Instead, you have a what is this? This is a Spectrier. Yeah.
You know what sucks about Spectra is its moveset.
It's real tough having Nasty Blot. It's real tough.
No, but it gets like Shadow Ball and Draining Kiss. That's it.
That is true. But you're about to buff its moveset because you're going to get one move out of these new typings.
Okay, let's see what I get. Let's see what I get here. We get Fighting.
Whoa, that's cool.
Do I want to remove Fighting? I think I can keep Fighting on the wheel. I think Fighting is not that scary. So Fighting is interesting because I can get what? Like Aura Sphere? Aura Sphere?
Aura Sphere, yeah, probably Aura Sphere.
No! Okay, normal.
Oh, fighting normal. I mean, now you're immune to Ghost.
I'll have to ponder. I'll have to ponder, but I got Fighting Normal Spectria. Okay. I'm going to turn around and reveal your 3. Let's have a peep.
Please do.
Ooh, okay. Let's have a think here. What do I want to... You know what? Yeah, let's go. Ghost, Fairy, Psychic.
There's more bad fairy types than you would think. You think, like, oh, fairy's rare. It's just going to be a Florges. That's great. It's going to be a Enamorous. Awesome.
He's right.
Maybe even an Alolan Ninetales.
He's right. He's right.
There's a lot of bad Psychic types too. But there's a lot of good ones. And my heart is telling me to go Psychic. So I'm going to go Psychic.
Okay. Left was Golurk. The fairy was Carbink. And you got Alolan Raichu.
I am thrilled with that.
I was trying to double steer you away because I just got the fighting type and now you've got psychic moves, but let's see what the typing is. I mean, let's see. Let's have a peep.
It's probably going to be like Poison?
Oh, poison's tough. You want to keep that on the wheel, hey?
Yeah, I think I'm going to keep poison on the wheel. It doesn't threaten me much. You can hold on.
This is the one we're removing. It is. Okay, well that's the same typing. We can't do double poison.
No, that's crazy. That's not the point of the video. Are you kidding me?
Poison and
go bug.
That's dark. It's dark.
Is it dark?
Yeah, it's dark.
Okay. I was really hoping for the bug, but
wait, actually, they must Drapion's typing. There's some good special poison moves. There's some great special. I mean, you get Dark Void if you wanted to.
I know. Well, I wouldn't cheese the video that hard. That's crazy.
I would, because we do double battles too. Remember, we do a single
one double.
Yeah.
I'm turning around. You just gave me too much information. All right. Ooh, okay. This is criminal, but I have to look this up. All right, I figured it out. Okay, so from left to right, we have Psychic, Fairy, and Electric.
This is the Fairy type almost. I said Fairy specifically to just sort of like, you know, because it was a Carbink and it's not good.
True. True.
I actually believe that you wouldn't do that to me personally. I think I'm gonna take the fairy type.
So you went for the fairy.
Yeah, go on then.
Well, you're about to be really sad.
I don't like that.
On the right was a lantern. I summoned him from the past to the present.
Okay.
On the left, the side chick was a Mewtwo. But don't worry, you now have an Igglybuff.
What is no? This happened to me yesterday. I did a video yesterday and I got Wigglytuff. You gotta be kidding me, man.
Come on, show some love. It's gonna be new typing.
Fire Wigglytuff.
Ooh, fire Wiggles. I mean, it gets fire type moves.
I'm gonna keep fire on the wheel.
I love that you did that.
I'm gonna keep fire on the wheel. Let's spin this, and we are removing fire and bug.
Fire bug. You made a Volcarona Wigglytuff.
Yeah, I made a Volcarona Wigglytuff. That means I get access to Quiver Dance. Yes.
Ooh, because you did get the bug. I wanted the bug, and you got the bug.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Turning around.
Turning.
There's a shiny on your screen. Oh my god.
Ah! You said if you get a shiny, you can give it 3 types, right? That was part of the rules.
We can't do that. Actually, we physically can't do that.
Yeah, we can't. No, we can't. It's not in the game.
Okay, so you've got ground, fire, and dark.
Now, there are plenty of bad ground types. I will say this, though. Fire types have been kind to me as of late. I'm going to grab the fire type and trust the heat.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Is that bad for me?
Left was Mudsdale, shiny. The dark was Meowth. That's a bullet dodged. And you got Charizard.
Listen, I actually would love a new type Charizard. So please fire away.
Yo, I just kind of want to see Dragon. Am I crazy? I just kind of want to see Dragon.
You're kind of wild, dude. You're kind of wild with it.
Grass? I mean, it gets access to Solar Beam, so I guess route. Are you removing or keeping?
I'm going to tell you right now, this is controversial. I'm removing.
Very valid.
I have a very good reason as to why I can make sure you not get a grass move.
You need a fire type here, actually. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Fire
Wait, is that legal? Is that legal?
Yeah, I mean, you can get Desolate Land on this thing now and Solar Beam with your stab grass.
And it's cool to see a grass Zard. That's also a potential thumbnail. A grassy, fiery Zard.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, like,
hype.
Solar Beam now is like with the Desolate Land is not what I wanted to see.
Pretty wild. I'm going to turn around. Oh. This is going to be a little tough for you. I'm not going to lie.
Listen, man, it's been tough. It's been tough. Don't worry about it.
On my screen, we have a Ghost Fairy Ghost.
Ooh, okay. Ghost Fairy Ghost doesn't leave me. I'm not touching fairies ever again. You know, I like this. I'll swerve the first ghost, take the second ghost.
All right, I think you got the best mon on the screen. I would be thrilled with this. You missed a Duskull, which is a good Pokemon, don't get it wrong. Clefable, Clefairy's on the screen.
If I got Wigglytuff and Clefable, I would have been
so happy. And then you got yourself a Hisuian Zoroark.
Oh, here we go.
Flying. No, that's interesting. Flying is good.
I kind of want to keep that one on there, I think, because I want you to get flying, because I can set up Stealth Rocks or somebody.
All right, that's toxic.
I don't even know what I want.
Ice.
Okay, sure.
Oh, electric.
Sure. Okay, I mean, that's cool. Zoroark already gets like pivot, charge beam. There's like, I could get me Rhydon. So I could get Hard-On Engine. Hard-On.
I'm so tired of Hard-On Engine. It is so broken.
It's a Peepsy Weepsy. Oh, we have another shiny.
Ooh, Weepsy, my Peepsy.
Electric, Grass, and Steel.
Steel types are hit or miss, but when they hit like crazy.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
You know what? Controversial. Give me the grass type.
Oh, okay.
Did I pop off?
So on the left was Belly Bolt. The shiny on the right was Bisharp. You could have had the King Gambit.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And the last Pokemon is a Serperior.
Okay. All right. It's fine.
Definitely controversial.
Would have liked the King Gambit. I will be honest with you.
Yeah. Let's see what your types are, though, hey?
Listen, Jabir,
Fire Snake.
Another fire type. All right, you know what? Remove it. Remove the fire type now.
All right, let's spin it. You got fire and
These are crazy.
Rock.
Oh my gosh, dude.
You're colossal.
Macargo.
Fast Colossal.
Cargo Colossal, dude.
Dude, you can learn Tar Shot. Think about that for a second.
I'm gonna ban you from my channel, even though this isn't even on my channel.
Yeah, this isn't even on your channel. Yeah, I guess what I want here.
I'm still gonna ban you. I'm turning around. That's it. Okay, good. This is a calm round. This is a very calm round.
No, I don't want calm. I want fire, energy, cool Pokemon.
Funny you should say fire because there's not a single fire type on the screen. We have electric, ice, and electric.
What is going on?
It's not my fault. It's not my fault this time. I didn't do it.
Chili ice sandwich. I didn't
do it.
The first electric type because electric types are fast.
That's true, and you chose the fastest Pokemon on the screen. So the Pokemon in the middle was an Avalugg pre-evolution. That's right. You could have had a Hisuian Avalugg. On the right was an Electros.
I like Electros, but
it has coverage. And you got yourself a Zeb Strika.
I don't like you. You got the fastest thing on the screen. Okay, yeah.
It is the fastest thing on the screen.
Yeah, you weren't
lie.
lying. I just don't like that you weren't.
I gotcha. I'm sorry.
Not
All
many
right, this is gonna
combinations
be
left here. Let me tell you something.
I don't want a ground type on your team.
Oh, that was so close.
Ice. It was so close.
Ice. I'm okay if you get ice. We'll keep that on there.
Brother, my brother, dude.
Funny. Ice ground.
That's the only thing I didn't want you to have was a ground type.
But if you don't believe in speaking things into the universe, like that is private. Like that is
Yes,
it.
I literally manifested that, and it's gonna curse me till the day I die because my team is so weak to ground. So weak.
Oh my god.
What's up?
I'll just be straight, cannot miss.
I love to hear that.
But I'm gonna do to you as you've done to me and go water, grass, water.
I know for a fact that there is a Palkia or a Kyogre on the screen. And Kyogre is on the right, so I'll take the right water.
Thank God. All right, sick.
No!
On the left was Manaphy, in the middle was Shaman Sky, and on the right was Quaquaval.
So I could miss.
No, Quaquaval's.
I have 3 starters!
Wait, can we get this one to be grass? Can we get some grass as well?
Stop.
Please make this grass.
Stop.
Please.
Grass isn't even on the wheel anymore. I took it off.
Oh, yeah. There's literally no starter typing.
This is going to be a new... And I'll tell you right now, Quaquaval's actually cracked.
Yeah, I know it is. It's good. Psychic.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much.
Keep or remove?
Remove. I don't want you having a psychic type.
Yeah, true. Psychic Dragon.
Oh, that's cool.
Dragon Dance Quaquaval does not sound like I want anything to do with that. In fact,
I think that there's some cooking that will happen with Dragon Psychic. For your 5th round, we have... Oh, we have these guys. From left to right, we have Fighting, Grass, and Fairy.
Stop throwing fairies at me.
You randomize these.
I want fighting. I'm strong, powerful.
Ooh, you really are good looking. So in the middle, we have Shroomish. On the right was a Mimikyu. Listen, this thing actually carried a lot of people through Scarlet and Violet. You have a Flamigo.
It just depends on the typings I get.
Dude, hopefully it's super cool and epic.
And here we go. Super cool and epic. We got
Watch the Poison. That's definitely, that's a typing to get.
Yeah, I'll keep that. Yeah, I'll keep Poison on the board.
I think you're
roll
gonna
it
roll
again
Fairy and be
fighting.
pretty happy about it.
Poison
Poison Steel.
The quad.
But you can grab Levitate if you want.
From who?
From a Bronzong.
Oh, wait, yes.
So there's a, dude, I'm telling you, building these Pokemon is gonna be so much fun. It's gonna take us like an hour and a half, but it's gonna be so much fun.
It's gonna be so much fun, yeah. Right, here we go.
The last round.
Oh, a bunch of friendly faces, I would say.
Oh, great.
You've got normal, bug, psychic.
You know what? You said friendly faces, and there's a bug on there. Give me the bug. It's a Venomoth.
It's not. Left was Porygon, the right was Spoink, and in the middle you have a choice here because you have Scyther, so you can go Hisuian or you can go Johto.
Do I have a 3-way? Is there a 3? No, there's not a 3-way. There's Cleavor, Scizor.
Or just stay Scyther.
All right, I'll see what typings I get, and we'll figure it out when we'll cross that bridge when we cross it.
Yeah, you can. You can do.
Stop! Oh,
Poison? Yeah, it's poison.
You tell me it's poison? Okay. Yeah. That's another poison type. Very good for my team. Very, very good.
So do you want to remove that?
No, leave it.
Poison and...
Poison Fairy.
Poison Fairy.
Ooh, I don't hate that. Out of all the combinations I could have gotten, I don't hate that. That's a pretty good one. All right, so that was my last Pokemon, right?
It was indeed your last
Oh boy,
Pokemon.
my team is 4 starters, a Scyther and a Raichu.
Raichu's a starter as well.
I know, I'm an anime protagonist, literally, in this one. All right, wow. What a last round. So many, wow. So from left to right, we have, and I quote, Dark, Ghost, Ice.
Controversial choice here.
Okay.
I want the Ice type Pokemon.
Great choice. It's a great choice. The dark was a Honchkrow.
Oh, I like Honchkrow as well.
In the middle is a Dreepy.
Okay.
So 2 incredible Pokemon that you missed out on. But thankfully for you, Luke, the randomizer blessed you and you got yourself a Frigibax. So
what? Yo!
Yes, you literally popped. I mean, I really don't think you could miss there, but I think you got one of the better too.
Yeah, honestly, Dragon is still on here.
What do we got? Ghost!
Yo, last respects, Excalibur!
Stop, dude, that's so gross.
Yo, wait. I'll just remove it off the wheel since I don't get Ghost.
Okay.
That's why not.
Yeah.
That's the reason. Ghost Poison? What?
Ghost Poison. Oh my goodness, dude. We have so many. What are there, 4 poison types in this battle?
Oh my, oh no. I was just have a Grimnay on here, but like a special attack, not physical attack.
Oh yeah, you would need the ice. You would need the ice.
Okay, so we now have the 6 randomized Pokemon, their typings. We're gonna build the best team possibly can and meet you back here shortly. Look at them boys.
Them boys right there.
I think you have better Pokemon than me, but my typings and some of the stuff I was able to do, I think were kind of crazy.
Yeah, I believe you. I believe they were insane.
You're leading with Cleavor, and you're gonna do the Stone X.
It's too obvious. Oh, you led with this, so you're gonna Stealth Rock turn 1.
Hello. Wait, so what type of yo, but your double your typing is crazy. If you rock move me right now, I'm just dead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna Eruption.
Oh, I'm Bug Fire. I'm alright with that.
Yeah, I wanted to see how much it would do. It's just neutral, so it doesn't do too much, sadly.
No.
Okay.
And I'm tanky, bro. Let me tell you right now, I am tanky.
If only I had a rock type move here. I almost went
you
Meteor
gave him
Beam.
the fire move. Wait, yeah, true.
I went with the fire move.
Let's go.
But I do have Glare. Yeah, I can't miss those.
That's actually messed up. It's a good job I did this.
Oh, you're so dirty with it, dude.
Oh, yeah, I'm dirty. Okay, it was fine when you were doing it.
Yeah, it was obviously fine when I was doing it. That's crazy.
Wild
stuff.
scenes. You can't do anything to me. I'm not scared of you. I'm kind of stuck here, though, because any move you throw out right now is actually really scary.
Yeah, it's gonna hit. We're just trading our Sasuke for go away.
If I switch right now, it's just death.
You can't switch. It's just gonna be a little erupting action. Pollen Puff. I mean, my eruptions are gonna start getting weaker because of this.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, I gotta at least get that eruption down to, I don't know, 120, before I switch out.
And I'm full powered.
I'll be fully powered this time too.
Yours is right here. Okay,
never mind. I'm actually stuck because if I switch, I'm pretty sure that eruption is just gonna melt me.
Yeah, and I think if I switch, I gain no advantage because now this thing is paralyzed, so it is completely useless. Watch another full power. Here it comes. No, a little bit more damage, a little bit.
How much you did? That's 50.
Not a lot.
Have you clicked onto the ability I got yet at all?
Ice Scales. That's crazy.
Yes, sir.
That's crazy.
Actually.
Ooh. Revlis. Revels?
Yes.
Ooh. Drizzile. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, you would eat this if I went for it, but I went for Dragon Tail.
You missed! Oh, you're getting so unlucky.
That's fine. I mean, it's not. What's the big deal? What's the big deal here?
The deal's
anyway,
not that big. So I didn't go for Hydro Engine.
You didn't. So what did you go for? Simple? You're gonna nasty pot simple me?
No, I'm Drizzle.
Oh, you're Drizzile. You did just show that completely. That is very true.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, all right. Well,
okay, he's gone. He's gone.
Or did you go Water Spout?
No, I went Electro Shot. So I got Drizzle from Pelipper.
Oh.
And then went Electro Shot from.
And then I went Volt Absorb.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's
sick, man.
that is a crazy set, though. I only went Volt Absorb because you could have gone Hadron Engine and just destroyed my soul.
I'm glad I still get the special attack boost off that. That's pretty cool, though.
All I have is this.
That does too much damage.
That's so much damage. That's insane.
Problem with my team is it's not bulky, and honestly, I have like 0 resists.
Oh, the swappity.
I know Incineroar is usually built specially defensive, so I'm like, I don't think I can one-shot you, and after seeing that damage, I should have attacked it. Oh, now we're back here. No,
I know. You said go away, and here we are. But you have the rocks on my side, so you know it's pretty good for you. It's pretty good.
It's true.
Oh, you got the full power this time.
Wait, Speed Tide?
No, I just Dragon Tailed. I want to see some more of your mons. I want to get to know them a little bit. You know, I want to like say, hey, how you doing? I want to see a new mon. Can you not? Oh no. I may have preemptively ended the battle a little early, guys. I apologize.
It's kind of a problem.
I apologize.
I don't think you glared. Did you glare? No. Please, fully power. Please.
Don't fully power. Don't full power.
No! I didn't even think about it. I'm so stupid.
I thought that I misplayed by not Dragon Tailing, but then I was like, oh, he's gonna have a lum, dude. He's gonna have a lum. All right, so Sori's paralyzed. Glaive Rush is gonna obviously destroy anything that it touches. I didn't even notice if it was simple or not, but the simple Pokemon, is there...
I wasn't simple, I'll tell you that much. I wasn't simple.
Okay.
Well, actually, the ability and the whole time I gave this thing, the fact that you paralyzed it has completely ruined it.
Really? You know what? Let's risk it all.
Risk it.
Let's risk it all.
Tired.
I'm going into tired.
He's flying. Charizard is grass, fire, and I'm ghost. Okay. So, but you got the drought up. Oh, I'm switch out.
You do switch though. You said you didn't have one.
No, but someone's dying. I ain't got to switch. It's not a good switch.
Fair.
I'm just gonna let this thing go. Yeah, just let it go. Gee willikers. All right.
What's up?
Don't tell me you got the contrary. I swear to God.
I ripped it off of Superior because he was right there.
Oh, dude, you're wrong. No.
Superior was right there. She just yoinked it off of him.
No, that's bad. and you're grass and fire.
I'm a little fast now.
And you're speedy.
And a little bulky.
Oh. Let's go to Howie. Let's bring in Howie. Come on. This is Howie. Me, Howie. Hi.
Oh, I love Howie. What's up, Howie? Intrepid sword Howie? That's gross.
Steel.
Ooh, but you're not well-baked body because you're intrepid sword. Let's say that out loud so I don't forget. You wouldn't. You gotta be Terra Water. There's no world you just did this. I'm gonna believe in the world.
I don't remember what Charizard's base speed is.
Oh, you're Scarf.
Scarf?
Oh, yeah, that makes so much more sense. Okay, that makes sense.
Couldn't remember speed tiers. This is bad. This is very bad.
This Charizard is a menace.
Yeah, I would say this is not good. You're too quick. You're too fast. And you're now +2 special attack.
Send me the horse. Hans! Oh, this is not the horse I was looking for. This is the one that has one.
Yeah. This is the real horse.
All right, I knew it! I was so close. To making a different play. What is it, water?
No.
Are you water? Dragon, you resist everything I could ever dream of doing.
Yeah, that's a good forethought from me, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I didn't think you'd V-create. I fumbled here because I could have done more damage, but I thought you might overheat again.
But overheat?
I don't think I could one-shot you, so I went for Trailblaze to get my speed up.
Oh, no, listen, I appreciate that. I do.
Yeah,
I'm flashing.
and now-
I'm flashing.
It's tough. That's tough.
Listen.
This Charizard's a problem.
We knew going into this we were gonna make some crazy Pokemon.
Who's this? What typing is this? I've just sent it out. It's Ghost Poison. Okay. Is there any realm I survive any form of attack from this guy right now?
I could miss.
Oh, I do! Let's go! I have red card! I have red card!
Oh my gosh!
Let's go! He's gone! He's out of there! Wait a minute! Woo! Okay.
That is so massive, dude. Oh my gosh.
Okay, you're out. You're out of here.
And you T-dance.
Yeah, because the red card's gonna shimmy you out of here. Boom! Okay! We got ourselves a game. Here we go. What?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm so
I'm good. No, okay, you gotta buy.
That's crazy.
I'm gonna get it twice in a row, man. I just know. I'm even gonna. Yeah, I knew it.
We talked about speaking things into existence. You just did that.
I was so sad, dude. Actually, I'm not gonna tell you what it is because we still have the battle, right? But
yeah,
I was about to do like the nicest sweep. I swear. Oh. Actually, you know what? I don't even mind. I'll tell you. So, like, Paralyzed, obviously, I was only +1, but I'm still like -1. I had Unburden, so it was red card Unburden. I doubled my speed back to normal, Dragon Danced, and then, yeah.
That's so
that sucks. Okay, so let's figure out what the strat is here, then, I suppose. I'm just gonna send it.
Oh, no, dude. This thing actually is terrifying.
Let's just go for it. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
This thing probably sweeps. Dude, Boom Burst is so strong. You have Life Orb, 140, and this thing has 165. I have a win con, but it's not a guaranteed win con at all.
Yeah, I don't even know if I can kill this thing in one shot. Yep, fake out valid.
Ow. Some damage. I think my only win con is fake out. I really think you one-shot me here.
Oh, we got ourselves a game.
Oh, I don't want to throw, but I don't want to be silly either. All right, let's be silly. No!
Huh? What did you do?
Now I'm gonna survive. So,
okay, it's fine. Doesn't make a difference. Doesn't make a difference. You're fine.
Doesn't make a difference. Doesn't make a difference. Okay, but I think that shows that should be a sweep then. My only win con was swapping in and out, and then getting fake out damage, right? Because nothing else is gonna survive. That's my bulkiest Pokemon.
I'll be real. It's a little bit unfair. The thing is, right, is that if I hadn't red carded it, like your speed would have been enough to just one-shot this thing. So I got so lucky that I don't know if it was a roll or whatever, but living on 4 HP on the backs.
You love to see a reversal. Honestly, you do.
Is it really over? Have you really not got priority? I don't trust you. I don't know.
No, I don't have anything that will survive unless there was a high roll, and this thing doesn't survive. I'll tell you that much.
This is so unfair. Oh my god.
I mean, if Incineroar doesn't take it, nothing does. Nothing does.
Actually crazy. I did not think. Dancing for money. The as one.
You know, this guy didn't even get to. No one else got to play. This is unfortunate.
Damn, I feel bad though. It was like you did all these strats and I just come and go bing 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 ay.
But really it was the red card enabled it. So it's like
That's
even
true.
though yes, Spectre's is more as broken as it always is in every video. Like
Sure,
the red card made it happen.
All right, well, double battle next. I guess is a different story. I can't boom burst every turn, so
I mean you could.
I hurt myself.
Oh.
Listen, man, if you win this, we both walk away with a win.
I would love that.
I'm just gonna run turn 1 and then we'll both be happy for the day. You know?
Okay, yeah, I like that. Yep, for sure.
Right.
There's no abilities here. Nope.
No. I have 2. Which one are you nerfing?
I'm nerfing both. No, nothing popping. That's it.
Doesn't neutralizing gas affect your own Pokemon?
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry.
Whoa, it's gone!
I wanted it to rain. I couldn't make it rain. I wanted it to rain.
Oh, that's so true. That's so true. Go away, dude. Go away. You're gonna eat this.
Okay, thank God.
Oh, he's blazing trails. His speed
Oh,
is
yeah.
risen.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, well, there we go. Get rid of the. No more.
That was the wrong move. You're leading with Cleavor, and you're gonna do the Stone Axe. Oh yeah, nice one. Okay, nice, sick. Love that. Love that for me.
How you doing?
In my own mind right now, I'm about to bring out my Ghost type, and then also bring out my Boom Burst. I'm gonna do it. You pushed me over the edge.
Howie, hey, Howie, what you doing?
Hi.
I don't like Howie being here. Howie's tough. Howie's a tough scene.
What? Ah, don't say that. He's got feelings. All right, let's just do it. I'm just gonna push the button. I've decided Howie's had enough. Buttons being pushed.
Don't do it, please. I'm begging you. I don't even know your Pokemon at all. I actually just blacked out. Can we just pretend this battle's not happening?
You have Incineroar on your side of the field.
I know. I have to make sure that this one move goes off because I brought it specifically for the double battle, and it's never been used before on my channel or potentially anyone else's.
Your ability's not working right now. Shut up. What the heck?
I got a sash! I hit it the whole time.
You would have a sash. It's a good job. My Sunsteel Strike! Oh, this is hilarious. Wait, this is hilarious. This is hilarious.
I want you to know that I clicked decorate, and now decorate is still not on anyone's channel.
Oh no, I ruined the video.
You ruined the video. That's all I wanted to do was click decorate.
And I ruined the video. I'm so mad. I wanted to see that. He was going to put the cherry on top.
I really was going to. The cherry was going to absolutely pop.
No, my watch time. Don't leave. Please come back.
They've all been waiting for decorate since they saw the little card come up.
Yeah. Let's redo the battle. I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah. For sure.
I had a focus sash.
What does that even mean? You don't need more. No, you're striking with your Sunsteels.
I am Solgaleo.
Oh my gosh, you are. Holy damn. Well, this is about to do 4 damage. Why is your guy so good and awesome?
I have the scarf, remember?
I forgot you have the scarf, I'm not gonna lie. High horsepower. I thought we each wanted to win one, man. I thought that was the plan today. So the plan was I was gonna click decorate on your chilling neigh. That's the physical one, you know?
Yes. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, it's fine.
The joy of these videos is you spend all this time making these Pokemon, they don't even get to show up, and it's the most heart-wrenching thing in the world. And I won because of 4 HP survival red card.
I'm glad it's all getting broken down for everyone to know specifically what happened here today. I'm super pumped about it.
Don't text. You don't have to text me. Like for like a week and a half. Have a nice Christmas, man. Honestly, I'll send my Christmas text now.
Yeah, you should. I'm not even gonna read it even if you send it now. It's fine.
You're gonna start V creating and it's just gonna get ahead of me again.
I don't know.
Actually, you know what? I should have thought about that because I didn't think about that. I should have thought about that, but I didn't think about it. I used an attack because I just wanted to use it, but I should have thought about it because if you do get away with your V creation, because I might lose.
Glacial Lance. Oh my gosh, dude. That is so insane. I mean, I can't get away with it now. It's impossible because, like,
you can only attack
too low.
Yeah, you can only attack one slot
I'm way
at a
too
time.
low.
Yeah.
So even though I'm fast now, doesn't really matter. Maybe if my tire was decorated.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it's contrary with really just. That was so funny, dude.
All right. Well, listen, man.
Okay. Yep. I can only attack one of these monsters.
Oh, dancing for. You've got that as one as well, I see. Wait a minute, you can definitely still win this. Wait a minute.
Oh, I don't think I can win it. That's crazy to say. With the sun, maybe?
No. Oh my god.
So stupid, dude. That's so dumb. And then you just boom burst and I'm dead. Even with the spread damage, it's still Okos.
I didn't
Spectre remains undefeated. Undefeated Pokemon.
Actually stupid. Actually stupid.
It's such a dumb mon.
I just wish you got decorated. I really do.
I do. I meant there was no reason not to let me get decorated. You're winning no matter what. You could have at least get the.
I had a lack of judgment. My bad.
You need to take a deep breath, look into the camera, and apologize.
I'll do a YouTube apology.
Taipei has just released Arc 9 Chapter 17, and this video will be a summary of the chapter. Highly recommend you check out my Arc 9 Chapter 16 summary. Let's begin. An umbrella and white table sat atop a green, lush field. The sky was blue and the wind.
Alright, we've got some drama on the House floor to break down, but first, can we just take a moment to appreciate Representative Jasmine Crockett from Texas, because she's playing the game right, more so than almost any other Democrat. I've been complaining on the show a lot about how we're always responding to the Republican narrative, how it feels like we're playing the game on their turf despite us having the facts on our side, the forward-looking vision on our side. Republicans are just able to punch us over and over and over, and after the 30th punch, Democrats are still like, oh my god, I can't believe we just got punched. At some point, we have to punch back, we have to fight back, and we need knife fighters, political knife fighters, metaphorically, of course, and Jasmine Crockett has that brand perfectly. So let's just break down what she did right today. Not only did she bait Marjorie Taylor Greene, she also baited Nancy Mace. Nancy Mace tried to fight Jasmine Crockett, and Jasmine Crockett maintains her composure the entire time. Make sure you drop a like, make sure you subscribe to this channel, and let's just start off with this. MAGA Representative Nancy Mace had a serious meltdown Tuesday, today, after